Good evening, everyone. The time is 5 o'clock p.m. It's Tuesday, January 18th, and I'm going to call this special city council meeting to order. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
I haven't been able to send Councilmember Bradshaw the link yet.
I think she should be in on exec.
Okay.
Councilmember Bradshaw, are you here? Oh, this isn't exec, though.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was showing up in the back.
going to be a long meeting.
Thank you. Okay. Mitchell,
Here.
Rizo,
Present.
Ellison,
Present.
Flores Kale. Here. Bradshaw,
There you go.
Parsley,
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, citizen comments period. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close citizen comments period. Next up, executive session.
In pursuant to Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council reserves the right to convene into executive sessions from time to time as deemed necessary during this meeting. The City Council may convene into executive session pursuant to any lawful exception contained in Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including any or all of the following topics. 1, pending or complicating litigation or to seek the advice of the city attorney pursuant to Section 551071, Savannah Development Agreement, Convenience Store Ordinance, BB PUD, LCRA Equipment and Services, CTC Residential LLC, Z210091, Public Safety Center, Mary Kyle Hartson Plaque, La Verde Park. 2, possible purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real estate pursuant to Section 551072. 3, personal matters pursuant to Section 550174, position of planning director. 4, to convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551087, Texas Government Code, to deliberate regarding the offer of economic incentives to one or more businesses prospects that the city seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the city. Project Wild Strawberry, Project Shamrock. We are now in executive session.
All right, good evening, everyone. There was no action taken. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. There was no action taken during executive session. There will be no action taken now. Motion to adjourn. All right, we are adjourned. I'll let the tape switch over for just a second, and then we'll start our meeting. Is 7:13. It is Tuesday, January 18th, and I'm going to call this regularly scheduled city council meeting to order. Would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the city secretary please call the roll?
Mitchell,
Here.
Rizo,
Present.
Ellison,
Present.
Flores Kale,
Here.
Bradshaw,
Here.
Parsley,
Here.
Tobias.
Here.
All right, 7 members present. We have a quorum. Next up, approval of the minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes for City Council special meeting and regular meeting for January the 4th, 2022.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo. Is there discussion on the motion?
I just want to
Councilman
make sure, I was reading the regular meeting, agenda item 11, and I just wanted to make sure that the name was spelled right. In the draft minutes, it's IE Dandy Planning, LLC, and I don't know if that IE stood for something else, but that's not the name of the actual entity that I quoted in there. So I'd like that
You
update.
did spell it out, so do you want to just read it into the record?
Oh, sure. The name is Dandy, D-A-N-D-Y, Planning, P-L-A-N-N-I-N-G, comma, LLC. So no I-E at the beginning.
I'd like to motion to amend the motion to include the spelling.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kells for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries. And now the vote on the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, citizen comments period. At this time, we ask anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on any item to please do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes and that you direct those comments to the mayor and council. We also ask that you fill out a public comments form and submit that to either myself or the city secretary. I have 3 who've registered. First up, Ms. Julie Snyder.
Always nice to be first. Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Julie Snyder. For the record, I am here representing the Kyle Area Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to let you know that I am speaking on behalf of the Kyle Chamber Board. Back in November, we held our planning session, and part of that planning session, we invited Mr. Sellers to come and give us an update, and with that, we heard about a lot of the detail about the Vibe Trail System. And I would have to say this is the most excited I have seen our board of directors in several years. And as a result, we have decided that one of our major goals over the next, hopefully, several years is to partner with the city leadership and open the door and ask if we can have a seat at the table so we can help the business community understand what the trail system can bring to the community, and more importantly, how that can benefit not only the economy, but their business. And what that might mean is in a follow-up meeting with Council Member Ellison and City Manager Scott Sellers and Amber Lewis, we talked about adopting areas of the Vibe system, some developments that are already congested with little business complexes. They could work together and create another Vibe experience for those people coming in. And not only will that bring outside dollars into the community, but it will attract the Vibe users to those business complexes. And I think there's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of energy as we're talking with our members and they're learning about the possibility of having some input and creating, whether it be an adopt-a-spot, a golf cart charging station. We've talked about a dog watering station or a pet watering station. So there's a lot of ideas that have been already tossed up in the air. And with that, we just want to let you know that we are here. We know that we cannot hold brainstorming sessions with businesses without your help because we want to make sure that we deliver the accurate information and make sure that we can answer the questions in a appropriate manner and accurate manner. So once again, doors are open. We're offering our services. We're very excited, and we hope this is a long-standing partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next up, Ms. Vanessa Westbrook.
Hello, Councilman, Mayor, City staff. I'm here today to say thank you. Thank you. You may think of me as a cheerleader today. And because I want to also talk about some excitement that's in the air. And that excitement is over what we've been hearing about in regards to the senior center that's on everybody's mind, we're hoping. We'd like to thank you for making sure that people are thinking about the senior center. There's buzz at lunchtime on Tuesdays, which I do hope that you all will take our opportunity and accept our invitation. We are really thinking about this idea of the senior center and what it could mean to us seniors. Yes, I too am a senior. And what we'd like for you to know is that at the Senior Center, now and in the future, we want to provide opportunities for our seniors to be able to engage their minds, their spirits, and their hearts. And so with that, we have excitement too, just as Julie just said, but from another perspective, and that is the awareness. We are aware now about what seniors can do, what seniors need. We are also aware that when seniors are aware, we have questions such as, well, what can I do? And one of the big things that we say that they can do is they can help by donating to our fund where we're raising funds for the building. So we get donations, we get awareness, we get more people coming to events at the current location, and we hope that that will continue. We get a lot of times seniors who come and say, this is my thing for the week, and we want to continue that, but we want to even broaden it more. We are known that we've said we have over 600 members, and right now there's no way we could get even a third of them in the current building. So we provide as many opportunities as we possibly can so that our seniors can come and interact with each other. And I think my compadre Larry Simone would probably say, a senior is not the senior that you thought a senior was. Okay, so do think of that. We thank you very much, and we want to invite you to lunch whenever you can on a Tuesday, and we look forward to hearing more and more about seniors, senior activities, and the Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westbrook. You can just ask her.
Can I ask you a question, Ms. Westbrook? Do you guys have a link that we could share on our Facebooks, like a GoFundMe or whatever you guys use? If you could send that to us, I would be more than happy to. Thank you.
All right, next up, Ms. Tracy Shield.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, my name is Tracy Shield for the record. First of all, I would like to say thank you. I was very glad to see item number 30 on the agenda tonight. Our boards and commissions are struggling, especially P&Z. They barely made quorum last week. And so the representatives really do need to be seated on those boards and commissions. But after reading the two different types of leads, as you guys call them, I had some questions or concerns about the council member lead. And excuse me for my eyesight, but the first person on the panel, it states who will be interviewing the applicants. The council member who represents that district. And then it says if that council member is unable to attend the interview, they will recommend the mayor or another council member as an alternate. Does that mean that if you have 4 applicants and 2 of them are from District 4, 2 of them from District 2, that only District 2 council member and District 4 council member are allowed to be on that panel? Unless, of course, they ask for a proxy. The other thing I'm concerned about with this is this almost sounds like we're trying to, and I know there was a push for quite a while to make each of the commissions and boards have equal representation across the city. And I do understand that. However, putting somebody in a spot because there's no other person from that district versus somebody who's more qualified, I do have a problem with. And I just want you to think about that. The other thing is with that also, if you have those 4 applicants, 2 of them were interviewed by one person plus the other 2, and then the other 2 were interviewed by somebody else plus the other 2 members, how can you recommend somebody when you didn't interview all 4 of them and you weren't a part of that process for all 4? So that's just some thoughts. The other thing that I saw on here, and as you guys well know, I have no issues with volunteering for city functions, but it states that once appointed, the member/commissioner agrees to volunteer for at least one city event per year. What qualifies as a city event, number one? And number two, can you guys force somebody to volunteer? And that would be a question, I guess, for your lawyer, Paige. So just have those concerns, but I am still glad to see this on the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the comments forms that I have. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close citizen comments. It is now closed. Next up, city manager's report.
All right, Mayor, Council, Scott Sellers for the record. I'm going to share my screen here. All right, on the city manager's report, the first item we have is National Pie Day, and for that, we've got Ms. Samantha Armbruster.
As designated pie capital of Texas, we want to make sure that everyone knows that National Pie Day is coming up on January 23rd, and that there are many ways to celebrate Pie Day listed here on the slide. So it's not just savory, not just sweet, it can also be savory as well. So happy Pie Day.
Thank you.
What a great night. All right, and then I'd like to turn the time over to Councilmember Dex Ellison for the dialogue.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. We're doing our first of this year and fifth overall Dialogue for Peace and Progress. For any of you all that are unfamiliar with what this is, it's an opportunity for residents and business owners and people around the community to be a part of a panel discussion on a variety of topics and having an open dialogue, talking about taboo subjects that the community doesn't typically talk about in the open, but it provides an opportunity to do that. So we're still filling out the panel. Hope to get that solidified by the end of this week and start promoting those panelists that will be a part of that. But we encourage you to tune in on Friday, February 4th at 7 p.m. 7 to 8:30 is how long the event will last. It'll be both in person and for you to watch virtually, either on our Facebook, Channel 10, City College YouTube channel as well. There are exciting opportunities for the audience to participate in the discussion as well, so we encourage you to watch live if you can, but if you can't, always great to watch at any time on those mediums as well to just hear how the discussion went. Thank you.
Thank you. And I might just add that these events are very critical. We just need to look at what recently happened in Colleyville to understand the importance of why we do these. So thank you, Councilmember Ellison. Next, I'd like to invite up our Finance Director, Pervez Mohit.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. For the record, I'm Pervez Mohit, City's Director of Finance. Tonight, I have very exciting news, fantastic news, by the way. I'm not going to talk about cost overruns, budget amendments, none of that sort. So last week, Mayor Mitchell was notified by the Government Finance Officers Association. This is the national association that all finance personnel that work for federal government, state government, local governments, counties, what have you, they all belong to this organization. So this is our peer group. So the mayor received a notice that the city of Kyle has been awarded the Award of Excellence in Financial Reporting by GFOA. And I'm pleased to inform you that this is the city's 11th consecutive award that we have received, and the recognition from GFOA on the city's annual comprehensive financial report. This award for excellence in financial reporting from GFOA is the highest form of recognition for governments in the United States. And its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a governmental entity and its management team. The city's annual comprehensive financial report is a wealth of information on the city's financial and economic condition. It provides more than just financial statements. So it's not just boring numbers, but it has a lot of good information if you ever get the time to pick up our financial report, and I encourage you to take a look at it. It has all sorts of statistical and performance information about the city's economic condition. This annual report is also relied upon by many third-party users and entities when performing research and/or due diligence on the City of Kyle. For example, investment banks, bondholders, investors, bond rating agencies, federal and state agencies, and of course, new business prospects looking at moving to Kyle. And Scott, if you would please forward this slide.
You got it.
While this national recognition and achievement is made possible thanks to the efforts of the entire Team Kyle, including city staff and city council, I want to especially recognize the city's finance team that made this achievement possible. It's a small team, but they do fabulous things. So for the record, our accounting manager, and we have a photo in front of you, Accounting Manager Andy Alejandro, Senior Financial Analyst Betty Thornblum and Connie Campa, Staff Accountants Gustavo Guerrero, Yvette Aleman, Jacob Lena, and Amy Caswell. And finally, Mayor and Council, congratulations to Council, our taxpayers, our Kyle residents, and city staff for receiving this National Award of Excellence in Financial Reporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
All right, and hopefully to follow that up with just good news, Sandra Duran, Director of Human Resources.
Mayor, council members, Sandra Duran, Director of Human Resources, and to add to this great team that we have in finance, we have an additional 13 new team members that we hired. We have Danielle Forti for the NIBRS Compliance Coordinator, Rebecca Salfrank for Strategic Analyst, Victoria Torres for E&T Administrative Assistant, Eugene Yanis, Electrician, Christopher Ortiz, Telecommunicator, Street Technicians, Leighton Coos, John Guzman, Christopher Smith, Robert Munoz, and Nate Dixon, and Utility Technicians, Edward Sullivan and Nathan Parker. So welcome to the team.
Those are great
Go
categories.
Team Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Electrician, I know, that's right.
Concludes another great report.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. All right, next up, agenda item number 4, presentation, Martin Luther King Jr. Proclamation. Councilor Ellison.
Thank you, Mayor. So it is my honor to present the 5th Martin Luther King Jr. Day proclamation in a row, the most consecutive years that the city of Kyle has recognized Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And it's my honor to write this proclamation for the 5th year. And I want to thank the council's support as well. I'm going to read through the proclamation and then give a recap of our events that occurred not only in our city but around the county this past weekend. And then if anyone would like to join us for a picture with the proclamation, we'd ask you to do so after that. City of Kyle City Council Proclamation. Whereas the City of Kyle encourages and promotes strong and inclusive communities that recognize and celebrate efforts to bring people together for a greater good. And whereas the City of Kyle paused this past weekend in remembrance of the life and efforts of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., along with the observance of the day in his honor. And whereas, as we continue to look back on the works and words of the late Reverend Dr. King, many of those messages and calls for action ring as loud today as they did during the civil rights and voting rights movements of the 1950s and 60s, in which he spoke, quote, "People fail to get along because they fear each other. They fear each other because they don't know each other. They don't know each other because they have not communicated with each other." And whereas the City of Kyle will continue its stand in the name of truth, fairness, and inclusion of members throughout our community and take the time to recognize ways to lead us as a community, including remembering the important reminders of Reverend Dr. King and how we should reflect. Quote, Life's most persistent and an urgent question is, what are you doing for others? End quote. To remember, our strongest communities are built when we look out for our fellow brothers and sisters. And therefore, be it proclaimed by the City of Kyle that January 17, 2022 should be remembered as Martin Luther King Jr. Day. In recognition of Martin Luther King Jr. and celebrating the life he lived working tirelessly for victims of racism, poverty, injustice, while promoting love, compassion, and unity with your neighbors and all members of your communities. Signed and entered this 18th day of January 2022. I wanted to share a little bit of a recap of the events that occurred this past weekend. On Sunday, the city supported the Hays County celebration, Martin Luther King Day, the first one ever for the county, an inclusive one of all the county. It was my honor to speak at that event and share some of the comments that were mentioned in this proclamation. And then on yesterday, there was a Martin Luther King march down in San Marcos from the LBJ and MLK intersection there where the memorial is, and then we marched for a mile to the Dunbar Heritage Association. And then yesterday afternoon, we had a great program at the Krug Activity Center, led by our wonderful Kyle Area Senior Zone representatives and crew. That group is always very committed and always puts on great programs. Attended that as well yesterday. Saw a great video called The Witness about Martin Luther King, as well as other memorabilia and reminders of his work and efforts. So thank you to the Kyle Area Senior Zone for helping sponsor and promote that. And so we round out our celebration with this proclamation today. And just a reminder to all of those that celebrate Martin Luther King Day. It is a federal holiday, one of the 11 we have, to look beyond just the I Have a Dream speech. That is commonly the one that is spoken about and mentioned. But there are a lot of great efforts and initiatives that Dr. King pushed for communities to improve the overall morale and character and how we interact with others. And so that is always still a timely lesson that we can keep in mind. So with that being said, in support of the council for this proclamation, I'd like to see if we could join for a picture with any of those who, from our community, business, and residential, they would want to step up in front and show their support for this proclamation.
All right, next up, agenda item number 5, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, in support of Hays County Master Naturalists. Mayor Pro Tem Rizo.
Bringing this resolution forward. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, in support of the Hays County Master Naturalist. Whereas the City of Kyle and the Kyle Parks and Recreation Department greatly appreciate the partnership it maintains with the Hays County Chapter, Texas Master Naturalist Program, and the investment in many volunteers that make toward the improvements and oversight of the city's park systems. Whereas they are provided free of charge and are designed to supplement services offered by the PARD rather than replace them. Services will be determined by volunteer availability and in accordance to the objectives of the Hays County Chapter Texas Master Naturalist Program. Whereas the City of Kyle believes in the mission of the Hays County Chapter, Texas Master Naturalist Program, in their efforts to involve a more diverse group of visitors to the Kyle City parks and to educate and involve citizens in preserving and enhancing their natural parkland. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, that one, the City of Kyle will collaborate with the Hays County Chapter, Texas Master Naturalist Program, to implement the outdoor education programs that are free to the community, residents, and visitors. Two, the City of Kyle will provide staff coordination of appropriate projects, promote events with the Hays County Chapter, Texas Master Naturalist Program, participation, and maintain communication of upcoming possibilities for involvement. Three, the Hays County Chapter, Texas Master Naturalist Program will provide knowledgeable information to the public regarding park environments and educational activities involving the citizens of Kyle. And I'm bringing this forward to the City Council, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Cale. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
And I would just like to read their mission statement real quick. So the mission statement of the Texas Master Naturalist Program is our mission to develop a corps of well-informed volunteers to provide education, outreach, and service dedicated to the beneficial management of natural resources and natural areas within their communities for the state of Texas. It's a great partnership. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
All right, thank you. All right, next up, agenda item number 6, CIP road projects and consent agenda presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. We'll start off with Heroes Memorial Park. Based on the current pace estimates, we're at about 47% complete. They're forming the memorial honor wall, and they're installing, as you can see on the picture, they're completing the bridge structure that's there. We poured some additional sidewalk along the perimeter. La Verde Park, according to their pay estimate, we're about 34% complete, and they're working on the utilities vault, the utilities and the pump vault. Mary Kyle Hartson Park project, we're about 95% complete. There's some hardscape that's substantially completed. There's still some outstanding work in the current open park. The lamp posts, we're still waiting for those. The metal roof needs some work, and that's scheduled for next week. And then we still need some work on the water fountain. Southside wastewater project, we're about 94% complete. We are installing some wastewater along the I-35 there by the Hyundai dealership, and we're heading over to Edwards Drive, hopefully within the next few weeks, to try to put that line in. Council, that will entail a change order because the Edwards Drive project was not a part of the original Southside project, so I'll be bringing that to you as quickly as I can. Wastewater treatment plant expansion project, still looking good. We're about 84% complete. And our dewatering facility that we talked about at a previous change order, it's about 6% complete. They continue to work on Saturdays, and we're still doing a bypass operation at the plant. And everything, the major treatment units have been constructed, and we still are planning to have this online in March of 2022. The dewatering facility will be complete and online in August of 2022. And I've got a few pictures here for you. That's the overall picture that you can see there. Especially wanted to show you what the work that was done at the clarifier recently. This is some grout application they did recently. About 1 to 2 inches of grout in there, but as you can see, that's a lot of hard work involved with these plants, and this is just, we're doing the final touches on the plant. Button Creek Interceptor, Phase 2, some good news. We're at 75% complete. There's about 5,100 linear feet of reclaimed water line that's been laid already. We have about another 2,700 feet to go on that. But more importantly, the 36-inch pipe that we've been waiting on for months is already being made, and we're hoping to get delivery by the end of January. According to the contractor, we're looking at maybe 3 to 4 months in completing that project, but sometimes I'm a little pessimistic. I would say 4 to 6 months, so just to be safe. Old Post Road, we have started construction at that intersection of County Road 158 and Old Post Road. We're thinking it's going to take us no more than 2 months to complete that, and then we'll move on to some ditch work that we need to do in front of the church. And once that's completed, then we'll move over to the north part of that project and wrap up the project. Elliott Branch Interceptor, we're at about 42% complete. We're installing water, wastewater, and reclaimed water line along 3rd Street. The ending point for this particular project is at Scott Street, so we're really close to the end of the project. We're also installing some wastewater lines on Old Highway 81, so if you've seen some work going along there, this is part of the Elliott Branch project also. And there's a line on the southbound frontage road we need to put in as part of this project too. Schlemmer and Porter, we're installing a 12-inch wastewater line. We're heading south towards Austin Street. We're about 28% complete. I believe I mentioned at the last meeting we've encountered one particular issue with this project. We've hit the really, really hard rock. As I mentioned before, it's got a bluish tint, and whenever you hear a contractor hits the blue rock, we have a problem. Actually, we hit some of the blue rock on the south side project, and we did bores, but it doesn't matter if you don't. There's little outcroppings of that blue rock that pop up, and it's very hard to work with. So we may not complete the whole project. We may have to cut back the scope of the project and do a second contract on this project.
Yikes.
Other projects, it looks like they've paved Roland, but that's really not the case. That's the oil that they put down. They're going to try to pave later this week, but the weather's pretty iffy. So at the worst, they're going to try to pave it next week. And they've got a little bit more concrete work there, as you can see around those pipe culverts. And we'll hope to see that open in about 2 to 3 weeks. We do have one consent agenda item I wanted to mention. We're working with TxDOT on implementing the quiet zones, and they're going to require us to do some detailed plans and specifications because we're going to let the project out under TxDOT's guidance. So as a result, we have to get some detailed surveying. So that's what this proposal is paying for, is for the surveying that we need on Center Street and South Street. The other issue we have with those two particular crossings that we're going to need to set up a detour, and it's going to be difficult detouring traffic. If we close Center Street, where do we send them? So we've got to have to figure out a really good detour if we try to do Center and South Street together. So that'll be part of this design process as we go through it.
Hey, Leon, I have a request. Would you mind letting us know that plan prior to start of construction?
I certainly will,
so that we can have
Mayor. Yes.
that idea.
That's a very major issue here, right? Especially at this intersection, yes.
Right.
And that's my presentation. Any questions?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Now, Leon, just real quick, I want to look at the posts. I thought they were coming in last week. Did they not arrive for the park downtown? The lamp post?
Apparently not, according to what I was told today.
So they're still not in?
No, sir.
I thought maybe we were waiting on installation, so still not in. Okay. 3rd Street, I've noticed that we've dug up a lot of it. Are there plans for us to repave that instead of patching it later in the future? Have we done anything?
We're tearing it up so much. I mean, we're putting in a water line. We actually upsized the water line. I think there was a small water line there. We said, while we're here, why don't we just upgrade it to an 8-inch water line, which is what we needed. So we're upgrading the water line. We're installing the 21-inch wastewater line, and we're also installing a reclaimed water line. By the time you get through installing those types of lines in that narrow of a street, the street's gone. So the plans do call for that road to be repaved again.
All right, sounds good. Yeah.
And now we won't pave it to 3 lanes or anything like that. It'll be the same 2 narrow lanes that we have there.
I know, and maybe some striping would be great as well. Striping in that area is really needed, so we remember to stripe it as well.
Okay.
The next one is Roland Lane. We had some change orders. Were the contractor able to address those change orders that were on there? Something was wrong, I believe.
The median needed to be shortened, and we met with the developer, and they agreed to make those changes and reduce the length of the median. If you go by there and see the median today, it still exists as it was when we started talking, but their plan is to go ahead and pave it and then come back and saw cut it and remove most of it up to about 20 feet from the railroad tracks. So they're still going to plan to do that.
Sounds good. Awesome. That's great. That's my final question, but as soon as we can get that paved, I know the residents that commute up and down that roadway are ready for it to be open because they're having to go all the way around, but definitely, and I know there's a resident, it's one of the adjacent streets that's having issue with all the traffic, so the sooner we can get it done, the better for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Leon? Councilor Tobias.
Real quick, going back to Roland Lane, on the map, if you can go back to the photograph again, was there curbs that were going to be lined up there? Is that going to be high, a certain amount of inches high?
The center curb is pretty high. The center curb is pretty high.
Okay, but when you turn into Roland Lane, because everybody knows when you're going down that interstate or you're going down that service road, you got people going at least 60, 70 miles an hour sometimes. Hopefully you go
More
50.
faster.
And then they slow down to a quick 20-mile, 15-mile turn in. That's still pretty fast. Didn't know if any of the cars would eventually hit that curb, if that's what it is right there, if the outline that I'm seeing.
Those are lay-down curbs, so they're not full stand-up curbs.
Okay.
But we did visit with the developer about that particular issue. When this project was submitted to TxDOT for review, we were all thinking, hoping that we would be seeing a decel lane there, but that was not required, so it was not installed as part of this project. In my conversation with Mr. Sellers, we talked about looking at the possibility of looking at doing something there in the future, so we're still going to look at it. I did check the accident records for this particular intersection, and we did find 3 going back to 2016, I think. But it didn't say that they were at the intersection. It said they were several hundred feet away from the intersection, so it didn't appear that there were rear-end type collisions. But we did look at the accident rates. It doesn't appear that there's an issue there now, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it and see what happens with that.
Okay.
But you have a good point. That is correct.
Yeah. And especially the median that comes out a little bit towards the access road. I've driven down there many, many years, and I could just see somebody just flying down and then hitting that curb as well right in the middle, if it at a high rate of speed. But I am glad that it's kind of finally smoothing over. A little small story about my end is I was coming home from work at San Marcos, my brother's Fierro, and I remember hitting that train track and flying over like Dukes of Hazzard. I'm glad it's finally leveled out, but it was a big old hump at the very end, so I'm glad it's finally edging out.
Councilmember, that median you see on the left side there, some of that will be removed. We're going to cut that down. So it'll be only about 20 feet that'll be sitting up pretty high.
Okay, and thank you for answering number 8 earlier today about the quiet zone.
Yes, sir.
On the survey, appreciate it.
Councilor Ellison.
Thank you. So I know this isn't one of our capital improvement projects, but the LGA construction that's going on in Amberwood and the subdivisions over there, Kensington Trails.
On Windy Hill Road?
So where they've come in to do the lay the utility lines for. So we've and I know Councilmember Tobias has emailed this past week about that. But would there be any way? I know it doesn't fall under our capital improvement projects, but would there be any way to get just some communication to us from staff, catch all of council up so we're all on the same page about what's going on with that, the proper channels residents can go through? I know they provided a phone number. I'm not sure if all of council is aware of that. Just something next meeting perhaps to get us all on the same page and know what the latest is on that. I know they're behind with getting sod to replace people's property and different things, but I think just overall just keeping us in the loop about what's going on with that might be helpful. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Next agenda.
Yes, we'll do that on the next agenda.
All right, anyone else? Thank you, Leon.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, the consent agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to pull any items? Councilmember Ellison.
I'd like to pull agenda item 10.
Councilmember Flores-Kell.
I'd like to pull agenda item 11 and 16, please.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm going to pull
12. I'm sorry.
All right, 12. And I'm pulling 15. All right, so we've got, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 13, and 14. Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kell. Is there discussion on the motion?
Did anybody pull 16?
Yes.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 10, authorize the mayor to execute and enter into an MOU with Hays County in an amount not to exceed $10,300 due in fiscal year 2023 for the purposes purpose of funding and implementing citizen online reporting software entitled Desk Officer Reporting System and identified herein as Coplogic Solutions. I do not know who pulled which one. Councilor Ellison.
Yes, thank you. So I pulled this item largely just to give Chief an opportunity to kind of explain what this is and the huge benefit to our residents and with this addition in sophomore. As some of you all might remember on the council and watching, we made some major investments this past budget year on trying to move our growing department, not only getting a new building and adding officers and different things, but also providing resources and the tools they need to make them more efficient, bring them into the 21st century and everything like that. So I wanted to give Chief an opportunity to tell us a little bit about what this is and how this will benefit our citizens.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeff Barnett, Chief of Police, for the record. So Hays County has asked us to enter into a funding agreement to purchase online police reporting software. They are going to apply for a grant and apply those funds towards this project and then split the remaining difference that will result in the City of Kyle owing approximately $10,300. This will get us a 2-year service agreement for the online reporting software that you identified. And this will get us about 2 years of service for that, and then we will have a recurring agreement after the first 2 years of initial period. What this will do is it will allow citizens to report minor crimes to the police department from the comfort of their home or on their telephone in an online format. That will save us some manpower hours of sending out officers to take theft reports, small and minor incident reports, things that people simply sometimes want to document for their insurance purposes and other things. And currently we have to dispatch an officer to go meet with them. They can certainly still do that if they want, but we get a lot of requests these days. Someone who wants to report maybe a lost phone or stolen cell phone, and they just simply need to use that with their phone company or insurance. But it will save our manpower hours, and it will meet the requests and needs of the citizens. And this, again, as you mentioned, will be due in the next fiscal year and in the amount of $10,300, and that'll be our portion.
So we would be getting a request from your department this budget workshop season with that amount in it?
Yes, sir,
to go
correct.
into effect October 1st?
Yes, sir, correct.
Sounds great. That's all I had. Council, if y'all have any more questions, but.
Chief.
Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, Chief. When it comes to reporting small incidents, would this also be something that you could use to report small fender benders or something like that? That has to do with cars or insurance, or is that something different? It has to be with a theft or graffiti or something like that at the park or something?
That's a great question, and you're right. It will not cover the minor accidents, as there's a whole different set of data, and that can be reported directly to the state anyway by the person involved in a minor fender bender. So this will not include accidents, because since there's already a state system for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Parsley.
Oh, sorry about that. So that amount, the $37,094, is that coronavirus emergency supplemental funding that is being used because, so the purpose of this agreement is to avoid the contact between residents and the police, or is it to make it easier for residents to report, minor incidents?
A little bit of both. The county's plan to apply for this grant to get a little less than $30,000 of it funded by grant funds is just that, to eliminate the need for contact between officers and citizens and to hope to transmit the virus less.
And so the contract will start today until 2024?
That's a great question. So there's a date on here because we had to have one with the county. However, the actual implementation date will not be realized until the company that the Hays County is going to contract with actually implements their product. So it's kind of a fluid date. It's whenever both the city and Hays County agree to this funding agreement. They will then have the company Coplogic come in and install that software. And actually the contract, our 2-year period, will start the day that they get that implemented and basically hand it over to the county and to the city to begin operations.
Okay, and will the residents be receiving some sort of confirmation that there is a case or I don't know how you will call it, I apologize for that. If they are reporting some sort of incident, will they get something that they can just call back and refer and get somebody if they need to talk to somebody?
Yes, they'll be given a case number that'll be assigned by the system, and that case number will translate into our current police reporting system, and they can always reach us and contact us with that case number for follow-up, or should they find the item that they thought was missing or stolen, or should they find additional information that they need to share with us, there's a trackable number that they'll get.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions, comments, motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 10.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 11, approve a contract with Easter Seals, Central Texas, formerly TIBH Industries, through Workquest in an amount not to exceed $54,855 as the contractor for litter pickup and grass cutting services on I-35. Councilman Florescale.
Thank you. Is the department here
I don't see him.
to talk about this? Is Chance here? Oh, yay. Okay. I'm going to start off by saying, whenever I read number 11, of course I did up my due diligence and I checked the names. And although they were correct, it was kind of backwards. So the Easter Seals Central Texas was not formerly TIBH Industries. Actually, Workquest was. And so not that it makes a difference other than just making sure that it's in the right order. But I read Easter Seals, and I was like, I know that name. How do I know that name? And so looking into it a little bit deeper, I was just trying to figure out how this whole process worked and how it came to be.
Well, we used Easter Seals last year as part of our beautification program. I think we've used them for years before that. And they do other cities, I-35 frontage roads up and down the corridor. And they've done a really good job for us. And you can't beat the price. So we'd like to continue that relationship.
Okay. And I know our beautification department is pretty new. And not that I want to take anything away from the Easter Seals, but I'd like to make sure that we're utilizing all of our departments to the best of their ability. And so I know we already have a lot of our landscaping contracted out. And then I looked at this one, and this is quite a few roads as well. So my concern is, are we holding accountable the departments that need to be held accountable?
Yes, ma'am, we are. I personally drove all of our corridors with Chance a couple weeks ago, actually twice. So I've seen all the work that they're doing in addition to what WLE and Brightview is doing. They have a whole list of things that they need to accomplish the first half of this year as part of the beautification program, and they're very busy.
Okay, so who currently cuts these areas?
Easter Seals and TxDOT have been cutting those areas for the past several years.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
I just want to add, actually, that I got a sneak peek at Chance's map that he's been working on to really, it's very detailed, and it shows what departments, it's like lines on this street and what we have contracted out for. I thought that was very helpful.
We're adding to that.
Because you're right, it's hard to get your mind around who's responsible for what. I mean, ultimately, we're responsible for everything, but what are we using contract labor for versus?
Sure, we're also utilizing code enforcement to make sure that areas that are supposed to be maintained by public or private entities are doing their part as well.
Is there any way I could see the same thing?
No, it was, I wasn't, it was random. He was writing on it, and they're going to scan it and send it. It'll come to everyone. I don't have a copy of it either.
All right, thank you.
It was a rough draft. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and also want to add to that, so one of my questions to Chase earlier this week was during the downtime, because right now grass is not growing, I was wondering what their duties were, and they were talking about pressure washing our bridges, and he listed a long list of duties. I'm like, you know, that grass will be starting to grow in the spring, and he says, we'll have this knocked out by the spring. So it's great. So they're staying busy, and I asked them to compile a list for me, and hopefully he can get them to council. So
Yeah,
that way,
we have a full spreadsheet of all the stuff that they're working on right now that And got to fine tune that just a little bit, and then we'll be sharing that with council. It's a live document. All the departments involved are updating it regularly, and we meet every other week to go over it.
Nice, great job. Thank you, Jerry.
All right, any other questions, comments, motions?
Quick question.
Oh, Councilman Parsons.
So I see in here that you guys are mowing 3 times a year? Or am I looking at
Easter
that
Seals
wrong?
is mowing
Okay, I'm
3
sorry,
times
they
a
are.
year. TxDOT is mowing twice a year, and if there's any need to augment that mowing and the litter pickup, we would task our parks crews, our beautification crews, and even our public works crews to come in and fill that gap if it was needed.
Okay, yeah, that was my only question. Thank you.
Anyone else? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 11.
Second.
It's moved by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Councilmember Tobias. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 12, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas to approve and adopt grant procedures for the city when the city is a recipient of federal and/or state funding. I do not know who pulled this one.
It is me.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. Mr. Earp.
Yes.
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to give us a quick overview of what we're doing with this grant procedures policy, how the council will be informed as grants are done and as our lobbyists are acting on our behalf, what kind of communication and how frequently that will happen, and what decisions the council will make once those funds have been identified and opportunities have been identified.
Thank you, Council Member. For the record, James Earp, Assistant City Manager. So this item that we're dealing with tonight is specifically the amendments that are required to policy whenever we're dealing with federal funds. This came up because we're currently utilizing GLO funds for the Windy Hill project. And Joanne Garcia, as y'all well know, has been managing that project, and the GLO is requiring these amendments that we adopt and utilize whenever we have federal dollars involved in a particular project. It is important to note that these procedures that you're looking at apply to the grant projects themselves, and not necessarily outside of that individual grant, because when we get a grant, we create an account specifically for that grant, and then it has to follow very specific guidelines. Now on to the rest of your question. Most of the applications, most of them require some sort of consent from the city's aspect. So there are some applications that we can submit and have submitted without council endorsement or what have you, because we've already talked about an item, or we're just seeing if the money's available and it doesn't require a council consent. But the vast majority of the applications and or whenever the awards are generated and we agree to accept the dollars, those require council action. So every single grant that would be applied for and or received at one point in time, either at the beginning up front or at the back end, or both the front and the back end, depending on the grant, council would be engaged and active in that specific grant. As far as the work that Aiken Gump is doing, they pulled together like a list of like everything that's out there. I'll call it the throw the spaghetti on the wall approach, right? Just to see everything. And then, some of those we're not eligible for various different reasons. And some of them we can't find a project that would work for various different reasons. But there are a number of them that are viable. The federal budget has been postponed for being adopted. So right now, none of those grants are available for us to apply for. We don't have any guidances. We don't have anything that we can work off of. And that's kind of kept us in a little bit of a holding pattern on that regard. But that said, we've identified several projects. I think the city manager's worked on a list. I've gotten feedback from several different grant writers on like which ones are like we stand a really good chance for versus ones that are kind of more of a reach for us, but we could still go for. So we've kind of collected all that data, and we're somewhat waiting for the feds to finalize their budget and to put it into authorization so all of these guidances can come out, and then we can start saying, okay, in March, this one's going to be available. In September, this one's going to be available, so on and so forth.
And any state funding opportunities?
Yeah, the state ones are a little bit different. They're adopted budget-wise. As we become aware of the ones that are passed to us, or they come up from even the grant writers themselves, will say, hey, this grant, is an option for you. We look at those, and then we look at, submitting for them. So like there's an application that's due this week right now for some of the recycling and things like that we're going to look at applying for. And then if we receive that, then the council would have to authorize the commitment on the city's behalf to, to match or whatever else we have to do in each grant. So.
Understood. That's the extent of my questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Motions?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 12 as written.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Ellison, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kell. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 15, discussion and possible action regarding equipment and services for radio and telephone operations for the Cobb Public Safety Center to be provided by the LCRA. I don't need a report, Chief. I just want to rest your different vote, so I recognize Madam Pro Tem.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 15.
Second.
All right, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kell. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Motion carries 6-1. All right, next up, agenda item number 16, right of entry license agreement between Mountain Plum LTD and the City of Kyle.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So I do a pretty good job of reading everything, and so when I went to read this, I was kind of bamboozled. So if I thought you could kind of explain what this is and how the process works.
Mayor and Council, Page signs for the record. This is a right of entry agreement between the City of Kyle and the property owner, who is the Mountain Plum Limited Company, which I'll have had several interactions with on various projects. They've conveyed land to you, Humeros Memorial Park in La Verde. The city is currently working on negotiating some additional conveyances, one of them being this soccer parcel, which is about 11 acres. The city is looking at that site as a possible site for a festival in the month of May, if I'm correct, April or May. And so what the city would like to do is enter that property for the purpose of kind of assessing the property to determine if that's an appropriate site for the event and to plan the event. What the property owner has requested is a permission, written permission to do so, plus whatever assurances the city can give about limitation of activities to be conducted on the property, indemnification, which for cities, frankly, is limited, and then insurance coverage requirements. The city carries TML risk pool coverage, and that risk pool coverage is accepted by the property owner as sufficient for their purposes. They've done that in other documents as well. The city accepts whatever risk there may be in going on the property. In addition to that, the city's activities are limited to access for the purpose of just planning the project. The city is, the property owner has authorized the city to mow, to cut tall grass, and to cut down some of the mesquite trees if needed as part of the planning processes. And I am available to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. So is this going to be like a one-time use?
It would be a one-time use, and if you'll see the term ends, the city's anticipating if this property, once we get to a conveyance, that would happen by May 31st or the date that the owner conveys the property to the city. That would be, so this agreement stays in effect for that purpose. It's a one-time occurrence for a specific event.
Because I think when we're talking about mowing, like, what is going to be the duty of the city to, like, what is the length of time? If we're just going to use it a one time, I just want to make sure we're not going to overcommit to our responsibilities.
The agreement terminates the earlier of May 31st, 2022, or if the property is conveyed to the city. So that would carry you just through May 31st, 2022, and it's for a specific purpose. So the city would enter onto that site just for a specific purpose. The city requested the ability to cut down the grass and cut down trees if needed to prepare the site for that event. So it was not for the city to take on an obligation.
Okay.
It was to allow them to do so, and the property owner was agreeable to that.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Motions?
I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 16, please.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Flores Kale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizo. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda item number 17, considering possible action, first reading. An ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, adopting an amendment to the city's 2017 midterm comprehensive plan to amend approximately 535 acres of land from Farm District to East FM 150 Employment District and 42 acres of land from the regional node for certain parcels located northwest of the intersection of Highway 21 and 150. This item does have a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Will Atkinson for the record, Senior Planner. Before you, we have the creation of the East FM 150 Employment District. Council or administration had directed staff to create an amendment to our comprehensive plan a couple of months ago to account for the need for more light industrial, logistics, and warehouse. But we already know we don't want to see it along the I-35 corridor per a vote back in October. So this seemed to be the next best place to set it. It did go to P&Z last week. They actually had two separate votes. They voted 4-0 to expand the regional node south of the intersection of FM 150 and Highway 21 in the tan right there on the screen to account for the hard corner right there. And then they voted 3-1 to approve or recommend approval of the blue area, which is approximately 535 acres, with one amendment. They wanted to see recommended some buffering along the northwest flank of it to help buffer against the existing church there and the school site, and then the larger single lot subdivision to the northwest. Exactly what that would look like from a buffering standpoint, we don't know yet. So I apologize for that, but we wanted to bring it forward to y'all to get y'all's input as well related to that. But from a comprehensive plan standpoint, it seems to make sense at this location. It's at the intersection of two major state highways. County Line Sud has the water. There is not a CCN on this site at this time as of July of 2021 with the PUC. And the highways are going to be improved and made larger, and it just makes sense. So we don't have a lot of issues with this side. The only amendment is what P&Z had for a recommendation. So do you all have any questions for me?
Well, before we do, there's a public hearing. So if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Ellison. Or was it Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I guess my first question is to Paige. Paige, I've got a family member that owns 47 acres on that corner that we're getting ready to put on the comprehensive plan. The amendment, would that disqualify me from this conversation? It's a first cousin.
Is your property impacted more particularly than the entire
No,
comprehensive plan?
It's not my property.
It's not, but it's a family member.
Yeah, so his property, it's 47 acres of that, so it actually is encompassing the entire property, so, I mean.
So the 47 acres is within this 535
Correct.
acres, that's part of the specific and particular amendment here?
Correct.
Okay, it would be a good idea, I'm not sure what the degree of relationship is, but, it would be a good idea to go ahead and recuse yourself from this item to announce that, and Jennifer has forms you can fill out.
Okay, I'm going to recuse myself at this time.
Any other questions, comments? Councilman Florescale.
Thank you. First, I want to ask what the status of our planning director is.
I will share that later in executive session.
Okay, thank you. Well, and for me right now, it kind of matters because when I think comp plan, I think resident input. So my question is, who went out and spoke to the residents?
When it came to this comprehensive plan amendment, it was considered a minor amendment. It does have a lot of acreage in it, don't get me wrong. But from a scale in terms of the entire city, it is a minor amendment to it. So we did put public notice in the newspaper, we put it online as per state law, but we did not notify the residents of the site affected.
So notification for legal reasons is not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking more for like input.
Yes, ma'am.
Because for me, the comprehensive plan is a big deal, mostly because that's the time when we receive our resident input. And so my question is, what happens if the future comp plan, which we plan on doing within the next, hopefully year and a half, what if that conflicts with this amendment?
In regards to the future citywide comprehensive plan, we'll go through the whole process. We will select a vendor to help us with it. And as part of that process, there will be lots and lots of public meetings. We'll send out notices left and right. We'll make sure people are invited to it as much as we possibly can to get their residential input, because when it impacts the entire city, we absolutely, without question, need to have as many people involved.
This impacts a pretty good part of my district. And so that's important to me. I just feel like I have to wait for a director, but staff continuously presents us with changes, and it makes it hard for me because I feel like sometimes we're just putting a map on the wall and throwing and hoping that this is what the residents want in the future. And I know you're doing your job and I'm doing mine, so it kind of makes it difficult. So as far as an amendment to the comp plan, I just don't feel like now is the right time when we're so close to getting a new one. And for us to say this is a good idea without even speaking to the residents is kind of disheartening. So there's no way I can, with a good heart, move forward with any kind of major. And I know you don't think this is major, and I get it. But this is in my district, and it'll make a difference to us in that area. So it's important for me to know what it is those residents want it to look like.
So we have a prospect that is driving this comprehensive plan change, correct? Amendment?
I am not aware of one.
On the
if there
on the
is.
corner? I don't know about the whole thing, but at least the employment district or the yellow, the regional node.
Oh, so, excuse me. I thought you meant from the light industrial standpoint, or the blue part. On the regional node perspective, to the south, there's an applicant who's been waiting for a little bit, actually almost a year, for us to get an amendment in place because they have a parcel south of the intersection that they want to rezone. And the regional node extending it to the south as it's shown on the screen would help them move forward in that perspective.
So without this amendment, would we be allowed to grant retail services zoning to potential prospects?
The answer is no.
Okay, so I've heard a lot from the residents about desiring a grocer in East Kyle, in particular those who live down there. So I feel like I have a pretty good idea that they wouldn't want to wait a year or a year and a half to get that, because if they're not allowed to get their zoning, they can't come. And so that's the reason I would support it. But obviously I do also support the comprehensive plan. But amendments are a necessary part, and we're following the process for amending the comprehensive plan. We did it just not too many months ago, very similar circumstance. So in order to be clear, and so that that paperwork doesn't get in the way of what we're trying to accomplish here. So those are my thoughts. Councilor Tobias.
Yes, okay, so what we're saying is that by approving this, we're not going to be able to get any kind of retail zoning in that area, in that section?
No, we want to approve it. Well, staff is recommending an approval there so you can have retail services zoning. Right now, what it shows is at most what's called neighborhood commercial, which is no more than a 1 acre, small scale convenience shop. And that's the way the comp plan currently shows, for the most part of that. So.
Because I kind of echo what Councilmember Flores is saying, that there's a lot of people out there that are desperately needing, it's a food desert out there. And there is nothing out there for the people in the High Meadows area over there, including Waterleaf, that has any kind of retail, large grocery, other services that are available. They actually have to drive into town, which could take an additional 30, 45 minutes just to get to 35. So when we're approving something like this and we're making these amendments, it basically states here that we're trying to get this approved for light warehouse use and warehousing and logistics. Can you identify what light manufacturing use is? It would be like an example of a business or a company that could benefit the residents out in that area?
Ooh, that's an expansive question. An easier question to answer, if you don't mind, would be the warehousing side of it. Warehousing, for example, like Amazon or UPS or FedEx, that kind of stuff, logistics, that stuff those types of uses are encompassed in the warehouse / construction manufacturing zoning. The construction manufacturing zoning district are those uses that allow for light manufacturing, maybe even medium manufacturing, but not uses that are heavy in manufacturing. For example, like, probably an automobile manufacturer is probably a heavy manufacturer. Computer chips, that's more light manufacturing. I'm trying to think some of our other examples that we have up in the north side of town. It can be chemical production to some extent as well. It can be minor food type manufacturers, like for example, like packets of condiments and what have you. They just can't be uses that are so intensive that it causes a lot of pollution, if you will. So.
Okay. And basically it'd be just a bunch of warehousing facility, like a distribution centers for just drop-offs and unloading and loading in that sense, into where you'll have larger vehicles going up and down 150 and on 21.
It can be, yes. Yeah. You're going to have those larger, the intent is to have those larger scale warehouses where they can either do logistics or they can also do light manufacturing. I think from my perspective, if we're going to be pushing this, I think it's, from an employment standpoint, it's nicer to have light industrial uses, manufacturers, than logistics. Sometimes they pay more, and they have higher end positions and stuff like that too. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I would actually even add that, in my mind, an employment district might be a better use, or light industrial might be a better use being close to 21 than residential. So you put residential, their vehicle trips per day are considerably higher than typical commercial uses. And so, there's a possibility of trucks there, I suppose. But Scott, can you speak to the request for the light industrial, or where that's coming from? Do you know where that's coming from? Okay, well.
Yeah, I can share in general. There are a variety of reasons that East Kyle, especially close to 21, makes sense for industrial or light industrial. The proximity to State Highway 130 is key. The proximity to the San Marcos Airport has also been pointed out as very close proximity for users that could use freight out of that airport. It's also using heavier trucks in that area. We have the ability to put them straight onto 21 and then directly out toward Mustang Ridge or 281 or other roadways, rather than shifting them back west through a more populated area on 150 to I-35. So with this area if it were to become light industrial, the city would look at restricting heavy truck traffic on 150 and directing those trucks to utilize 21 exclusively.
So on the light industrials, or I'm sorry, you said East FM 150 Employment District. What are there any residential uses that are going to be that are allowed or conditional or recommended in that?
Not in the 535 acres that's focusing on warehouse or light manufacturing. I threw in conditionally office institutional, which is our office zoning, and retail services, because there might be an occasion where it's appropriate to have a pad site out front. On the regional note itself, though, the way it currently is written, it talks about having allowances for multifamily, vertical mixed use as well. But from a residential standpoint, it'll only be in the tan area if there is any residential.
Right, it's just regional known. Yeah, I knew that one. The big blue one, if we pass this, then no one could even request residential.
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless y'all went with the recommendation that P&Z decided to, or asked for, to create an amendment to see if y'all would be okay with some sort of buffering.
Oh, so you mean buffering as in residential buffering? I guess I thought you meant some kind of like setback or something like that.
We'd have to change our zoning code related to that, but from a use perspective, maybe and I understand multifamily is not something we get excited about, like 100% multifamily, but maybe multifamily between the commercial of the light industrial and the school may be better than just them flat up against each other. It's a less intensive use when it comes to associated land uses. So it just kind of depends if that's something y'all are wanting to do or not.
Okay. Councilmember Flores-Cal.
Thank you. So as Councilmember Tobias was talking about, we are kind of a food desert out there. I know we're going to get a market and a gas station actually right on the corner of 21 and 150. But I think what we need out there, I think best use is not necessarily going to be warehouse, since people that live on this side have to go all the way to HEB, and it turns out sometimes to be a 30-minute drive. So although I do not want to see residential out there because the traffic could not sustain, I don't want to see light industrial either. For me, I would love to see some kind of retail as far as groceries or products that are, you can get at Walmart, or that's what I would be, or maybe a restaurant, because all we have on that side is Sonic. And so it would be nice to have something where we can go, sit down, and not have to drive. I know people that come off of after 21 and go 150, especially during school time. That takes 45 minutes to drive, maybe 2 or 3 miles. So I don't know, and I know Mr. Sellers said that he would, deter traffic, but I don't know. For some reason, people don't necessarily listen to the laws, and so my fear is that would cause more semis to go down there than already go down there.
I hear you, if I may respond to that. The area in tan, at least on the south side of the intersection, is approximately 42 acres. So there's a lot of land in there. The census scale is probably a little bit misleading from the map. But there's a lot of potential area in there for more retail and for more stores and associated pad sites as well. So.
Any other questions, comments?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to not approve agenda item number 17.
Second.
All right, it's moved by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Cal, that we deny the amendment to the comprehensive plan. Is there discussion on that motion? It's going to kill a grocer, right? Meat market or whatever you want to call it. They will not be allowed. I thought we just did an annexation as well for them to come in, and so comp plan's the weirdest place to kill a prospect or a comp plan amendment, because it's not zoning. I'm just saying. But I would, if you need to go into executive session to confirm that is the case, then that's fine. And if I'm mistaken, if that's not the case, then I think
there's already 2 gas stations out there, And then there was a car wash that was supposed to go out there as well as a meat market.
I think the question is retail. Or by approving this, are we shooting down the opportunity for retail services to be out there as far as grocery stores going forward? Because what I'm understanding is that if we don't approve this, it would all just be warehouse, over 550 acres of just warehouse space and distribution.
Well, the way the comprehensive plan works is if it's not a, like in the region, if it's not a regional node, or if retail services is not recommended or conditional, if it's just not recommended at all, then a prospect cannot apply for retail services. So regional node is the best zoning, is the best comprehensive plan land use district to encompass retail services. It's like the number one, regional nodes, super regional nodes. That's what it is. It's designating and saying we want retail services here. There are a lot of uses, including multifamily. It doesn't mean it's appropriate for that area. I don't think this council would probably consider that, but we would consider retail services. We cannot, if we do not amend our comprehensive plan. They can't even apply for all the things that are being proposed. So it's all gone, all the retail that's currently, right now, as far as I know, only retail services is coming forward. And so if we deny the amendment, we're denying the retail services. So please tell me I'm wrong. That's.
Yeah, you're correct. I would like to clarify, and I apologize. The area north of the intersection, the little rectangular tan part, that part is already regional node. So I apologize for any confusion that if I misstated or led you all along, that was not my intent. The area to the south of FM 150 and west of Highway 21 is the regional node that we are expanding. So if there's going to be a grocer at the north corner of 150 and 21, that part is already there.
Okay.
We're expanding the stuff to the south so we can encompass a zoning request that's been in limbo for approximately a year to add more retail. But also with this amendment, we've added the blue part, which is the 535 acres. Does that make sense?
If you're willing, I would recommend that we approve the regional node expansion, because I think it's everything that you want at the major intersection. And then if you want to wait for a comprehensive plan to have an employment district or more discussion about that, we can do that. I think everybody wants a regional node at the intersection of 150 and 20.
But what you're telling us right now, Will, is that the grocery store that's already planned and the gas station in the car wash, that's good to go.
From a comprehensive plan perspective. Now, they have to go through annexation, subdivision, zoning.
But that won't go away. And this can change when we do our comprehensive plan, correct? So like if what we're saying right now is like, no, we don't want this, but then we make the comprehensive plan and it says, no, the residents do want this, then we can move forward in a different way. This is just an amendment. So when we create our other comprehensive plan and it, for whatever reason, it agrees with you, then in a year and a half or 2 years, whenever it's completed, the sooner the better, then we'll be able to do it at that time. This isn't permanent forever.
That is correct. In a comprehensive plan perspective, you can always amend it as you see fit as city council. I would be careful in terms of from timing, because right now the market is really, really pushing for warehousing and light manufacturing and what have you. And to be able to capture those employers, it's good to have a plan in place and ready to go. So we can jump on it and then start going through the subsequent steps whenever applicants come down the road, whenever they reach out to staff and say, hey, we're looking for acreage. So we can say, hey, we amended our comp plan. So we can go from there. So we can give them almost a yes.
I understand that. I just don't know if my residents want a warehouse over there. Okay. And so I'm sticking with my second.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion?
Mayor and Council, Amber Lewis for the record. I would just say that the P&Z did take up both items separately. And so if you wanted to mirror how they took up the agenda items, so that way you won't stop any progress. Will, am I correct that we have an application for zoning for the regional node? So there's an application out there, that doesn't match our comprehensive plan. And so in order to zone them, we have to tie that back, according to state statute, to the comprehensive plan. And so that's why we're asking, we want to match our comprehensive plan to the request that's out there, so we don't lose that prospect.
I appreciate that. I want to match my comprehensive plan to what my residents want, and I'm going to stick to that. And I apologize if it's not what you guys want to hear, but we've made a motion and we've made a second, and I want to call the question, please.
All right, it's been, the question has been called. It's a non-debatable motion. Roll call vote will be ensued, and that's whether or not we are going to cease debate. So your vote is on whether or not to cease debate. Roll call vote. This is not a vote on the item itself.
Tobias?
Aye.
Parsley?
Aye.
Flores Kill?
Yes.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
Rizzo? Oh, sorry. Mitchell?
Nay.
Ellison?
Hey.
All right, question has been called. A roll call vote on the motion to deny.
Bradshaw?
To clarify,
A nay.
the motion was,
A yes vote is a vote to deny. A no vote is
okay, gotcha.
opposes
Nay.
the deny.
Rizzo is absent. Mitchell?
Nay.
Tobias?
Aye.
Ellison?
Nay.
Flores Kill?
Yes.
Parsley?
Aye.
All right, motion fails 3-3. I'd like to take them up separately if we can, for myself, unless there's desire to get us out of stalemate here, because we may find ourselves in stalemate no matter which way we go. So I'd like to take them separately and make a motion to approve the regional node section of this comprehensive plan amendment.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Ellison. Is there discussion on that motion?
Yeah, this was my line of thinking, and I appreciated P&Z's leadership on how they divided this vote as well. I've been talking about the comprehensive plan as long as any of you all, so you know I'm important that is to me and resident input, so I can wait on the rest of it, but I think a regional node is everything that I've learned about planning and the use of nodes, that intersection is a major part of what that tool is created for. So I would be in favor of creating a regional node, and I can certainly understand the concerns of my colleagues with the rest of the area, and I'm amenable to waiting on the rest of it.
Any other discussion? Roll call vote.
So can you, again, state what it is that you want to separate it like P and Z?
Yeah, I would take this regional node, so I'm not didn't make a motion on the employment district, just the regional node to allow the applicant to bring forward retail services zoning at that intersection, which I think is very appropriate. But the employment district, we can vote on that. We can table that separately. We can also go into executive session on that one if you would like. So, roll call vote.
Flores Kill?
Nay.
Parsley?
Nay.
Rizzo? Mitchell?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Tobias?
Nay.
Bradshaw?
Aye.
All right, motion fails 3-3. So does anybody have any other motions they want to make? All right. All right, next up, agenda item number 18, second reading, an ordinance of, you want to let Mayor Pro Tem know?
I missed you.
All right, next up, agenda item number 18, second reading, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing 102.1599 acres of land, more or less, located at the north corner of Highway 21 and FM 150, Hays County, including the abutting streets, roadways, and right-of-way into the corporate limits of the City of Kyle. This is second reading. Is there anything you wish to add on this item, Mr. Atkinson?
No. Again, this is second read for, well, actually, yes. I apologize. The annexation for this is for the north corner FM 150, and it's related to somewhat of the discussion that we just had. It's associated with that hard corner where the regional node already exists, and if a shopping center wanted to go in there, they already can from a comp plan. This is just the next step relating to annexation because they have a non-annexation development agreement on the site. So to develop it, they have to annex into our city limits.
And then request retail services zoning?
Probably so.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kells. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right, next up, agenda.
6-0. We're missing one.
I'm sorry, correct that to 6-0. Next up, agenda item number 19, first reading, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, annexing 201.377 acres of land, more or less, located at 1899 Six Creeks Boulevard. This item, the public hearing was left open, so I'm gonna, if there are no objections, I'm going to ask for anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and speak on this item to please do so. Seeing none, I believe the recommendation is to leave the public hearing open and postpone. All right, I'd like to make a motion to postpone until February 15th.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores-Kells. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Next up, agenda item number 20, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, accepting the petition for annexation of 176 acres of land, more or less, located at 5260 Hillside Terrace. This item does not have a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
Will Atkinson, Senior Planner for the record. If you'll excuse me just for a moment, I accidentally exited out of my tab. So give me one moment, please. Okay. The resolution, that's what I need. Okay. All right, before you, we have the petition for annexation of approximately 176 acres north, or just south of Hillside Terrace and north of the Shadow Creek Boulevard. We have continuity from a contiguous land use from a annexation standpoint on the west side of Shadow Creek. And this is one of two annexations that we're going to be considering tonight as a petition. They are requesting voluntary annexation. They're going to follow through after that with a PUD and then start the development process from there. And to give you all a visual on the screen, bear with me, here we go. This is the acreage, everything in yellow there. It includes a little really long access point to the southeast there. This is part of ESD 8, which is Buda Fire. It'll be, water and wastewater will be serviced by the Windy Hill Utility District. It'll be our streets and our police and inside our city limits, but everything else will be serviced by other entities from a utility perspective and services. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Atkinson? Councilmember Flores-Kells.
Not a question, but I do want to say I've been super impressed with your backup material. Like, it is spot on. Like, I was going through it, and I was like, man, this is way less work for me. But I do have a question in general. Does this have a development agreement at all yet?
No, it's going to go through a PUD zoning, which is if we need to amend our aspects of the development, we'll do it in the standards with the zoning.
Or we're not voting on it being a PUD right now, though, we're just doing the
No,
annexation, right? Okay.
Correct, that follows the annexation. This is just a petition to accept the annexation request so we can start the annexation process.
Okay, well, if nobody has any questions, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item number 20.
Second.
It's motion to approve, seconded by, or motion to approve by Councilmember Flores-Kale, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizo. Is there discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
6-0, Mayor.
6-0, sorry. Councilmember Bradshaw, I didn't see her, sorry. It's a lot of things to look at and keep track of. All right, next up, agenda item number 21, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, accepting the petition for annexation of 82.9 acres of land, more or less, located in FM 2001, approximately 500 feet north of Windy Hill Road. Mr. Atkinson.
All right, this is the second component to the future project coming down the pipeline. The reason why it's in two separate annexations is because it's currently two separate landowners, and they plan to combine it later on. But this is exactly the same thing otherwise, except for the acreage and the location. ESD 8, Windy Hill water and wastewater, but it's our streets, our development standards, and our police. So they're asking for y'all to accept the petition to annex.
Questions, comments, motions? Councilmember Flores-Kale.
Thank you. So in reading the backup material, I read the letter from Rizo Holdings, and I'm going to be honest, I'm really not impressed when they make the comment, in the event the permanent zoning or similarly accepted zoning designation will not be approved as requested, we reserve the right to withdraw this petition for annexation. I really would rather not see that in any kind of letter. I don't want developers coming and saying we have these stipulations, or it's not, or we're going to back out.
I'll be honest, I did not see that in the request letter. I'm sure it's there. My question is, though, and I'm going to have to defer to legal, but I don't think they can do that unless I'm...
Page Sign, City Attorney, for the record. The laws have changed, and so involuntary annexation is limited and mostly gone. So if at some point the property owner wants to withdraw that annexation request, there's not a whole lot we can do about it, frankly. So I think they are anticipating a certain zoning that they would like to have. It's within your discretion to grant it or not. They would just, if it's not approved on first reading, then we would have to see where we are with that annexation request being withdrawn.
Okay, so again, we're just voting on the annexation tonight, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it's kind of put a kink in it for me, like, geez. Yeah, I get it's to start a process, totally understand that. That's not my concern. Yeah, so my concern is, I know their future plans, if it's not a PUD, they don't want to do this. So that makes it difficult.
I think that's the case of 100% of annexations, by the way.
And I get it, I totally get it. I just don't want
Didn't
to
like what he wrote,
annex them in and then say, we changed our mind since you're not going to give us what you want.
There's going to be a timing issue around that, so at some point it's done, and they can't
No, and I
withdraw.
get that too, but I don't want to know
Yeah.
this expectation. Like, we know this is how they feel, and then we go ahead anyways, and then it might cause issues down the line. They'll say, we told you this. All I'm saying is it was, for me, it was hard to read, knowing that we're not even voting on that, and that's already in there.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, anytime you're negotiating a deal and you have to walk through, the city and state processes, you have to give some level of assurance to the developer because they're relying on that certainty to do the things that they need to do. So at different periods of time, you're going to see kind of some of those concessions or guarantees to developers that, yes, we're in lockstep with y'all, so they can move on with their due diligence as well.
I totally get it. Totally get it. It's just about, like,
sure.
Is that the kind of attitude with the developers that we want? Like, it is what it is. I get it. I'm just pointing it out. It wasn't anything major, just not very attractive to me.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and also you gotta look at the landowner's view as well. So the landowner's thinking he's gonna make the sale, the developer's thinking that council's gonna approve something. So this is just a reassurance for them that if council for some reason decided to renege, he has a way out, not being annexed and then having to pay an extra property tax without council doing their part as well, so.
Well, this
it's like
isn't a
safeguard
developer.
for them, so, yeah.
This is
The
just the landowner, yeah.
landowner. So so if we were to, if we were to say we're gonna allow this developer to come in and do this, but then we're backing out of it the last minute, now he's been annexed and there's nothing you can do about it. So as a
Get it.
landowner, it would be detrimental for him because now it's not added tax, so, yeah.
Anytime you bring something to a council, there is a good possibility it may not pass.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And so this puts a little bit of extra pressure on us to make sure that this area is a PUD because we know his expectation. The truth and the reality of it is if we go down this process and we decide that we don't want a PUD there for whatever reason, then
everything
we've
goes
disappointed
null and
them.
void.
Yeah,
Well,
but
null and
and
void. We're
again,
good.
it's not
Yeah.
good. It's not good to know this and then going forward, maybe, I just don't want it to seem like this was already planned, if that makes sense. I don't want it to be, oh no, it's a PUD, and if it's not, then we're gonna leave. Because to me, that seems a little pre-seasoned. It's already been established, and I don't like that idea. That's all I'm saying.
Any other discussion? Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 22, approval of an engineering proposal from Schaumburg and Polk for preliminary engineering services for the Vibe Trail Network in the amount of $397,000. Mr. Sellers.
Mayor Council Scott Sellers, I am very pleased to bring this item forward. It has been in conversation for many months. As council will recall, we brought forward what I'll call a draft because it's always in motion, but a Trails Master Plan item last fall, which discussed the vibe as we now know it. This, again, has come from a variety of fact-finding missions, as well as a lot of research, meetings with developers, and looking at the needs of our own community. We've held open houses with our community, and we brought in the Great Springs Project for that, and we have brought in Schaumburg and Polk, who had worked on the grant through Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for the Spring Branch section of our trail network. Because we were successful with that grant, Schaumburg and Polk has had an extensive background in trail planning and design, looking at the next steps for our plan for the trails is to identify what we would consider to be the most impactful first phase of this plan. Now, if you recall, we did go through the 80-plus linear miles, I'll call it 80-plus miles of proposed Vibe Trail. And we parsed that out based on developer responsibility, what's already constructed, and then what is still remaining to be constructed by the city. And the city's portion is roughly 20 miles or so. And of that, we have identified the first 6 miles, basically from Waterleaf, actually Cool Springs on the east, and then a couple of locations west of 35. Again, some of those areas already have some trail, some natural trail. In the plan, we committed and still do commit to having natural trails as well as physically built trails. But the item before you tonight is to focus in on those 6 miles of trail. And there's really no firm better in our mind to bring forward for preliminary engineering and design for this project than Schaumburg and Polk. And again, they have an extensive trail resume throughout the state. And I would like to introduce you now to Alan Ross with Schaumburg and Polk, who can go through the preliminary engineer report proposal that's before you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Ross. I'm with Schaumburg and Polk Consulting Engineers. We're real pleased to be considered a part of this project. I think it is a a project that is a game changer for the city of Kyle. I mean, this is going to be something that reflects the culture and the perception of this city from outsiders from all over the state and beyond. This particular project is for preliminary engineering work related to 6.2 miles of trail along Plum Creek and 2 pedestrian bridges over the Union Pacific Railroad. It includes all 100% of the topographical survey. We're excited about the way that we're going to perform the topographical survey because we're going to use a drone to do it. So you're going to get real-time video imagery of all of your trails and all of the parks that are connected to that trail system. You'll have preliminary structural engineering related to the bridges, hydraulic engineering, environmental investigations, and electrical engineering associated with the lighting of the trail. This gets us to a point where we can develop the design criteria for the final design of this section of trail, and so it's the jumping off point for getting into the design and ultimately the construction of the Vibe Trail system. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions about the services that we'll provide, or any other question that you have about the Vibe.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, sir. As far as the surfaces, what have y'all started looking at doing? I know at one time we were talking about going concrete on most of the trail, but I know that we really would like to have as much natural trail as well. Are there any areas that you looked at in this 6 miles where we're going to be able to utilize most of that natural resource or natural trail?
Right. There's a good part of of existing trail within the Plum Creek area that is already natural trail. So the new trail is intended to be a 12-foot wide concrete surface. None of the natural trail will be sacrificed in the design and construction of the new trail. The new trail it's intended to attract not only pedestrians, but also wheeled vehicles. They're not going to be gasoline-powered vehicles, but like bicycles, golf carts, and the like. And so that's what this particular section of trail is being designed for. Again, we won't supplant or remove or in any way destroy the existing natural trail that is there.
Councilmember Parsley.
I have a quick question. When you talk about the natural trail from Plum Creek, where exactly is that one? I'm trying to look at the map to see what's going to be included from the Vive, from Plum Creek to the Vive.
Right. Well, there is existing natural trail, and forgive me, I forget the name of the park on the Waterleaf Park. From Waterleaf Park all up to not quite to I-35. And so that trail pretty much follows the creek, and it's a natural trail. I mean, I've been on that trail myself multiple times now, and it's a place where people go and they walk and they hike and walk their dogs, so on and so forth. And it connects several parks, including at Lake Kyle, the park on the south, so on and so forth. So that, again, that trail is there. It pretty much follows Plum Creek. It crosses it in a few places and maybe goes outside the floodplain in 1 or 2 places, but for the most part, it follows the creek very closely.
So is it going to go inside the Plum Creek natural trails where the lakes are?
It'll be outside of it.
Okay.
And for the most part, it's going to be to the south of Plum Creek, and it's intended to kind of hug the easement line or the property line. We would like for the trail to not impede or be in the floodplain as much as we can help it. But a lot, it's Plum Creek, so a lot of it is going to be in the floodplain. But we want to get it away from the creek so it won't be susceptible to flooding and erosion from the creek as much as possible.
Okay, so would that be like the orange area that you have selected right here?
Scott, do we have the orange area? Yeah. I think the orange area, Councilperson Parsley, is intended to show the corridor.
Okay.
It's not the exact location of the trail. It just shows the corridor that follows the creek.
I just want to know if, the dotted area that is by the natural trail inside Plum Creek, is that a part of the vibe?
It is not a part of the
Okay.
the concrete trail that is going to be called the Vibe. It'll be it'll parallel it, but it's not the concrete trail that we're designing that we're calling the Vibe.
Okay. And this may not have, I'm just having probably, I don't know if you will know about this. I just want to know if that area is going to have public access to Kyle in general, that natural area from Plum Creek.
Yes, the natural trail and the concrete trail will actually cross one another now and again. And they'll be very close to one another. They'll be literally within a few yards of one another for a good length of the trail. So whoever has access to the natural trail is going to have access to the Vibe as well. So, one thing that staff wanted me to know as we were drawing up our scope of services here is that, the citizens don't want to lose their natural trail.
Correct.
And so the trail that we're gonna build, it's gonna parallel it, but it will not diminish the length and breadth of that natural trail at all. It'll be close to it, and whoever has access to one trail will have access to the other.
Okay. My last question is, and I don't know if this will be directed to you because, I'm just getting here. Do we have permission from the HOA for all citizens to go through the Plum Creek natural area? Because I know for a fact that I have to wear my rec tag in order to run through the trails.
The Plum Creek HOA is responsible for all of the land. They own the land.
Okay.
So they're the regulating body, and that's paid out of dues. The Plum Creek Trail is a public trail on city property, so it has public access. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Florescale.
I have no doubt, once we get started on this is going to be a really great trail. Leading up to there, though, I want to make sure you said, first of all, there was going to be no gas on these trails. Is there going to be no golf carts with gas
There would be
permitted?
gas.
Okay,
golf
I want to
carts,
make sure that
yes.
when it's created, that it is also created for golf carts that have gas. I don't know if there's a difference,
Right,
but
and I apologize.
No, it's okay. I just wanna make
I guess what
sure.
I was trying to convey is that it's not for four-wheelers or, aggressive off-road type vehicles.
gotcha. Okay, so I'm looking at your agreement, page 8, 13, if you're going through the PDF. And always what I look at is the indemnification, which is, looks like we have indemnification in section 6.09.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I want to make sure that in the event something happens, that there is at least a shared responsibility. And so if you could just go through, I know there's an identification by engineer, by owner, environmental indemnifications. If we could, and maybe a mutual waiver, just kind of skim through those and explain to us exactly what they mean and what they cover?
I can. I want to remind everybody I'm a civil engineer and not an attorney, but I'm gonna do the best that I can with the document. I want to also remind everyone that this is what is called an Engineers Joint Contract Documents Committee agreement. So it's produced by a committee consisting of engineering societies, contractor societies, so on and so forth. It was basically an attempt by engineers and contractors to get together to produce agreement that both felt equally protected those two groups, okay? So in the indemnification clause, and this is a question we get asked a lot, but indemnification, what it says here is to the fullest agreement permitted by law, we're gonna indemnify and hold harmless the owner and all of your officers, directors, council persons, so on and so forth, from reasonable claims and damages arising out of the assignment of this project, and in particular, things that are caused by any negligent act or omission of the engineer, engineers, officers, directors, so on and so forth. So what we're saying is, if I mess up, if my guys and girls mess up, we indemnify you. We are going to indemnify and hold harmless the owner, which is the city, from any acts of negligence on our part. So that's part A, okay? Part B basically ask you to do the same for us. If for whatever reason, something goes wrong and somebody says, hey, that's the city's fault, that you don't turn around and say, well, no, that's the consultant's fault, okay? All we're asking is that you extend the same indemnity to the engineer that the engineer is extending to you.
But in a legal way, right? So when you
In a very
indemnify
legal way.
yourself,
Yes, ma'am.
then I just want to make sure that we clarify that, because in the event something goes wrong, it's important that you guys are held accountable for whatever mistake or error you guys might make.
Right, absolutely. And again, we're fully insured and all those kind of things. I mean, our insurance requirements meet the city's requirements. We're going to stand by what we do, and if we make a mistake, we've got the insurance to cover it.
Okay, so for the environmental indemnification, and would it be easier if Paige explain that, or I don't know if you're familiar with it? Sometimes we have a really tricky environment here in the Hill Country. I think we're just at the beginning of it. But I just want to make sure, and I'm sure you guys have dealt with many different types of environments, but I just want to be on the same page.
Well, and Paige, do you want to answer that question, or you want me to?
You can start.
Okay. As much as I understand this clause, and again, this is a boilerplate contract that I didn't write, it's just something that we use pretty often. What it says is the owner shall indemnify and hold harmless the engineer and its officers from claims caused by, arising out of, relating, or resulting from a constituent of concern at, on, or under the site, provided that this claim, so on and so forth, is basically not caused by the engineer. The way that I understand that, Councilperson Kale, is that, let's say we get out there on site, we get into construction, and we find a leaking underground storage tank or some kind of biohazard, okay, that there was just no way for us to know that it was there. What we're asking you to do is, if that existing environmental hazard is out there and we get into it, there's a problem, somebody's injured, is caused to be sick or whatever, that the council indemnifies us by basically saying, you know, Mr. Engineer, we know you didn't cause that problem out there. And so that, from my understanding about the environmental indemnification clause, that's what it does.
Okay, and the reason why I ask is because in your 2022 rate sheet, even though you identify yourself, it looks like the expert testimony that we may use in case we have to use you guys is 3 times the amount of your regular rate. And so I think I just want to make clear that when we sign this agreement, that everybody is aware that we will pay 3 times the amount and they will be indemnified. So we're on the same page. And some things are a little bit different in some contracts. I just found that to be a little bit excessive. So I would like to know Paige's opinion on the same, because these are forms. And so if I'm correct, we could probably adjust it one way or another, as long as we're all amendable. And again, just trying to look out for the city, just like you guys are trying to look out for your company.
And again, Councilperson, this is a boilerplate contract. We try not to change the language of it at all. I mean, we put the contract as it's written by the industry in front of the city and their attorney. We are always willing to, I don't like to use the word negotiate, but we're going to take a common sense approach to the contract. If the city has an issue with part of the contract and we need to look at changing, we're going to listen to you.
Councilmember Flores-Kale, Page Sign, City Attorney for the record. Just to follow up on the questions, that owner indemnification clause for the environmental indemnification, that puts the liability on the owner for any environmental conditions on the site unless it's due to the third party's negligence. So you're taking responsibility for the site conditions.
Correct. So when we say owner, we mean the city.
City's the owner under this contract.
Okay.
Regarding the expert witness fees, those typically arise if the city needs, it doesn't typically arise when there's a conflict between the
Right.
engineer and the city. It's when you need the engineer for some other claim, maybe, you know, related to construction at a later phase. One thing that is, we've made comments on this contract. One thing we noted, that there's a limitation of liability clause in there. We recommend that be removed, or we at least have a discussion about what that means with the consultant.
Right.
Is that something that we can discuss and then bring back? So we don't deny or approve tonight, but we kind of discuss that and then we bring it back?
It absolutely can be, Councilperson Kale. I guess I often ask a city council to give the city attorney latitude to make the changes that are necessary. And so basically I ask you to approve the contract tonight, but give the city attorney the opportunity to I guess, negotiate whatever changes that he or she feels are necessary. But that's up to council. You get to do what you want to do. I'm just saying that's what I would ask of you.
That's up to council.
That's up to council. If council wants to see it, then you're entitled to see it again, so.
I would like to see that a little bit level on both sides, and so, yeah, I would love to. Again, for me, it's hard to say yes or no when I don't know what I'm approving, and so.
May I ask a question? Is it the indemnity back and forth that's the main issue, or is it the expert witness?
No, it's not the expert witness. I just found it kind of ironic that we pay so much and then they indemnify a lot. So, but like she said, it's not really a conflict within each other. It's just a concern of mine. And then as I was reading the rest, I was just like, I think it's okay for the city to ask for a few things. And so, and then when Paige brought up her, concern, I thought, okay, maybe we should just take a step back. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying kind of reevaluate this and make sure that this is in the best interest of all parties, because things happen.
Sure.
And as a city, we understand that. And I just want to make sure that we're not going to be stuck footing a bill, 100%.
All right, any other questions, comments? I have financial questions, so those aren't funding questions, so I don't know, is Pervez back there? I got a couple questions for you. If you want to.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about how this is being funded? General fund, I assume, would require a budget amendment?
No. As a matter of fact, we have funding in the Park Development Fund, as well as the 2020 bond authorization.
Well, that was my follow-up. So is that what the plan is to ultimately use or request of council to use the Parks bond funds for this?
That's our plan, unless council wants us to do differently.
I guess we'll have time to make that decision down the road, because we can't use those funds right now.
Correct.
I'm not sure whether, in my opinion, it's right to use Parks bond funds for a project which really wasn't in the scope of the engineering for a citywide trail system, wasn't fully in the scope of the way that it was presented. The East Side Trail, I think, was, but that's primarily where the trail system was being proposed that the public was aware of. And so this incorporates a piece of it, but it has a lot of different elements as well. So I'm not really sure what the path there might be, but do you have thoughts?
Yes, sir, Mayor, you're exactly right. The proposal was for East Side Trails, and that was what was presented to POSAC as well. So the proportionate share, if you will, of this project that is for I-35 East could be taken out of that bond fund, which was our intent.
Okay. Well, I have another challenge with that, and I don't know that, in my opinion, the vibe, 12-foot wide concrete trail, which is a big city, is quite encompassing of what the public had in mind with the idea of spending the money on trail system. It was more to upgrade the trail system through Plum Creek at the natural trail, because it still has a very, very long way to go. So the way I see this moving forward is the natural trail gets pushed to the back burner, and the primary focus becomes the vibe. And I think that we should pursue the vibe, but not necessarily consider that the funding source for this particular East Side project come out of that, I think roughly $4 million that we were pursuing, because if I had my, druthers, I think that's a word, I'd rather put the $4 million into the trail system itself. Yeah, the already existing trail system, to upgrade it and make it better, as opposed to the concrete. So you know my opinion on this. You've said you talked about concrete and the maintenance and a lot of reasons for it, but I think that the upgrading of the walkable hiking trail is the better use of those particular funds.
Just to respond, and that could be well the case for the Kyle residents. The POSAC was presented with the vibe in particular. They also were told about the natural trail, but they were told that this would go toward the construction of the vibe trail.
Councilmember Ellison.
I certainly appreciate the questions that the mayor is asking on this particular item. I'm in agreement as well of my understanding with the bond funds from the 2020 bond for the trail system. And for me, I know this is semantics, some of y'all might roll your eyes, but it's, we're talking about a trail system, which a trail system is an improved path, and then we have a multi-use path, which I would not call a trail with the vibe, because it's not technically. It's a great amenity. I think it's a huge game changer, as the gentleman said before, for our city. My question, as a follow-up, what the mayor was talking about, so the other option you presented was from park development funds.
Yes, sir.
And I know we've, I forget what it was, a few months ago that we requested if something could be paid out of that, and it was stated at the time, if I recall correctly, that the park development funds could not meet that need. So I know that we did a budget amendment last summer from the Park Development Fund to fund the lighting of our water tower, which those funds went unused, so they went back into because they were allocated from the Park Development Fund, they went back to the Park Development Fund, correct?
They're still appropriated, but have not been used.
They're still appropriated. Because we did a budget amendment that would go into this fiscal year.
Right.
So that's why it's still allocated.
It's been dedicated for that project. It just has not been spent.
Yeah, for me personally as well. I understand the comments that were made to the POSAC, but I guess from my perspective and what I understood, those bonds would not be used for this particular issue. But I guess that's something we need to figure out and decide through future conversations. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to what Councilmember Ellison was saying. I'm not suggesting that we don't move forward with our large project, because there's lots to the scope of what you're proposing. I just wouldn't. We need to have a discussion about that particular stretch, how it's going to be funded, and in particular, what elements of that are going to be funded by the bond for the concrete service, and what elements of the bond will improve the natural area. I think that's outside of the scope of the agenda item, but I did want to bring that up because it's a conversation that train gets moving, and so we do need to discuss it. It could be something we discuss at the visioning workshop as well, to have a lot of dialogue about it. We just need to have dialogue. So, any other discussion or questions? Motions?
Mayor, make a motion to postpone this agenda item for further discussion.
All right, it's been motioned to postpone and seconded. Motion by Councilmember Tobias, seconded by Councilmember Flores Cale. Is there discussion on that motion?
to a date certain, or we just, you said for more discussion on anything in particular that we need to work on? Because I don't want this to be just stalemated. If we could get some more clear direction to staff on why we're tabling this and what we expect back.
Make a motion to direct staff to get more information on other funding sources for the trail if possible, if needing. On the contract. Is that?
To Councilmember Tobias, also to bring back the revisions to the contract.
Oh, yeah, to bring revisions back to the contract. Sorry.
A motion and second, so we'll need to either vote on that first or amend that motion to incorporate these additional
Okay. I'd like to
directions.
make a motion to amend.
You can ask for a friendly amendment.
A friendly amendment.
Yeah.
To bring back this item for city staff to give us direction for uses of other funding for this contract.
And then the people that made the motion, if you accept that amendment?
Did he include the contract information as well?
To
In his
include
amendment?
contract information as well, yes. That's what I'm getting at.
Yep,
Just
second.
trying to make sure.
It was moved by Councilmember Tobias, second by Carol, and she's approving.
Okay, good.
All right, so the motion is to postpone. We do not have a date certain, so staff will bring it back whenever staff is ready. The direction to staff is to take another look at funding and come up with, I'm not exactly sure what, it's park development funds, so I'm not sure what their charge is going to be, so.
Will there be any revisions to the contract?
Well, yeah, the
itself?
second part is to look
Okay.
at the indemnification.
Yes, to look at other funding sources for this contract.
Okay.
If I'm clear on that.
And that's all we're doing is the contract right now. We're not looking at dollars to the parks or anything. We're just looking at the contract. Sorry.
Okay, any discussion on that motion?
I have to admit, I'm a little confused by it all. There's been a few different motions made. There's been comments about finding another funding source. I mean, certainly we could look at that, but could we just get a clear what the motion is and the exact thing that we're asking of staff?
Are we asking them to come up with a proposal to fund that stretch of
Yeah.
the vibe outside of the parks bond?
Yes, sir. That's probably what I'm getting at. I'm sorry, I just couldn't think of the
Well, I
words
think
off
that
the bat.
I think that is the request.
Yes.
I think that's the request that I have as well.
Yes, sir. That's cool.
But to put that money into the natural trail.
Yes, sir.
That's not the same as saying that I don't want to approve the scope of this contract, which is a different trail, and the funding source here is not parks bond funds. So we're making no decision yet as to exactly how we're going to fund all the different sections of the vibe, because there's lots of different areas on this map that are being proposed for city funding without having identified how we're going to fund them.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
we don't have funding for very little. It's the low-hanging fruit on the East Side Trail to say, hey, we do have money there, and I understand that, but I think we'll have to keep working. But there's no way we're going to even know how much it costs until we go through this process. So, if we were required to use the Parks Bond money, that might be another situation, but this is the Park Development Fund. So.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can just add clarity. So the preliminary engineering report is really to help the council identify the cost of the trail. We really don't know what that cost is. We've got very broad estimates of what it'll be, but this will allow us to go in, do the geotech, see what the cost of the materials is going to be. So once we get this report back, we'll know the location, how much of, if any of the natural trail will be supplanted, hopefully none, like Mr. Ross said, and then a cost. But that will come after the preliminary engineering report So really, those future questions, there's too many question marks right now as wild card until we have this first preliminary report done.
Okay. So yeah, it's a challenging vote for me because I don't think staff's going to be able to bring something back that's going to satisfy the funding question. I do think that this report will help us actually answer that question.
Correct.
So I don't understand the indemnification language that much as being a reason not to approve. I don't mind us, I guess, negotiating that, but you know.
I would like to see a solid agreement in place before I vote on it, and that's all I was asking for. I wasn't saying no, I was just saying we could just postpone, give Paige the opportunity to look through it,
Yeah.
address her concerns, and then we could bring it back, and I'd like to bring it back by the next council meeting, if that's amendable.
So
Yes.
if y'all would recuse y'all's amendments and y'all's motions, then we could vote
Yeah,
on
just,
that.
can we just rescind the motion?
I'll just go ahead and rescind my motion
Yeah,
on the entire
sorry.
deal.
Yeah.
Can I give it a shot? I'll try. I'd like to make a motion to postpone until the next regularly scheduled council meeting and to give the city attorney and staff direction to engage with the representative in the contract as discussed.
A second.
All right, moved by the mayor, seconded by Councilmember Flores Cale. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. All right, next up, agenda item number 23, first reading, and an ordinance amending Chapter 41 subdivisions of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances for the purpose of modifying Section 41-1 definitions, municipal utility easements, and additional sections related to crosswalks. These items are all related to the vibe, and they all, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop reading the items. So this one, the next one, and so just these two, 23?
And the next one, the next three.
25 is also the one with Chief?
Yes.
Locations of operation, all of that. So these are, the next three items in a row are all related to moving forward with establishing rules and regulations. So we want to move through with these as well, or do we want to take them all up at the same time? So.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to take all three up at the same time, since they're all related.
Well,
I think he's.
Well, yeah, okay, hang on. I'm gonna, motion fails for lack of a second, we'll get, but what I was saying is, are we gonna postpone them till the next meeting? Because these items are of no value if we're not pursuing the vibe, and the vibe isn't gonna be pursued without the item we just postponed, is a seminal moment, so.
Yeah, if we're not moving forward, might as well. So, if anybody wants to make a
Well,
motion.
I guess my concern is just because we don't pick that engineer doesn't mean we won't pick another one, but if we plan on having the vibe, getting the rest of it set up, I think is kind of important. This is just the ordinances and the surrounding. I think the vibe is gonna move forward for sure. Who we use to engineer that is gonna be a separate issue than what we're about to talk about. So if you're gonna, in my opinion, is we just discuss this part, as long as we know we want the vibe.
Well, that is the
Do we
question.
know that?
So
Yes.
we don't know that. To me, that's the hard money is where we go over the hill, not
Well, I don't think
all
the money
way,
was
but-
even a part of it. I think that the motion was only to look at the contract, but if we don't agree on that contract, that doesn't mean we can't find another engineer.
Of course, but
Okay.
all I'm saying is, until we vote to spend the money to start the process, there is no vibe. So if we're creating rules and ordinances around something, and then we're not actually engaging in the engineering to put it together, then we've created rules about something which doesn't yet exist. And I don't know that there's a reason to hurry on these three items. Is there? Is there something that is, Go ahead.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a couple of public hearings related to two zonings down the agenda that have direct relation to the vibe and the design components of it as well.
Okay, and these items are going to be required in order to take up those items?
It would be helpful to have the code in place to back them up. It's not required, but it does add, it does solidify it a lot.
So if there's not a vibe, are those other items that are further on the agenda still relevant?
I think so. I think there's an aspect of it that from a overall plan of having the vibe, even if we don't have funding in place yet from the city's perspective, it will be a little bit piecemeal coming along, but as development properties come along that develop and they build their component of it, eventually it will all get connected, and then the city can fill the gaps where necessary.
I just want to tell a very short story. This is Travis Mitchell. Prior to sitting here, was Travis Mitchell sitting out there developing, and was told that I had to build a sidewalk. Mr. Earp knows about this. Mr. Earp was working here and was required to when there were no businesses. The business on my immediate north had no sidewalk, so I was required to spend money and connect a sidewalk to a property that was the city could never make them. And then there was also nothing to the south. So for half a mile in both directions, there was no sidewalk, but I had to put in mine as per code. And then lo and behold, another sidewalk comes through by TxDOT, and it was no longer required. So developers are going to be told that they must build this stretch, this piece. And so what I'm trying to say is, at some point, we have to get past the point of saying this is something we're still, thinking about, and we have to get to the point where we say, look, if we're going to tell the developers to spend a ton of money and property owners, whoever's building what, to build this huge trail system, 12-foot wide sidewalks and lights and things like that, we have to be committed to connecting them. Otherwise, there's other ways to amenitize developments other than a 12-foot wide trail. That's my thought. I think the vibe is great. I've been really excited by the development community's response, because the way that Julie Snyder referenced the board and their feedback, I've heard that from many different developers. But it seems like kind of across the board, the question that they have is not so much the cost, because the cost is worth it if it's connected and is actually a usable system. But the question is whether or not the city's going to commit to this long term, because this is going to be required for, it's a long-term commitment to put this trail system in. So anyway, I don't really know what else to say. The PUD zonings have to come back for second reading, the items down anyway. So and they're a long way away from. I just would rather take everything related to this up at the same time if we're going to postpone, personally. But is there more discussion, Councilmember Forrescale?
Yeah, I just want to state that I had no idea that the vibe wasn't going to happen until this came up. And so I'm kind of confused, because, and I'm okay either way, like as long as there's a legit discussion. But up until this very moment, I didn't realize other people were not interested in having this. As far as talking about the previous agenda items, I thought it was just trying to find the right engineer. It wasn't so much about finding a engineer. It was just about, okay, is this the right one? Is this the right contract? Is that the right amount? It didn't dawn on me that we weren't going to move forward with this. So I'm still amenable to moving forward. I have no qualms. I thought the VI was a great idea, except for the name. And that is what it is. But if everybody else is still questioning it, then I'm okay with waiting. Otherwise, I'm okay with moving on as well.
Does anybody else have
I would like to move forward.
Does anybody else?
I would like to move forward with voting on these items.
Is there anyone else who agrees with Councilmember Bradshaw about moving forward?
I would like to move forward.
All right. All right, next up, agenda item number 23, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 41, subdivisions of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances. I just read all this. This item has a public hearing. It's now open. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Will Atkinson, Senior Planner. All right, so before this is broken into two parts. We got subdivision code amendments and the zoning code amendments. I'm really excited to bring this forward. I like editing our code. I think I mentioned it at the last meeting. But this is going to get the foundation in place for allowing the vibe and give developers more concrete tools and reference material to pull from. The first one's just creating the definition of municipal utility easement. We didn't have it, but it's also good to know that to put it in there and also create a little bit aspect of it where sometimes it's appropriate to have a public access easement associated with it. Second one is 41-137 streets, and let me share this on the screen. All right. Make it a little bit bigger for everybody to see. Okay. This references to when space constraints do not allow there to be enough room for the vibe to be separated from the streets. So just a few bullet points. We will make all efforts to make sure that a separate lane for the shared use path, but sometimes it's not going to happen. The supposed speed limit cannot exceed 35 miles per hour, and where we do have a shared use path, it needs to be clearly designated, just for safety's sake. There's transportation criteria associated with it. I don't pretend to know it, but our engineers do. So this does kind of reference what later on Chief is probably going to be talking about related to golf carts and what have you as well. So this is so when people come look at our code, they can see that. Subsection K1 just adds the pedestrian path, the vibe, to the chart for a pavement width and a right-of-way width of 20 feet. And where found appropriate, sometimes it's more appropriate to have an access easement versus right-of-way. It just kind of depends on the project and the location. Relating to crosswalks, as much as possible, the crosswalks, the shared use path of the vibe needs to be grade separated when it intersects the streets. We want to reduce conflict points for safety purposes. Where it is grade separated, underpasses should be built with a minimum of a 12 by 10 box culvert with RGB LED lighting to be installed into there just for safety purposes and make it look festive. Where grade crossings do occur, safety beacons such as hawk signals should be implemented or shall be implemented. Section 41-143. This one goes a little bit beyond the vibe, but it was, since we're going to be editing anyway, I just kind of really edited it. For the longest time, we've been telling developers they should be building sidewalks along the perimeter, and I wanted to make sure it was extremely clear in our code that they had to do it. So I made it more clear. Widening the minimum sidewalk width to 5 feet from 4, allowing enough space for street trees from the sidewalk and back of curb. If the sidewalk cannot be located within the right-of-way, dedicated easement required. And then it goes on to talk about the vibe trail system, where most of the time the vibe trail system should be in parks, drainage areas, and what have you. If adjacent to the street, the vibe will take the place of one of the sidewalks. You don't need to double up on it. It's a waste of resources. Just have one take over the other. If the shared use path is in the street, then the 5-foot sidewalk still has to be outside of the streetscape. Street lights, added a section into there about decorative lighting poles, or poles and lighting for outlined in subsection E, and I realize I didn't put subsection E in here to reference, but it's an existing code section that we have where it talks about the specific make and model of our decorative poles, which was updated last year. So that is the foundation for the subdivision amendments for the vibe. Any questions?
Before we do, this item has a public hearing, so if you just wait for you to. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. A public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to.
Okay.
Thanks for.
Please state your name for the record.
Thanks for having me. My name is Patrick Reardon. I represent Journeyman Group, one of 3 developers involved in the Beebe Road PUD development that's been under consideration for some time here. I thank the council and the mayor for having me up here. I do appreciate your comments about your sidewalk situation when you were developing. So I am concerned about the discussions here tonight. I have only seen the PUD regulations regarding the vibe, or the vibe regulations, in that PUD document, and I haven't seen the most current one that was voted on by P&Z this evening yet. I saw the previous version, but I don't imagine the requirements or the desire, the regulations in that PUD for the vibe changed all that much. One of the regulations is that we need to complete our portion of the PUD, of the vibe, privately across our properties, meaning that we would design, we would build, we would fund, and we would maintain in perpetuity that section of the trail, according to the PUD regulations. thereby taking, that's 60 miles of private trail versus the 20 that the public's looking at right now. I'm concerned that part of that regulation is that we couldn't get a CO or a TCO on any of our buildings prior to that being 100% complete. So if we enter into an agreement to do this, and we design this and we submit it to the city planning department for approval, we have to virtually build that as soon as we would build the first sections of the development. You may be a little familiar with it, and we had proposed something last year that was rejected by the council, and we've modified it and worked with staff heavily on what we think the city wants for that piece of property. But it includes multiple multifamily buildings, some with retail on the ground floor, another retail section by one of the other developers. The piece of property that we're under contract would be multifamily VMU with retail facing out to BB Road, as what I understand from tonight's meeting. So normally when we build a multifamily, we build a first building in a clubhouse or a leasing center or amenities with that building and open it under a TCO while we're building other sections of our multifamily properties and bringing them online till finally you complete the entire project of 400 or 500 or 600 units and you get a final CO from the city entity, right? I'm assuming under what's been written, it would be modified enough to accommodate us a little bit, but the expectation is for that to come first with leasing and the first buildings opening and the first occupants, retail or residential with that vibe trail. So I think the city, to give us confidence on the development side, you guys need to figure out your funding on this. And I think you need to figure out what the cost is going to be and have that solid. Otherwise, you're going to end up with little vibe nodes everywhere with no connecting trail between. So that's one comment. The other is a question I have for the city, maybe for the attorneys here for the city. But if we dedicate a portion of our properties and we design, finance, build, and maintain this, my concern is the liability overall, because it's an amenity for the public. It's a public trailway. It'll have electric or maybe gas golf carts on it, bicycles, kids on scooters, people walking. I think that as a private developer, we need to maintain indemnity. The city needs to provide us indemnity from lawsuits from the public for accidents on this trail, because they're going to happen. People are going to fall off their bikes. There's going to be collisions with a golf cart and a bicyclist. Somebody's going to get their noggin knocked on the concrete. So we're highly concerned that the city is preparing the concept of this, that you would indemnify us as private owners from those types of liabilities from public use. So that's another big concern for us, not just the, what sequence is it in. We're excited about it. We like it. I have a lot of suggestions for staff about how to write some of the issues, like one of the things in the PUD says herringbone crosswalks. So why is it just herringbone? Can't every vibe node be something different? What color, what material is it, And we certainly would work with the city on those kind of design concepts, amenities, the amenity concept, art, water features, shade, the kind of things you need to make it come to life. And we're willing and able and prepared to do so. But I think we need a little more support from what I'm hearing here from the city in terms of some flexibility in what we can agree to. We'd like to get started on this project if at all possible. But there are a few things I think that connect to this discussion here tonight that are important to consider. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. It is now closed. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilmember Flores-Cal.
Thank you. And thank you, Will, for the red line.
Yes.
That made it much easier. And so my first statement is going to be for section 41.137. And I'm just going to beat that dead horse and say, this is a really good reason why we need a new comp plan, because, the second line says it shall conform to the comprehensive plan of the city. So again, I can't stress enough how much we need that. Section 41-143 sidewalks. I had a question, where it reads, in most cases, the shared use path shall be located in drainage areas, parks, flood plain, etc. So what is the thought behind putting the vibe in these areas that could flood?
That's a fair question. Okay, so when I was considering it, I didn't want to pigeonhole it into a specific area in a park in case the design required it to occasionally go into the floodplain, into a drainage area, or over it really. I wanted to give it a little bit of flexibility. It's as simple as that. I can't remember the gentleman's name, the engineer who came forward, he kind of talked about it. But he was probably correct in saying most of the time the vibe will do what it can to stay out of those areas. But there will be times where we'll have to cross it, just from a practical perspective.
Okay, is there any way, what I'd like to see is your idea incorporated, but not so much as, like, it's the point of it is to be in these areas, if that makes sense.
That's fair. We can tweak it to make it more specific. Maybe not so much where it talks about it's okay to put it in floodplain drainage areas, but it should be in more natural areas or something.
There you
to
go.
that effect.
Yep. Yeah, and then just use which may be located in, and then number 3 for section 41.146 streetlights. Number 3 and number 4. My only concern is the use of these lower aluminum lights, which are going to be located in trails. I would like to see it a little more lit up. And I know that you guys want to use decorative, but when it comes to safety, I don't care what it looks like, so long as it's lit up. So I don't know if we could, on here, it specifically states, they usually use lower aluminum. And I would like to see something a little more bright.
I agree. I think safety is paramount.
Okay. Thank you.
Especially if
That's
this is going to be a successful project or citywide project.
Other than that, it's a good job.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rizo.
Just real quick, Will. So going to the lighting, I'm glad you went into that. What I'd like to make sure is that we're not using gas lighting and we're going to the LED, and we're also doing, a dark sky initiative, so everything's downward.
Oh, absolutely. The subsection E, where it talks about the make and model, it has a black cap on the top of it. It's like our decorative poles out here on the S curve of 150, except with a black cap, and then for dark sky compliance. And I don't believe they're gas. I think they're all LEDs moving forward.
Sounds good. Because I know throughout the city, we're retrofitting a lot of our old gas bulbs into LED at our cost. So making sure that everything that we're installing in the city future is all LED lighting. So
sure,
definitely.
Councilmember Tobias.
Just real quick, maybe I don't see it here, but referencing any of the sidewalks, of course, we're talking about safety. Will there be any telecom system set up, like an emergency phone or alert system that residents might use on the trail? Something in that design?
We'd have to double check the standard detail that was designed by engineering. But I appreciate that question because I don't know the answer. I know it's been part of the conversation. I just don't believe I included it in here.
It's in the vibe plan right now, but we're running electrical conduit and potentially fiber conduit, so installing one of those safety boxes wouldn't be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 23.
All right, it's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizo, seconded by Councilmember Flores Kale, that we approve agenda item number 23. Is there discussion on the motion? I was going to suggest that we have staff bring back at least some of those revisions. You can bring those back for second reading and have us take a look at those, you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if the motion states something to the effect of as discussed on the dais or something like to that effect.
Well, we can make the motion. I was just really saying, like, just bring them back and we'll incorporate them at the next time. So it doesn't really matter. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 24, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances for the purpose of modifying Section 53-33, parking and amending Exhibit A, the Plum Creek PUD for the purposes of requiring a city-wide trail system. This item also has a public hearing. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you. Will Atkinson, Senior Planner for the record. All right, the other side of this coin is the zoning aspect for creating the vibe. We'll start out with the smaller stuff, the stuff that's easier to account for. So in both cases, for Section 5333N and the Plum Creek PUD portion, this is just implementing an allowance for golf cart parking associated with the vibe. If we're going to be encouraging people to use golf carts all around the city, we should also adjust our parking plans to be able to account for this as well. A golf cart doesn't need to be in an 18.5-foot wide, 9-foot wide, or 9-foot deep space. Excuse me, other way around. 18.5 feet deep, 9 feet wide. It can be in as little as 6 feet by 4 feet. So we're not requiring golf cart parking to be put in. I think it's appropriate that the developer we should encourage, and they should have the choice to do it. But if they do, the minimum they have to build is 2 spaces for the first 20,000 square feet of a building with 2 appropriate charging stations. Now, if you're wondering where I came up with that number, I looked all across the U.S. as much as I possibly could, and there's nothing. So I had to come up with this portion of it. But as an example, when I was trying to figure out, okay, what would be an appropriate minimum parking ratio if they're going to do it, I took that retail strip center where Five Guys is, Mod Pizza, and I just took a look at it from how many parking spaces they have. And that's about 20,000 square feet for the building. And I said, okay, it's probably appropriate that you can have 2 parking spaces there for golf carts starting out. It just seemed like a good number. To go above that minimum, golf cart parking is allowed to replace standard parking at a 2-to-1 ratio with a maximum of 20% of required parking. So in the case of a 100-stall parking area, you can replace 20 of those parking spaces with 40 golf cart parking spaces. Now, that seems like a bit much. So whenever we were talking with the Planning and Zoning Commission, they recommended, and they voted accordingly to this, they were okay with this, but cap it at a specific number of 26 golf carts maximum per project. So that way it accounts for larger projects and also smaller as well when it comes to percentages versus real numbers. So they wanted to get the big guys and the little guys also incorporated into that. And it seems like a good idea. I had no problem with the recommendation vote. Now, Section 53-892, the vibe generally, from a zoning perspective, is going to act as an overlay district. So I wanted to throw it into the section to create an 8th overlay district accordingly. And at the same time, I wanted to be able to amend subsection number 4 related to the Rebel Drive overlay. Because we changed the name, it needed to be accounted for. Last, the big one. What is the vibe? So what I did in this case, I didn't want to necessarily recreate the wheel conceptually of what the vibe is. I did take Mr. Sellers' staff report that he put all together to conceptually create the vibe, because it's a very good, very well put together document. And I threw it into the zoning code in creating section 53-900. I did amend it at the very bottom where it talks about how you create a vibe spot, which is one of 2 components of the vibe. Part of it's trail, part of it is these nodal type, higher density, entertainment type developments. And just so we had a process moving forward from a zoning perspective. And it'll come down to 2 parts. Most of the time, it's going to be as part of a PUD zoning, a PUD project, where it's unified as one entire project. It melds together very well, and it makes sense. Occasionally, there will be smaller scale projects that have a vibe unto itself, and they can go through a conditional use process, a conditional use permit, because they will be smaller scale. And when we talk about that, there's different aspects of it where what we should expect in vibe systems as well, like vertical mixed use townhomes, restaurants, outdoor amphitheaters, you name it. But I also wanted to give council flexibility to create great places in the process. So the Vibe node in itself is very progressive from a zoning perspective, but it is good. And council and the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff will have the flexibility to create and work with developers to create these great places. And that's how we came to this point. Do y'all have any questions? Public hearing.
This item has a public hearing, so if there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. It's now closed. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Councilmember Florescale.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for putting the care and thought into it that you did. I'm not going to speak much. I think I do that enough, but thank you very much. I went through all this, other than all the underlined stuff, which we're just going to not underline.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is really heartfelt, well written. So thank you very much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. The bulk of it, the vibe, that was this guy right here. So I just amended it. I tweaked it a little bit. So.
The P&Z's recommended amendment to have a maximum of 20% parking spaces
Yeah, let me go back to that real quick.
with a maximum of 26 golf cart spaces.
Yeah, let me just clarify that real quick, make sure I'm, allow a maximum of 20% of the parking to be replaced with golf cart parking with a maximum of 26 golf cart spaces.
Okay, so those amendments were not, that was not in there when you proposed to P&Z.
That is correct.
They requested an amendment.
They did.
You have already made the changes? Or?
I have not.
Okay.
So.
Right, I'm fine with it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve and amend the contract to be consistent with P&Z's recommendation. Second. Moved by Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Florescale. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, agenda item number 25, an ordinance of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending Chapter 47 by amending 47-1 definitions. I can't ever get to the piece that makes sense so that people understand what we're talking about. So, Chief Barnett, item 25, what is this?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll try to do that for you. This is very simply adding the ability for golf carts to be operated on approved trails and trailways. The attorneys have added the language that would cover that on any city Kyle trail map. And then secondly, we are reminding the public that you now have to have a license plate. That's kind of gone back and forth at the state level. They've reinstituted that, and you get that at your local vehicle registration office. But our intent is to allow golf carts on the city-approved trail system that you've been speaking about earlier this evening.
All right, thank you, Chief. Does anybody have any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Chief, when I was looking at these requirements, one of the things that we're lacking is a requirement of the speed limit on the trail. And what I'm talking about is the maximum a vehicle can drive on these trails. So most cities top them off, I believe, at 24 miles an hour. So that's the fastest a vehicle can operate on that trail. That means if a vehicle is able to travel faster than that, it's not allowed on the trail. So it's something we need to do to keep our citizens safe. It's something that we need to, if not, we're gonna get all kinds of vehicles on there. So the maximum I've seen in most cities is 24 miles an hour. If a vehicle can top over 24 miles an hour, then it's not allowed on the trail. But it's open to council to see what they want to do as far as limiting the speed.
I think I can address that. So this ordinance is specific to golf carts and not any other type of vehicle that you may see out on the roadway by any other definition. And by definition, that means that that vehicle cannot go over 25. It cannot be built or constructed to travel more than 25 miles per hour by its basic definition. So that's already in here.
Okay, so I didn't really see it, so I guess I missed it. Because I know some golf carts, they're gas and they're tinkered with a little bit, but even the electric ones are. I know my golf cart has been tinkered with a little bit, my electric one, and it can probably do about 32 miles an hour, 35 sometimes downhill. But yeah, definitely making sure that we keep everybody on these trails safe and limiting the speed that these vehicles can travel at.
Councilmember Ellison.
So the speed was also one of my concerns, and I figured we'd probably address it on here. So, Chief, you were saying that it states in here that it's maxed out at 25?
In our full ordinance, this only applies to golf carts, and golf carts are limited to 25 mile an hour maximum speed, yes, sir.
You're saying that's the current ordinance?
In the current
correct?
ordinance. So
Okay.
we're just amending that current ordinance.
So the ordinance I'm looking at in the backup material says that provides for no more than 2 lanes of vehicular traffic per direction where the proposed speed limit is 35 miles per hour or less. I mean, if you're saying that the maximum they can go is 25, I mean, I'm fine with that. If that's, as the top cop here, you're saying that's what the law says, I'm in favor of that. 35 was just a bit high for me. So that was my, but if that's what the language says and that's what you're saying it is, I'm fine with that. But I would, if not, my proposal was going to be to lower it to 25.
Yeah, so I want to find it for you at the same time as I'm flipping through here. So I found the information where it's talking about slow-moving vehicle.
I got it.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
All right, Councilmember Tobias.
Yes, under Texas Transportation Code Section 50201, I believe it states here, a golf cart that is operated at a speed of not more than 25 miles per hour shall display a slow-moving vehicle emblem when it is being operated, but it says here on a public highway. So is there anywhere on here where it says that it could be like a emblem that needs to be on the trail? I found it on page 3 in
Yeah,
section
no, sir, I
5.
don't think that there is. I see what you're asking. No, sir, I don't believe that it is. That's specific to the trail.
Okay.
And I think that's where I was getting the same 25 mile an hour, where we're talking about the slow-moving emblem. So if we need to be more specific, we can certainly bring
I
back.
think so, and it's
Yeah.
limiting vehicles that can travel over 25 from being on the trail. If your vehicle goes over 25 miles an hour, you shouldn't be on the trail. These are slow-moving trails. They've got pedestrians that have bikes, shouldn't have anything that can go over that, because people are going to speed. I mean, we see it all over town. So if you allow a vehicle that can go over 25, they're going to take advantage of it.
Yes, sir, we can do that.
Yeah, that could
Thank
be
you, Chief.
a recommendation. We can just have the City of Kyle kind of a sticker or something on there that makes it required of that.
Yes, sir. So our existing ordinance requires a registration component where they have to register with the local police department, and we do issue a sticker that they have to display on their vehicle.
Nice.
Yes, sir.
May I ask how you guys figure out if it goes faster than 35? Like, I have one and it doesn't have a speedometer. So how do we figure out how fast it goes?
Yeah, that's a good question, especially if somebody makes a modification or something that wouldn't necessarily be completely visible to an officer that checks out the vehicle. I'm assuming that part of our inspection process, because they come and register at our window, and an officer will go out from our community engagement division and will go out and look at that golf cart. I'm assuming that they're asking them if there's any modifications to that vehicle. But you're right, we don't necessarily test drive it, so there's no way that we're confirming that it doesn't go more than 25 miles an hour, other than asking them about the basic vehicle and see if there's any modifications to it.
Councilmember Ellison.
Could we perhaps catch that on the back end? If there was something in the application that had them state that they have not modified this vehicle that they're registering with the city to go more than 25 miles per hour, they make that statement and we have that statement on record and they're signed. And then if they ever get pulled over for whatever reason and they are above that speed limit, then there's a hefty fine or penalty for
Yeah, I think we
their
could just revoke
lying
their
to
permit.
us,
You
essentially.
bet. Oh, absolutely. They would be falsifying a government record, which technically in Texas can be a felony. So that would be a much more serious crime. So yes, sir, we can definitely do that. I can add that to that registration sheet.
Any other comments? Did I hear suggestions of amending to make it more clear about the speed limit? Want to make a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 25 with the amendment of addressing the speed limits for the golf carts on the trail system.
Yes, sir.
All right, it's moved by Mayor Pro Tem Rizzo, seconded by Councilmember Tobias, that we approve and direct staff to amend the contract to set a maximum speed limit of 25 miles per hour for all golf carts on the path.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, next up, agenda item number 26, first reading, an ordinance amending Chapter 53 zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas for the purpose of rezoning approximately 15.542 acres of land to PUD MXD for property located at 5839 Kyle Parkway in Hays County, Texas. Mr. Atkinson, this item does have a public hearing.
I'm back. All right, Will Atkinson, Senior Planner, for the record. This is petition number Z21-0091 for property at 5839 Kyle Parkway. Here's a satellite image of it. It's between Seton Hospital there to the southeast and Lowe's to the northwest. It's on an undeveloped parcel up against Seton Parkway itself. Right now, it's currently zoned retail services, with the exception of the hospital to the southeast. All the surrounding land is also zoned retail services, which is your general highway commercial. They are requesting to rezone to PUD MXD. It has been staff's preference that anytime someone come in for a higher density development, that they have a vertical mixed use component to it. However, in negotiations with what we're wanting to see, it ends up being a PUD mixed-use development because there are buildings in it that are away from the right-of-way that are 100% multifamily. Now, what ends up happening is we get the most important parts of it to be vertical mixed-use, which we would love the ground floor commercial. We love the multifamily above it. We want it to activate the street. We want that street scene, but we're okay with more multifamily back behind it, which makes it a little bit more flexible from a mixed-use perspective. Currently, our mixed-use zoning district doesn't function as well as we would like it to. So they came in wanting to do multifamily at first, and we convinced them to do a portion of it MXD. So we're happier about where it's coming from.
All right.
The zoning with a PUD gives it more flexibility and allows us to be able to account for those things that don't work as well. So on the comp plan perspective, right for you right there is everything red is in the super regional node, which is our highest intensity use and land use district in the city. This is 100% in it. You should expect vertical mixed use. You should expect higher density residential. It makes sense. And MXD is recommended from the super regional node perspective. It's on 15 acres, as previously stated, an undeveloped pad between Lowe's and Seton Hospital. There's a commercial aggregation in what happens in the super regional node. Higher density uses and scale of uses beget each other. One goes in, another one comes in, and it just all works well together if it's designed appropriately, and you get people walking around, you get people driving there. It makes it a better place from both a tax perspective and for what you want to see in the city from a built environment. So we worked back and forth with the developer, and this is what we came out to. So 2 vertical mixed-use buildings adjacent to Seton Parkway, which is the main entrance on the project. The northern vertical mixed-use building is intended to house a microbrewery or something similar and an outside dining entertainment area adjacent to the Vibe Trail. The linear footage of the Vibe Trail is approximately 1,900 feet. It may be a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. From a practical perspective, we'll get it worked out in the site design. But it's going to be at the southern and the eastern boundaries of the property with the northern VMU and outdoor dining area forming a Vibe spot. They're going to have parallel parking along the southern boundary and the western edge of Seton Parkway with an associated urban streetscape with street trees as appropriate, in addition to the parking internal. They do have certain exemptions to our MXD code that adversely affect the creation of the VMU project. And they will have 4 non-vertical mixed-use buildings behind and off the beaten path of Seton Parkway in itself. Whenever we get into the what we expect those buildings to look like, both vertical mixed use and non-vertical mixed use, we're going to be entering into an appropriate legal document to account for that, because we want them to be an urban style project. And that's going to come a little bit following this. They are having changes to parking ratio calculations. The way it currently reads is it's supposed to have a mix of parking to account for an overlap into the Institute of Traffic Engineers. But when you actually go and do those calculations, it doesn't give a great result. It doesn't really provide clarification, as we found out on a previous project. And then they're going to be doing right-of-way dedication for the expected northern extension of Seton Parkway across the Button Branch of Plum Creek. But that's going to go to their northern property line. So when we took this to P&Z, they were pretty much on board with it, with one exception, and Commissioner Snydell brought it up, and she was absolutely correct. The intersection of Seton Parkway and Kyle Parkway is only controlled by stop signs, and Kyle Parkway is a 6-lane road going east-west. Seton Parkway is a 2-lane. So traffic improvements need to be accounted for at this intersection. The TMP says, or Transportation Master Plan says, a roundabout. The developer's applicable adjacent lane mile fee that they'd be required to pay is only in the realm of $220,000. So we're going to be working with them for appropriate traffic improvements following the zoning, because we need to figure out exactly what's the most appropriate type of traffic control device at that site. And something that they can pay for, but also doesn't go too far overboard to where it scares the project away at the same time. So we want to be able to work with them and everybody be happy as a result from the overall project. We do recommend the approval of the PUD, and we ask for y'all to vote accordingly. Do y'all have any questions for me?
This item has a public hearing,
Yes,
so
sir.
thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Appreciate it. If there are no objections, I'm going to open the public hearing now. The public hearing is open. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. Questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, Will, just real quick, Mr. Atkinson. What assurances do we have that the bottom floor stay retail on this?
Yes, sir. They did not ask for ground floor live work units on those 2 buildings adjacent to Seton Parkway. So the way the PUD ordinance reads, it didn't change anything from the MXD zoning district related to the ground floor already.
We're not doing any retail down there at all?
No, they will have ground
Okay.
floor commercial in those first 2 buildings along the Seton Parkway.
Yeah.
Like, they have to do it.
Okay.
That's the way the ordinance reads.
And it's going to stay that way? There's nothing in that contract where they can change from retail to residential, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So the other 4 buildings, though, behind it, they can be, okay. Yes, sir.
I'm worried more about our roadway. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Ellison. Oh, I thought I saw it. Yeah, any other questions, comments? Councilmember Flores Kale.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, is this the best use of this area? That's one question. I guess I have 2. And the other one is, can the traffic be sustained in that area? Because it's really close to Dacey Road, which always concerns me. And again, a lot of that area is just 4-way stops or stop signs. I would like to see something more retail in that area. I don't think two mixed zones is going to be sufficient enough, especially when there's double that in apartments. And my concern is those people that live there are going to have to go to school. And is the closest, where is the closest school? Are they going to have to get on Dacey and go towards Science Hall? What about high school? There's Chapman Middle School over there. There's just a lot of concerns I have in regards to the traffic, and also, is this the best use for the city? Is it going to be, our residents are going to go over there and be excited to see 6 apartment buildings with only 2 of them being mixed use?
That's a fair question. So I can answer the traffic one first. Currently, we have a code deficit related to traffic impact analysis. We do not have a requirement for it. And when I reference the adjacent lane mile fee, that is the closest analogous way that we account for that. where the developer will either make improvements to the value of the fee, to associated road improvements in the nearby vicinity, or they get to pay the fee itself into a road operations and maintenance fee, or fund, to Public Works. 9 times out of 10, we want them to make improvements. We want actual improvements within the vicinity, because we want residents to notice that improvements are being made. Now, in the short run, it's probably a little bit annoying to see the road construction, but in the long run, we want it to be better. And if we can nail it down for the developer to make those improvements, it's one less thing the city has to do later on with their own funds.
So what kind of improvements can you make to Dacey Road to make that hill go away?
We can't make the hill go away, but...
So again, when you leave, when you are going to, and that's why I don't think apartments are good there, because if a kid happens to be going to school, you're in high school and you hit up that stop sign and you're going right to go to Lehman High School, that hill is killer on young drivers. And so my concern is, yes, there are things that we will not be able to fix. No amount of money that a developer can give us to fix that. And so what do we do? I mean, again, it goes back to best use. Is it going to be best use to have high traffic due to apartments and risking kids, going back and forth over there?
So I cannot speak to the safety of people walking, except I know that we have to, when we're going through the site development permit process, actually I can't speak to it, I apologize. We have to account for crosswalks. We have to account for ADA compliance for sidewalks. We have to make sure stuff is as safe as we can possibly make it when a project develops. Generally, not always, generally, multifamily projects, and especially vertical mixed-use projects, they command a higher rent. There's a smaller likelihood that there are children living in the project. Not 100%, because there's going to be kids living anywhere where you are. But multifamily projects typically have a lower ratio compared to single-family detached or single-family neighborhoods. And it makes sense, because from a single-family perspective, most people want a yard, they want a swing set, they want a park nearby. They want to live in those neighborhoods. And where in an urban context, you have more young professionals living there. So there's just a smaller likelihood of children there. I can only present what I can present on our traffic related stuff. So when there's a rational, or very much likely a rational nexus for the intersection to the south of there at Kyle Parkway and Seton Parkway. It is very close to this project. The project's going to generate at least 2,000 trips, if not more, for vehicles per day. And most of them are probably going to go south to the intersection or cut through over to Lowe's parking lot. So from a public improvement standpoint, we should, just looking at it, it looks like we should probably make improvements as best as we can to that intersection. Now, as we start going through the subdivision process and improvements that we need to do, it may come to light through discussion with other staff, engineering, public works, with the developer, that there might be a better place. Maybe it is Dacey Lane and Seton Parkway. But at this time, that's what we're thinking, is Kyle Parkway and Seton Parkway.
Thank you.
And I do think it's the best possible use for the zoning.
A little context here. So this development area is adjacent to another Vibe spot, so it'll incorporate the Vibe. In the future, as the Vibe is constructed here, there will be a dedicated pathway from this development across the creek, and then following the creek under Dacey to the school on Dacey. So the point of the Vibe also is to avoid conflicts between automobiles and pedestrians walking. So that's a future safety enhancement for this area.
And to add on to what Mr. Sellers had stated, this Exhibit 2 shows the location in red of the Vibe that they have to build the sidewalk itself, or the shared use path, excuse me, and then all the internal sidewalks for the site. So yeah.
All right, other questions, comments?
No.
Motions?
Good.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 26 as written.
Second, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Mayor to approve agenda item number 26. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ellison.
And this is currently zoned, right, retail services?
Yes, sir.
So just trying to understand your comments earlier, Councilmember Flores-Kell, about the highest and best use. And then I guess is your advocation to keep the retail services as opposed to adding any kind of residential component? Is that what you're advocating?
Correct. I would like to see something in there, more amenities, maybe for, shopping amenities, eating amenities, something.
Well, it's currently retail services, so that's all allowed currently.
Right.
So you're proposing no zoning change to leave it as RS?
Correct.
For that reason?
I would really dislike to see apartments there. I don't understand how it fits when everything around it is, medical or business. Maybe, and I'm not even a fan of this, but what maybe would make sense is vertical mixed use over all of it, because then at least you can fall back on the fact that all the bottoms is going to be businesses. But the 4 that are like full-fledged apartments really make me nervous.
Any other discussion?
No, I'm just trying to, just real quick, Mayor, I just wanted to follow up with what Councilmember Kell, you want everything on the bottom floor to be, what do you call it, retail. How about the areas that are away from the road? Are you asking for those to be retail as well? Because they're not on the major roadway.
I would like the whole area to stay what it is. That's my ultimate goal. But if the staff is gonna bring us items to consider, I would like to see that at minimum mixed use for everything, for it to make sense to me.
Thank you.
My only comment on that is that, even in the best mixed-use districts, the ones that win all the awards, they don't have all ground floor, retail. So the domain has got different sections in different areas based on how it's located and designed, based on what the market can support. So, we've been pursuing mixed use and integration of residential and retail for a very long time. And so, anyway, those are just my thoughts. I do agree with Mr. Atkinson that this is highest and best use. I do think that it's good to have the dedicated commercial. And so there are other spaces where I would want in town where I would probably want even more, retail. But this one being so far back, it makes sense to me. But, anyway, any other discussion? Roll call vote.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Ellison,
No.
Flores-Kell,
Nay.
Bradshaw,
Nay.
Tobias,
Nay.
Parsley,
Nay.
Rizo.
Nay.
All right, motion fails 1-6. Next up is agenda item number 27. This is an item that I've had a conflict on, and I'd like to just state that. And so I'll be recusing myself from this item and filling out an affidavit. So hand the floor over to Mayor Pro Tem.
It's item 26, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending resolution number 1176 and reinstating the City of Kyle rules of City Council, providing for meetings, agenda, council proceedings, reconsiderations of agenda items, preliminary procedures, debate, decorum, and citizens' participation at meetings, making findings of fact, and providing
That's
the.
the wrong agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was like.
I'm sorry.
27.
27, my bad. I get my red glasses on there. Oh, I marked the wrong one out. Sorry about that. First reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 53 of the zoning of the City of Kyle, Texas, for the purpose of the rezoning approximately 45.5 acres of land from RS to PUD, RS 19 acres, MXD 26.5 acres, for a property located at 2139 IH 35 in Hays County, Texas. This is is Will Atkinson's city, or are you
Yeah,
taking it?
Will will take it here. I'm just going to introduce it. So
Okay.
Scott Sellers, city manager. I will introduce just because there's been a lot of history on this, so I'm going to go through that just briefly, and then we'll turn it over for some of the specifics. So I've asked Mr. Atkinson to place an overview map first. So the subject parcel is northbound frontage road and south of BB. It's roughly 45 acres. This is one of several tracts in the area that are currently either agriculture or even partially out of the city that have been the focus of development patterns as they push up into this area. So the conversation, as council has been aware, what has come before council in the past has been potentially subdividing this parcel into standalone, what we call R33 or multifamily areas where we basically have standalone garden apartments. And the original applicants for this area have been just traditional garden style apartment developers with other, we'll call it projects or developments in their repertoire. But what was proposed here was standalone multifamily. On the two rear parcels, the front third was and continues to be considered for retail service. Now, again, this is a 45-acre piece of a larger section that the city council has been very interested in. Obviously, the underlying property owners have been interested in. And as this council has made pretty big pushes for getting the right mix of use in the right area, that is smart growth and smart planning. And the community for many years has said we want smart growth, smart planning efforts, and I think this council has taken that very seriously. Did not approve the standalone multifamily on this tract, and asked staff to come back and look at a mix of uses with appropriate underlying zoning. So what you have before you is an effort from staff, from an underlying property owner. Also, we engaged outside services from our retail consultant, Catalyst Commercial. We met with the proposed developers as well and tried to come up with a PUD, which was a mix of uses that would satisfy basically all parties. But not just to satisfy, we wanted to ensure that this was the appropriate use, appropriate mix for this area. So what you'll see before you is kind of three different areas here in the PUD. The first section closest to the frontage road is proposed as retail frontage to complement I-35, complement the existing development patterns that we have seen along I-35. Predominantly, we are hoping for additional restaurants, destination quality restaurants and retail, in addition, entertainment type of uses here. And we've had conversation with the underlying property owner to really start encouraging and providing opportunities for those types of uses. Behind the frontage retail area, we have added a layer of vertical mixed use with 100% ground floor retail. Now, this did go to the Planning Commission. Originally did not have 100% ground floor retail. It did go back this evening with that change, and it was approved. So that, we'll call it hatched area, is meant to be, or meant to demonstrate all the frontage units, and these are 4-story, again, ground floor, 100% retail, and then 3 stories of residential or office above that. Any sort of residential would have inset balconies instead of protruding balconies, which make it even more of the Class A vertical mixed use rather than maybe a garden style apartment. And then you'll see on BB Road, same thing. So any sort of development, all units fronting BB Road would have 100% ground floor retail, and then, again, it's 4 stories, vertical mixed. The traffic patterns also on BB could be influenced, and we definitely take that into account by the additional density. So within the PUD, it is required for the property owner to dedicate the right-of-way for an additional lane, as well as construct that lane of traffic and cause to be built a center turn lane on BB Road as well. You'll see at the plan south here a purple dotted line that is a proposed vibe as well, and this property would have a vibe spot that units would incorporate what we call TOD, trail-oriented development. They would open up to the vibe, encouraging more interaction between the vibe and the units or the residents of the units. And then you'll see a little dip to the south there. That is where the vibe is intended to go under I-35, and we are working with TxDOT. Once we have a preliminary engineering report, we'll get the permit to start working on building the vibe underneath I-35. The green is what you'll see is floodplain, including some detention area, and then again the vibe is out of the floodplain. There's also some utility easement encumbrances on that property. The black east to west or west to east arrow is where another easement is, but also where a road will follow that easement from west to east, causing an internal road network. And then you'll see those other black lines, the 2 black lines, really the one right in the middle is proposed to be not a public, but kind of an internal parking road network. So with that is the proposed PUD, and specific questions, I'm going to have Will stand up and answer those, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
So this item does have a public hearing, so I'll now open up the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one wants to speak, I'll now close the public hearing. I'll take count, if any council members have any questions. Councilmember Kell.
Thank you. So I see it's 19 acres going north to south. What is it going from east to west for the first gray area, I guess brown? What is that?
How many
distance?
linear feet? I believe it's 200 linear feet from maybe 200 or 300, somewhere in there, from the frontage road to the back of that retail.
Because what I'd like to see is it flipped around the other way, like a big chunk, like where the gold is, go in the front, and it's like huge, like entertainment maybe for families.
Yeah, we looked at that for sure. And I think in this area in particular, because there's not great access coming off of 35, we incorporated that into the plan for the next parcel to the north. We have much larger chunks because of the access into here. What we hope to intend, or what we intended for on this section was really more of the, we'll call frontage retail that doesn't go so deep. 300 feet roughly is good for pad sites. 7,000 square foot pad plus the associated parking for that. And then the next layer right in would be that retail component with its parking.
I mean, I'd like to see that area, an entertainment district area, that side, and the next, the pad going north. I think it would be nice because right now all the city has and all the residents have really is Evo. And there's nothing, not just on the east side, it's not about, right now east or west, it's about what can we bring our residents as far as entertainment and how much room do we want to use off our frontage road for that? Because for me, I find great gratification knowing that someone may see something really cool, get off, spend their money, and then get back on the road. That would be nice. But when you have 26 acres, most of which is going to be mixed use, I just question, again, is this best use?
So I'm not sure if Jason Clonch is on or listening. Can anyone confirm that? Is he online? He was on a little earlier. Okay, doesn't seem like he is. So we asked that question because we have the same hope that we see more entertainment type uses. And Jason Clonch is our retail consultant with Catalyst Commercial. Asked him about this parcel in particular. He said the whole area would be great to have as entertainment, but again, his reference was to the access off of the frontage road, especially from 35. So deeper was on the parcel north of BB, but he mentioned that the entertainment uses that potentially are going to be larger than 300 feet are going to be like your Top Golfs, for example. You know, something that's really large. Most of your family destination entertainment establishments can fit within that 300-foot depth.
Okay, I am genuinely interested to know what the rest of the council members think as well. Anybody?
Councilmember Ellison?
Sure. Personally, yeah, I would love to see some big entertainment complex there, pulling people off the highway. I'm not going to say any business names, but that's me personally. If I take a step back and I look at what the residents have asked for, from our surveys to the every conversation I have with a resident, pretty much, emails and different things, it's not for entertainment, it's for restaurants. That is by far the biggest ask and request. So that's me having to put my personal feelings aside and my personal desires for a piece of property aside, and push for what the residents have been clamoring for. And this is that opportunity. When we first discussed this parcel a few months back, y'all might remember me saying protect the corridor, being mindful of what we have along 35, what people are seeing as they drive through our city. And I think restaurants provide that as well, and that's what we're driving to try to get along that corridor. So for me, certainly I understand the comments about multifamily and residential mixed use. I want to go on the record and say I am not against multifamily in any way. You need diversity of housing stock. Not everybody is coming into the city wanting an 80-foot, home and a plat for the home and different things. People have different stages of life that they go through. And so I'm certainly want to be clear that I am not against multifamily and that way of living, and certainly don't stereotype anybody that's in that. But this is meeting more to the effect of what I feel like the residents have been asking for from this city and this council. So those are my thoughts on that. We talked about even the BB Road area being commercial or retail is the common phrase that's used, but that really encompasses all the uses under retail services, as well as the commitment to add this center turn lane on BB Road and improve that road infrastructure there. So all those things are what I see and hear from residents is an important thing.
Any other council member? Councilmember Tobias?
I'm going to reflect what Councilman Ellison is stating. The same thing is people I've talked to as well is they're frustrated driving in Austin and San Marcos and taking almost an hour and a half just to go and sit and have a meal with their family. They want something nearby. They want something close to home. And you've heard me say the same thing too about maybe one day a restaurant row or something like that. But this seems to be the last section of our city before you head out that's on the 35 that has the access for that. So that's one thing that I've been hearing a lot as well. It'd be nice to have those. It's just it's real hard because, again, there are people that are in different stages of life. There are people that are moving from different places all over Texas, all over the state, moving to our area that don't want to have that really can't afford that big home. They need to be able to have something kind of small apartment or a small townhome in a sense. But we've got to really listen to what our residents are asking. And those are one of the things that I've been hearing as well, and retail space as well.
Councilmember Pastor.
Thank you. I just also wanted to add that one of the things that I heard back when I was campaigning is that they needed kid-friendly places. Places you want to go and sit down and have a decent meal and then let your kids run around while they're inside. So I don't know if a vertical mixed use, this area will accomplish some of that. And since we don't have many of that in Kyle, can we just incorporate this into this section?
Excuse me, I think outdoor, yes, because it's a vibe spot. And so I'll point out the pink retail area closest to the green. That to me is a great opportunity for some sort of family destination restaurant that is for kids, can be part of the vibe, can get access multiple areas, but allow them to run around. The other thing is the multifamily that's deeper into the project should open up and create more open gathering spaces for kids and families. Under roof, that's just something that we're going to have to look for an appropriate end user for it. And if we can find one and put them on this property, you bet we'll do it.
Councilmember Kell.
Thank you, and I want to thank everybody for sharing their opinion. We can learn a lot from each other's ideas, and especially Councilmember Ellison. He always, I don't want to say change my mind, he makes me think outside the box. So looking at this and looking at the city's website, it says it's 19 acres is going to be RS, and then the 26 and a half is going to be the MXD. Now, is that in stone? And when I say that, I'm saying, I'm reading this part right here that says what it's supposed to be, but I want to make sure, because this whole thing is a PUD. And so if, Mr. Will, if you could just explain to people at home what a PUD is, and
Sure.
then how it normally works.
So a PUD is a zoning district. It's a zoning project, let's call it that, that integrates multiple zoning districts in not so much a piecemeal process, but in an integrated fashion. Zoning districts that sometimes may not be always compatible, but when they're integrated into a PUD, they absolutely are. So vertical mixed use in this case, multifamily, retail pad sites along the frontage road, when they're all integrated together, especially with that road coming through, going west-east, the Vibe Trail system, making improvements to BB Road, all the good things about this PUD, it just bounces off each other and makes it better. There is an aspect of it where I put in section 1A1 where the eastern 10 acres of the 19-acre tract can be developed as MXD to give us some flexibility. I'll be honest, we misnoticed it, but as a PUD, we can create flexible standards to make it work appropriately. So we wanted to make sure that we accounted for that in the design, but also make sure that it kept moving forward in terms of from a timing perspective.
So this design says the 19 acres going north to south is going to be, okay, and then the other 25 is going to be the mixed.
Right, so that's what it shows on the item, but then the 10 eastern acres and the 19 acres can also be vertical mixed use.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, if that's the case, I would like to make a motion to approve agenda item 27.
Second. Yes, motion by Councilmember Kell, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Rizo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Nay.
Oh,
Can
Four to-
we take a short break?
5-1. Motion passes 5-1. And if all the council is amenable, we'll take a short 5-minute recess. I will now call this meeting back to order. All right, next up, agenda item 28, a resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, amending resolution number 1176 and reinstating the City of Kyle rules of City Council, providing for meetings, agenda, council proceedings, reconsiderations of agenda items, preliminary procedures, debate, decorum, and citizen participation at meetings, making finding or fact, and providing for related matters. Our attorney, Page signs for the record.
Mayor and Council, Page Sign, City Attorney for the record. This agenda item comes back to you at your direction of changes to be made. Pursuant to the vote at the last meeting, we added a provision that if there is an agreement regarding whether a council requested agenda item should appear on the agenda, that the mayor, city manager, or council member may request an opinion from the city attorney whose ruling shall be final. There were some additional changes that were requested after the item was posted, that we include language that the ruling be put in writing and shared with the entire council, so the entire council be aware of what the ruling is, and that you know why the ruling was made, so you can review that and understand that. We did add language in here that says that to clarify, because there are questions about, well, why wouldn't an item be able to be on the agenda? And we gave some examples, and so we note those in here as well. And it notes that the council requested agenda items have to be submitted in accordance with the procedures that are in the ordinance as far as timing and number of agenda items. They have to pertain to the city business because that's in the charter, and then they're not otherwise prohibited from being on the agenda by the council rules, the city charter, a city ordinance. The example of that would be a zoning case or just applicable state law. And then Councilmember Ellison noted one typo that we fixed, a reference to section E8, I believe E6, it should have been to E8 in that same section.
Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Kell?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to break into executive session regarding personnel matters pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code, please.
The item would have to be on the agenda.
Oh, it is. It has to do with an email received on January 11th.
The subject matter of the particular employee to be discussed has to be on the agenda for us to go into executive session.
Oh, so we can just talk about it on the dais? I don't know how this works.
If it's posted to discuss the personnel matter, are you wanting to discuss, you want to go into executive session to discuss a person?
To discuss the email that we received on January 11th, that is in regards to the amended and restated rules of council. It's in regards to this.
And is this a question for the attorney?
It is discussion of personnel matters.
If we're gonna go into executive session on personnel, we have to list either the position.
Now, last time we broke into executive session, I just made a motion and then we did it.
You can go into executive session on any item that's posted on the agenda. So for example, if you wanted to seek legal advice on this item, we have it posted to discuss the rules.
So all personnel matters are gonna have to be on the dais? Because I'm okay with that too.
No, the personnel matters, you have to, if you're gonna talk about personnel matters in executive session or public, you have to list the specific position to be discussed or the name of the individual. So if we don't have that already posted, then it can't go into executive session. We do have an executive session posting for the planning director position, so we can go into executive session for that. under personnel, but if you're going to discuss a specific position, then that has to be posted on the agenda to go in executive session for that purpose.
Okay, then I guess I could, we'll just discuss it here. It's, for me, it doesn't matter. I was trying to, I believed that anytime we had a personnel issue, that we would talk about it in executive session, and since it directly correlates to the rules of council and the email that we received regarding it, I didn't know that had to be on executive session. Since last time I made a motion about an item on the agenda, I didn't have to do that.
We did. We went into executive session to take legal advice on something that was posted.
Okay, that's
So
fine.
there's
Okay.
a there's
so
a
then
difference.
this is my issue. So on January 11th, I received an email with a signed resolution. So my question is, and I don't know if it should be to Scott or to you, is who directed staff to draft that?
Sorry, can we discuss this now openly? Since it's not posted.
You're asking about the rules, you know, we have to just discuss the rules. If there was a question about whether they need to be brought back or not, we can discuss that side
So
of
we
it.
can't discuss them actually being drafted and handed out and uploaded onto the city website?
I think just an explanation of what happened
Yeah,
is fine.
I can refer to it, sure.
Okay.
So at the January, what was the date? Fourth, what was the date of that meeting? 4th. The January 4th city council meeting, the last time the council discussed this item, the council had asked for the attorney to come back at the next meeting with updated rules, right? So that is what we were doing at this time. Ms. Sines had worked with Ms. Holm on crafting the language for this item, and there was a misunderstanding where that item was placed as a resolution, put in a stack of papers for the mayor to sign as basically finalized resolutions. And that was done very quickly. It was done within days. Actually, I sat here after the council made that recommendation to bring it back to the next meeting and watched the emails go back and forth. So the language was crafted very quickly, but the mistake was to put that in the resolution pile for the mayor to sign, which he did, assuming that was the a final approved resolution. However, we did catch that before it got posted online. Maybe I'm wrong there. Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay. So it did get signed. When I was made aware of it, I very quickly spoke with Ms. Holm and told her that that was not the direction of council. And so the document was destroyed, it was pulled offline, and we added it to this agenda.
For me, it's just bothersome. Because I think the whole issue that we were having was overstepping, making sure we're all in line and all on the same page with the things that we want. And I want to make sure that we're not directing staff to do stuff when it's not appropriate. And so as soon as I received that email, I immediately went to the meeting and I transcribed it to make sure I understood what the motion was. And then I time-stamped it and then I sent it out. And so my concern is, in the time that it took me to do that, why wasn't it done prior to? And I know you said this would have been caught when the minutes were done. And so my suggestion, because I don't want to get any, I want accountability. That's what's important to me, is making sure we're holding everybody accountable to their responsibilities, because we will only be as strong as our weakest employee. And so I need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And how do we do that? Is that by changing protocol to make sure we do minutes before we do ordinances? Is that to make sure that nobody drafts anything until they are authorized and told to? I don't know what that looks like, and that's really for the city to decide. What cannot happen is a document gets signed, and there is some accountability all around, because I think it's important as an elected official that we are not just signing documents and not reading them. That's bothersome to me as well. So I would like to see something in place so this doesn't happen again. And when I say it, I mean draft it, sign, and upload it to the city's website.
Okay, so we've got a recommendation. Is there any discussion?
And I don't know if that's a motion. I don't know if we need a motion. I'm not sure.
It's a recommendation right now, but if you want to make a motion.
Well, we don't really have it posted to deal with
Okay,
a
that's true.
direction on the dealing with that particular issue, unless you want to write it into the rules. I mean, it's.
I mean,
kind of
I'm not trying to break
administrative.
any rules on this. This is a real issue that I think that needs to be dealt with. So if we need to bring it back, I'm okay with that too. And really the only reason why we're talking about it is because it happened within these rules where I already had an issue with the situation. And so for me, it just was really frustrating to have received this in the email and be like, what's going on? I don't understand.
Yeah. Hey, this was a mistake, plain and simple. I don't know what rules, you can write a bunch of rules to help the situation, which we do have. We have, again, checks and balances. In this case, it was a misunderstanding of direction being final at the January 4th meeting, not understanding that it was to come back at the January 18th meeting. So frankly, it was a misunderstanding until the minutes would have been drafted. Now, in this case, there were emails, like you mentioned. It got sent to the wrong email address, so I didn't see it until too late, right? So again, it's kind of a comedy of errors in this sense. I would have caught it immediately. I didn't get the email until it was
But
too
that's
late.
scary for me too. That makes me nervous. Like, I need to make sure that as a city manager, you're receiving your emails. And if it gets sent to the wrong place, that's understandable. But now you're telling me it's sent to the wrong address and all this other stuff?
It was sent to my personal email address.
I get it.
And, it doesn't happen, right? A couple of things happen here that just don't typically happen. And again, I don't know what policy to put in place other than we do have policies to ultimately catch this. So regardless, it would have been brought back tonight. The fact that it got codified in advance, it was an erroneous codification, right? It was invalid because the council never voted on it. So it would have come back. It's unfortunate that it got placed on the website beforehand.
So just for me, I was glad that we received the email, so we were able to catch it as a council as well. So that's one thing that I am grateful is that email did go out. We were able to see it. You probably got phone calls for several of us, and we were able to rectify it. So that for me was probably the shining light, is that we got to see it. So if this wouldn't have been emailed to us, then we probably wouldn't have been able to catch it. It would have probably stood, so I think that was a good way of seeing that. Anytime we do something like that, we get an email as a council. I think it's a good way so we can have those checks and balances. So that's one thing that I did like about getting the email.
Yeah, basically the system worked, the process worked, right? There was a mistake made and multiple people caught it in the process, and it's back here as directed.
I guess my fear is there were several mistakes made, and so I just want to make sure that we are holding everybody accountable, including myself, however that looks. Yeah, just accountability all around. All around.
Definitely.
And yeah, and with that said, I do have a few things with the rules of council, item B, agenda. I guess I'm kind of curious. Number one, it gives the very last, second to the last sentence says 4 business days prior to meeting when it's a workshop. Why is that 4 and not 3?
Which section are you looking at?
Letter B, yeah, B1.
Section B, 1, agenda.
I don't know the answer, but I can speculate. I would think that 4 business days before the meeting, if it's a workshop.
What is the question specifically?
Why is it 4 business days?
Why is it 4 days instead of 3?
They might need more planning for those, but that would be my guess.
So I see it also says special city council meeting or workshop.
I would like to.
4 days.
I'd like to see that as 3, if everybody else is amenable to that. I would love to get everything 4 days in advance to you guys, but sometimes time just doesn't work out. And since all the other information is required by, 3 days or 72 hours prior to, just to be consistent, I would like to see that 3 instead of 4.
Because I guess what you're saying on section number 2, agenda materials made available 3 days, business days prior. So what you're asking, Councilmember Flores, Kale, is you want it to be consistent with section 2.
Correct. I would like.
And you want it to be same, everything across the board, 3 days, 3 business days versus 4.
I think the rationale for 4 days is because we try to post Thursdays, and so special meetings are typically Tuesdays. So we were trying to stay true to the Thursday posting rather than pushing it to a Friday afternoon.
But special meetings can be anytime.
Special meetings can be anytime, but typically they're still on Tuesdays.
If it's 3 business days and you're posting it on a Monday and your meeting's going to be 3 business days later, they're going to have trouble. There may be a challenge with open meetings timing for posting, and open meetings timing for posting when that gets received, because you got to post the agenda 72 hours before, at least 72 hours before the meeting. And so that is kind of 3 business days depending on when you receive that email. So that gets a really tight time frame for the person who's going to receive the email and communicate with city secretary to get it on the agenda. So that might be why it's 4 business days, so that, because you may not always have a weekend in between when you have to post and when the meeting's going to be held. That weekend in between y'all's posting and the meeting being held gives you a bit more time. So I think that may be why there's a 4 business day. I just note that for administrative success in this happening. If you have a Monday, 3 business days is maybe roughly 72 hours, so.
Well, except for it wouldn't count on the weekend because business days don't include Saturday and Sunday. So if we look at this as a Monday, right?
Yeah.
You don't count the weekend, unlike, the 72 hours or the 3 days prior. So 4 days, 4 business days at that. If it needs to be by Monday, then you don't include the weekend. And then it would be 4 days to that, which would be the Tuesday before, which is almost 7 days, 4 business days.
Let's say you're going to have a meeting on Friday, and so you'd have to post by Tuesday. Thursday, Friday. So, yeah, so then 3 business days before that Friday meeting is Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Tuesday, which is the day you got to post in order to meet the Open Meetings Act requirements. So if you have the posting deadline, if you have the notification of what I want on the agenda very close to the time that they have to post, that's going to cause some operational administrative issues where that might get missed. You might miss the 72-hour window. So I think that's why they have the 4 business days. I'm just guessing, because if you got your agenda item on Monday, then they'd prepare the agenda. They'd have Tuesday to prepare the agenda item and then post it on Tuesday for a Friday meeting. So that's an example where 4 business days keeps something from not getting on the agenda from a timing issue and it being very upsetting.
Okay, I mean, if it's different for special meetings, then that's fine. I was just trying to keep things consistent. And so, moving on to under agenda, it looks like there's a typo. It says, it's numbered 1, 2, 2, 3. So if we could change that. So it would read 1, yes, under section B, under agenda. It could read 1, 2,
3, 4.
3, 4. And then that, I would like to conform to section 3.07 of the City of Kyle's charter. I'd like to make a motion to add a section, number 5 under section B, agenda of the rules of council, which will read, the city manager shall approve all meeting agendas. If, no, I want to add that. Yes, because according to the charter, the mayor or the manager are supposed to approve all agendas. And so my suggestion, my motion is to conform to section 3.0C of the City of Kyle Charter by adding a number 5 under section B, which reads, the city manager shall approve all meeting agendas.
Okay, I guess my question is for Scott. Did we already take such a vote? I remember the discussion. I just don't remember if we took such a vote.
So my previous vote was to remove the term mayor, and I think we have a motion, so if someone wants to second it, if not, it doesn't even matter.
We're trying to see if we can second it and we can even move forward right now on it, is what I'm trying to see, because I think we've already discussed this. I think we've already taken a vote on it, so it'd be 6 months before you bring it back. So I'm just trying to get clarification, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the prior motion was about removing the mayor from receiving the agenda items, so I think that's what the prior vote was without.
That was
It
my,
was to remove mayor.
that was my prior vote, was to remove the mayor from all of agenda. My
From
current,
section B was
Section
your
B.
exact motion last time.
thank you. And so this one just adds the mayor, not the mayor, the manager, to approve all agenda meetings.
Okay, then we're good to move forward. So we've got a motion on the floor.
And second?
We got a second? We got a second as well. It's got a motion by Councilmember Kell, second one by Councilmember Parsley. Any discussion? Councilmember Ellison?
So you're stating that you're taking language from the Muni Code, here, section 3.07 for meetings. So my only issue with this is you're taking one part of that language from that sentence, which is the overall law governing document that we create other policies from. The charter says the mayor or city manager shall approve, so why wouldn't we just put the exact language as it shows in the charter in the rules?
For me, I feel like my issues with the agenda can be solved by keeping the mayor in there and then having the manager approve. The charter doesn't specify which needs to. In fact, the charter doesn't reference anything as far as who creates the agenda. It simply states that either the mayor or the manager shall approve. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking that verbiage and I'm adding it to the section number 5 of the agenda.
Yes, I understand, but you're taking part of the language. That's my only concern, is you're taking part of the language that is the overall governing document to put as another bullet point there. And, you know, we had this discussion last time. I do not see this as the resolution to solve your problem. And the reason why I don't is because regardless of who the mayor is, what if the city manager didn't like you as well and didn't put your agenda items at the beginning or held your agenda item back for whatever reason? There's still no recourse or arbiter to allow for your concern to be met by an overseeing body. That city manager could still do those same things. So rather than pulling people out, which as it states in the charter, these are the people that one or the other shall approve, provide an opportunity for all of us to be aware of what the issue is. So I'm just gonna go ahead and go down this road. So this all, from my understanding, and I listened to your comments last time, and Councilmember Flores-Carroll, this whole issue, and I know some people probably don't want to hear this whole thing, this is a very serious issue that you bring up, extremely serious. And that's why I probably afforded more time to this particular item than any other item this weekend. I sat through and listened to it live. I watched your comments again before I met with residents, and then I watched it 2 more times this weekend, trying to open my mind and trying to understand how do we solve this serious problem that you're having. And reviewing all that and reviewing the language, looking at the rules, looking at the charter, you made 2 charges last time. One, that your agenda items are always at the bottom of the agenda. That's been the case for me in my 5th year now. I would love to be at the top of the agenda. How do we solve that? Here's the one way we solve it. We change in the rules of council to make that all council-sponsored agenda items are at the top of each section. Now, does the council have a desire to do that? Because that would fix that issue of our agenda items being at the bottom. Do we want to do that or not? I ask the council to make a motion. Secondly, so that would solve that issue. Secondly, your charge of not being able to get your agenda items on. The only example and the only definitive case we have of that not happening is on December, the first December meeting of last year. Just hear me out. This, because you stated, I listened to your comments multiple times. You stated that there were other issues, but you didn't want to bring those up. We have no way of knowing what those are if you don't either bring them up or they're not made apparent to us through some kind of process. This arbitration process that the city attorney would oversee a dispute between the council member requesting the item and whomever is approving it. The city attorney would have to write the legal opinion and provide that to all of council. So if this rule was in place that I'm proposing right now all throughout last year, we would have known of every single case that you had requested an agenda item and why it was rejected, because the city attorney would have had to provide us all the explanation, not only what you requested, but her explanation for why your agenda item was requested. That's why I feel this solution solves that problem, because we would all know about it. Once again, your charge last time were all the meetings that you were at the bottom of the agenda. Once again, I think I've provided the solution for that. And then the second was that your items weren't getting on the agenda. You didn't provide examples of any of the other options where that has happened throughout last year. I'm not saying it hasn't. If it has, that is egregious and a sincere problem. But the only evidence we have definitively is the one that you did not get on the December 1st meeting. And yes, that was wrong. And I'm going to go back and show where that should have been put on the agenda. So if you go back, council, all of you all were here with the exception of Councilmember Parsley, December 1st of 2020. This was after the general election. If you want to follow along with the dates, this was after the general election where Council Members Bradshaw and Flores-Carroll were elected to the council. On December 1st, that regular meeting, there was an attempt to put the Mayor Pro Tem item on the agenda. And that got on the agenda. Why? Because it was the mayor that requested that item to be put on there, and it was placed on there. Now, the council knew that there was a runoff on December 8th. So agenda was December 1st, runoff was December 8th. The council, and I went back and watched that meeting too, you and Councilmember Tobias both spoke up to not have that vote because the dais wasn't set. And the council agreed. But that was the mayor's right to put that council agenda item on there, and then it was our right to decide what we wanted to do with that. And the council all rejected to have that vote on that December 1st and wait to the runoff. The runoff happened, Mr. Mitchell won re-election, and then he brought back the agenda item on December 15th to have the Mayor Pro Tem item voted on, and then the council did it. The same exact thing that happened in 2020 should have happened in 2021. You should have had your agenda item allowed to be put on that Monday night agenda. And I have spoken to legal about this and gone through it back and forth, and they are in agreement. So you should have had that on there. And if this process that I'm proposing had been in place, we would have all been aware of it. We would have all had the legal opinion that our city attorney is saying that this council member requested it. It did not, as we identified last time, the Texas Open Meetings Act language related to city business, which it was. Texas Open Meeting Act language was simple. Vote on the mayor pro tem item. It had not failed within the last 6 months, so it didn't meet. It didn't not pass that criteria. And then no more than 3 items per council member. You passed all of those requirements, according to the charter, according to our rules of council, according to Texas law, and everything else that's outlined as the language states. So you should have had your agenda item placed on that December 6th meeting of 2021. And then the runoff election was that very next Tuesday. I can't assume otherwise than you having lived through that December 2020 instance and then brought forward that same item. I don't know why you would have done that other than for political reasons, but you still had the right to do it. Still, even though the council a year before had made it clear that we don't want to vote on mayor pro tem until all of the dais is set. But still, you had that right to get it on there. And once again, had the policy been updated as it is today, we would have all seen that and would have all been aware of the egregious act that had been placed against you. And yes, that's what I'm saying. And I've talked to the mayor about this. He expressed contrition about it, but it's still wrong and it should never happen again. Now, and then I would have been the first on that Tuesday night to say, no, let's look at last year. We just went through this. The council is not set. This is not the time for this vote. And I would have hoped council would have joined me in that opinion, because that's what we just set the precedent for last year. And then I would have a strong argument that it was very much allowed on the December 16th meeting. And Paige knows I had a very strong conversation with one of her colleagues about how that was afforded to be on that opportunity. Because just because we move the meeting from a regular session on that Tuesday to give the staff off the week and have the special meeting, that is no reason for us to not be able to conduct city business. 1, and then 2, the whole comma situation, which I won't go into that. But once again, my heart aches because this should not have happened to you. This should not happen to any council member, to have their agenda item withheld, as long as you meet the 4 criteria that we stated last time. And so that's why I feel like that this option here is not repetitive, because it does not, there's no language in there stating that the rest of the council should be made aware of this. There's nothing stating in there that the city attorney should make a legal opinion and have a write-up about it. So this is additional things to hold those people accountable. So I'd love to see a mayor or city manager, doesn't matter who's holding that position, go against that rule, because then they're going to be withheld to the city attorney, and the city attorney is on the line to give a strong legal opinion about why or why not that agenda item should go on there, and then we all get to hear it. And guess what? If we still disagree with even that legal opinion, some of y'all might not like this, but I'm just saying this hypothetically. This is not about anybody in particular holding these positions. We have tools at our disposal. You made comments last time about that you can only hold the city manager accountable. That's not true. Council is right in the charter, section 3.05. City council judge of its own members. There's also the ethics commission, section 12.01. If all of those steps are not met, you can hold the city manager just accountable in the same way you can hold your colleagues accountable. You can file the ethics complaint with the ethics commission. And if it is indeed true and you have evidence that multiple times throughout last year that your agenda items, you were requested and they met all this criteria and they were rejected, and if the city attorney was involved, and you're saying that because last time I brought this up, and Councilmember Flores-Kell, with all due respect, you called my comments ridiculous I'm trying to help solve and a problem that I really do take sincerely. And I feel for you, and this has happened. This should not, once again, not happen to any council member, ever. But if all of those things were in place and the city attorney still rejected your agenda item request, you could file an ethics complaint against that individual as well. The same as you could do about the city manager or about any of your colleagues. So all of those things are at your disposal. Are they tough to do? Are they very politically charged? Will it create a bunch of hubbub? Sure, probably. But at the end of the day, what is right, and what is wrong is wrong. And what happened to you in your agenda item, and like I said, the only one I have evidence of is the Mayor Pro Tem item you requested in December of 2021. Because you made, once again, I listened to your comments over and over. You made reference that there were others, but you never gave us any evidence of that happening. The only one I definitively have, and have had conversations with the mayor, and he's admitted that he was off bounds with his authority on doing that, is that one. And even if it's just one time, I think that's one time too many. This is, as we had a discussion with our city attorney last time, this is one way we can go about solving these problems and making sure they don't happen in the future. The other thing, once again, if this had happened to me, I'd have filed an ethics complaint. Done, and I would have had all my ducks in a row and evidence there showing that this should not have been allowed. And any other staff member that colluded in that happening, that complaint would have gone against them too. But once again, I'm not in favor. Ultimately, the charter and the Muni Code are the ultimate guiding documents for me. That is the head law. And so I am very reluctant to pick and choose language from there. I rather have language exactly mirror that, because that is what our voters have elected and voted on. And that is the ultimate, if you will, quote unquote, constitution of our city. And that's what I would rather have language that is in our rules and our policies or anything. I'd rather have it exactly reflect the way that it says in our city charter and code of ordinances. So I implore the council to take in consideration the agenda item, if it's sponsored by a council member, to put it at the top of each section. That solves that problem about being at the bottom. And once again, I know what it's like being at the bottom. I've been on this council for 5 years. I've been at the bottom of every agenda item much longer than you have. So I know that frustration. But for me, it's more about if I get that agenda item passed rather than where I was on that item. But that solves that problem. And then this other solution that I proposed last time, and we're even adding additional language to, that hammers home that if this ever happens to any council member ever again, we are all going to be made aware of it. And there's nothing that you will have to either say that, you know, I have other evidence or any different things like that, because we would all have it. We would all know. So that's my implore to the council is follow the charter language as it is, follow the Muni Code as it is. That is our main governing law. And then if we want to solve the problem about agenda, council members' agenda items being at the bottom of an agenda, let's make a rule change that each sponsored council member agenda item must be at the top of each section.
Great, thank you. Now, can I get a chance to, like, I didn't even get a chance to
wait,
finish.
Sorry.
I didn't even get to finish. I got interrupted. That's all right.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I thought you were done. So,
get it.
hold on.
I get it.
Can I, anyone else? Councilmember Parsley?
I just think that this will help the path for future council members, what she's doing. I was reviewing rules of council for nearby cities, and New Braunfels, Buda, and San Marcos, they all ask for the city manager to draft and approve the agenda items. So I, again, don't see the need of having mayor, especially because it says the mayor, or the city manager, or the mayor. So I don't understand the need of it. If we can have one point of contact, still. I was trying to ask Paige, when can you use one or the other one? Can I just put my agenda item to specifically go to the city manager to get approved or not. I don't know if that will alleviate part of the issue. If I say, hey, this is my agenda and I'm sending it to the city manager specifically for him to review, then why is the mayor in there added? Is there a need for it? I mean, I don't know. I was just reviewing other rules of council for nearby cities and I didn't see it in there. So I just think having one point of contact when you're adding an agenda item is better than having two. You don't know which one is going. Do I need to specify who is going to be reviewing an agenda item when I bring one up? So that was my only comment.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Tobias?
All right. If I'm not mistaken, the charter states in there says that the mayor is required. I don't have it to approve in the charter. What is it, the 503? What does it state in there? 307. I don't have it in front of me. I'm just trying to think of it at the top of my head of what the actual charter states as far as what I think Councilman Ellison is saying, having the same equal verbiage on that, following the charter according to the rules of council, correct?
So you want me to read the language?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
if you
asking?
don't mind, sir. I don't have it in front of me. I was trying to look for it
It says, the
myself.
last sentence of section 307 under meetings says, "The mayor or city manager shall approve meeting agendas, and a council member may require any item related to city business to be placed on an agenda for which notice may be given."
So either or.
Either or. Okay.
You're good?
Well.
Okay, so I just want to weigh in a little bit here. So for me, when I see mayor or city manager, I think about the process. So for me, it's, what if Scott's not around, our city manager, or whoever the city manager is, what if they're not around that week? Then do we just, are at a standstill? We don't have a meeting the following week because you're ill or something, or you're out of town? So I think that's the reason why it's mayor or city manager. It's because the councils before us and the city citizens knew that it's either or. And I think that's why it says either city manager or mayor, to make sure. But when we're sending agenda items, we don't have to send them to the mayor. We can send them to Scott directly, and either or as well. So we don't have to send it to the mayor. We can send it to city manager or the mayor, whatever you want to do on your agenda item. So it doesn't list that you have to send it to both of them. You can send it to just one if you want. And that's just mine. Councilmember Kell?
Let me be clear. I never sent any agenda item to the mayor. It was always to the city manager, and I still have that same problem. So that's my concern. And I wrote Dex the next day, and maybe even that night, and I reached out and I said, thank you for being the only one to stick up for me, because that meant a lot. But in saying with that, I'm not saying what you suggested is bad. I didn't say anything about that. What I'm trying to do is to solidify even more the fact that I think it's important to be able to have somebody that's accountable. Sure, I could write an ethics complaint because I have, in between working and kids and city council, I have time to do that. My hope is if we have one person, and if it feels better, I'll say the mayor. I don't care who it is, as long as it's somebody held accountable for approving the agenda. I thought it would be a good balance to have the mayor and the city manager create it, which FYI, we're all on the same page. It does not reference that anywhere in the charter, who is to create the agenda. That is strictly done in the rules of council. So to say what we think about why it says mayor or manager is just an assumption. So I felt like, you know what, maybe that's a battle, it's just not worth fighting. I'll keep them, I'm figure out mayor or city manager throughout the whole agenda, number B, and then at the end, you would just add that what the charter actually states about the approval of the agenda, to kind of even it out. And if nobody thinks that's a good idea, that's fine. I understand. I totally get it. I just hope nobody else has to figure this kind of stuff out the hard way. I appreciate, and I'm going to vote yes on Councilmember Ellison's changes. I think they're great. I don't think that's the only solution, though. I think it's okay to add extra, because what we want to do is protect everybody sitting on this dais from any future issues. They've been fortunate enough that they haven't had to deal with this. And it's been more than once, and everybody knows my issue with the Public Safety Center. It was big, it was bigger than the Mayor Pro Tem. And so to deal with this twice in a year was a lot for me. And so all I'm trying to do is make sure nobody else in the future council has to battle the same way I did. And I thought that would, in addition to Councilmember Ellison's changes, I thought it was a good idea to also add the only reference to the agenda in our charter to the rules of council.
Councilmember Tobias?
Once again, just it's one premise of the argument you made last time. Two, the agenda items being at the bottom, which I've offered a solution if the council wants to take that. And then your items not being on there. Once again, you said it multiple times. You had other instances, and I guess now you've alluded to the other one, was the Public Safety Center. Certainly, we all know that you had issues about the Public Safety Center, but I don't recall a time where you requested an agenda item and it wasn't allowed to be on there. If that was the case, I would be just as annoyed as this case from December. It doesn't matter what the item is. It's the fact that you aren't getting your requested items on there, which you have the right to do as a duly elected official of this body. Once again, we have no idea about any of that. If this rule is in place, we would all know about it. We would all know about it. And I tell you, if I see something egregious, I might just file it on your behalf. It's as far as your time and all these different things, that can't, with all due respect, be the council's concern. There are things in order and tools at the disposal of the council to take action when they feel like that things are happening that aren't supposed to be happening. And for me, once again, I think if we're going to pull language from the charter and from the Muni Code, we should pull the exact terms as they are in each sentence and not pick certain parts of it. Because once again, I'm not even thinking about the people that are in the positions now. I'm looking at this code at what goes in perpetuity and takes on a life beyond the people that are in this position. So it doesn't matter to me if it's the mayor or city manager approving the agenda item. That person could still do nefarious things if there's not accountability. This option offers accountability, and it puts them in front of everybody else.
Councilmember Tobias?
Mayor Pro Tem, I want to go ahead and make a motion.
We've already got a motion
We got a motion on?
We already got a motion on the floor.
Okay.
So the motion for the floor, do you want to restate it?
Yeah, my motion is to add number 5 under section B of the agenda of the rules of council, which will read, the city manager shall approve all meeting agendas.
And it was seconded by Councilmember Parsley. All right. All those in favor?
Can we get a roll
Can
call
we
vote?
get a roll call vote, please? Jennifer?
Rizo,
Nay.
Bradshaw,
Nay.
Ellison,
No.
Tobias,
Nay.
Parsley,
Aye.
Flores Kill,
Yes.
Mitchell's absent.
Okay, motion fails, lack of votes.
Did the mayor recuse himself? Is that why he's not here? No.
So the mayor wasn't feeling well. He stated that when he first came to the meeting, and after we went for break, he reached out to me and said he wasn't feeling good, he was going home. So just letting y'all know. That's what the official word from him was.
I mean, there's still, did you have something, Councilmember Tobias?
Yes, so I'm going to go ahead and, if we can, referencing to the rules of council, make a motion to add a section after presentations stating city council discussion and possible action as a new line item before consent agenda.
Wait, which section are you referring to?
To between presentation and consent agenda, moving council items to the beginning.
Oh, you're just talking about on an agenda? Not
agenda.
Specifically?
Yeah,
anything
on
in the rules right
agendas.
now? So your motion is to specifically move all council-sponsored agenda items between presentations and the consent agenda?
Yes.
I have comments about that, but I just wanted to clarify what you're saying.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a motion by Councilmember Tobias, second by Councilmember Kell. Any discussion? Councilmember Ellison.
So, part of a little wisdom on you all. The reason why I said at the beginning of each section as opposed to that, because what's stopping a mayor, I'm not saying this mayor, certainly not, just from putting consent agenda at the bottom of the agenda and presentations at the bottom of the agenda, moving considering possible action up at the front, and still puts us at the bottom. So that's why the proposal is to move. You still stay within your section, but you move up to the top of the section. So you're so it doesn't matter what order that whomever, city manager of the future, mayor of the future, no matter what order they put it in, council member sponsored agenda items will always be at the top of whatever given section they're in. So that's my only caution with I know what you're trying to do is move it up, but the order in which things happen, those sections, is not a given. So
Do you want to rescind your motion, or do you want to vote on it?
Trying to get an olive branch here, in a way. But I understand the frustrations that we're seeing whenever we have everything at the very end, and some things get too late to where you gotta put it on the next agenda. And I understand that's frustrating for so many, because again, it's 12 o'clock at night, and we still got more to go through. Okay, so that is why I was recommending moving any kind of city council discussions or possible actions to the front, possibly with a time limit, I don't know, or just a certain amount, and then we can go through them. It's just trying to facilitate and not so much speed up the meetings that we have, because I have to take in consideration of everybody that's here, everybody that's watching, and their time. And I know that everybody's council members' agenda items are important to them. And I want to be able to make sure they are heard. But you are right at sometimes where it's very easy to manipulate and say we're going to change this and change that because we got a developer here, or we got city staff that's here. So I'm trying to figure out a way to make it balanced. That's what this motion was about.
Okay, I'll do a little discussion here. So I'm going to go back to the time limit and the time. So one of the reasons I believe that past councils put our discussions at the end was because of the time. We're very passionate. All councils are passionate about their agenda items, and they can go pretty lengthy. If we put those to the beginning, all of them to the beginning, then the majority of the beginning of the meeting is going to be our discussions. And I just don't see business getting done. And we're now doing the important city business. Not to say we're not important when our discussions are. I'm saying the zoning part of it at the end of the meetings, and now I think we're getting close to midnight, I think, and we're trying to figure out zoning ordinances. So I think what Councilmember Ellison proposed is probably a little bit more in the lines of something I would support. And because I just feel like if we put all these at the beginning of the meeting, we'd go lengthy. And especially, we'd probably go longer, because seeing that we're early and we're fresh, these discussions would probably last a lot longer at the beginning of the meeting. And you're not looking at midnight, you're looking at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning now. and I just don't want our meetings to go that far. So it's just my 2 cents.
Then with that, I'll rescind my motion.
And we had a second. Do you rescind as well? All right, we have rescinded. Would somebody like to make a new motion?
I would like to make a motion to put council-sponsored agenda items at the top of whatever heading they're under. Does that make sense? Paige, do you have any advice on how to word that?
I think we understand what you're saying. If it just would go, we have different sections of the agenda, the council-sponsored item would go at the beginning of whatever section it fits under.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, the goal is not to move the agenda around and find a way to put it at the bottom. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that has happened several times. Because presentation, and I know like CIPs used to be at the end, and now they're at the beginning. And so, yeah, just as, I guess the motion would be, repeated.
The intent is clear.
Okay, the intent is clear.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. There's a motion by Councilmember Kell, second by Councilmember Tobias. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
No. All those opposed? Motion.
Nay.
Motion passes 5-1. And now we've got agenda item number 28 still open.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all still need to approve
Yeah.
the changes.
I would like to make a
And
motion.
Wait, and I'd like to make
Yeah.
sure, do y'all have the one in front of you that states I think I might have, I didn't see the language in the backup that said that the city attorney's position, opinion will be put in writing and shared with the mayor, city manager, and council members. I just want to make sure that that's in the version that's in front of you and that you include that in your approval.
I don't have that. When was
Okay.
that uploaded?
Yeah, I think that's me. I think I grabbed a wrong version. We added the language and it got approved at the council member request level. But then I gave the wrong version to the city secretary. So I can read the language to you
Yes, please.
specifically, which is that the city attorney's ruling shall be given in writing and shared with the mayor, city manager, and city council. So that appears after the section that talks about the city attorney's ruling being final. So if you were to approve it with that sentence, that would appear in the final version of the rules.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the verbiage, and I'll read it. All council requested agenda items submitted in accordance with section B1 and B2 that pertain to city business and that are not otherwise prohibited from being placed on the agenda by these rules, the city charter, a city ordinance, or applicable state law will appear on the agenda for the meeting. In the event of a disagreement regarding whether a council requested agenda item should appear on the agenda, the mayor, city manager, or council member may request an opinion from the city attorney whose ruling shall be final, in addition to.
The city attorney's ruling shall be given in writing and shared with the mayor, city manager, and city council.
There you go.
So we have a motion to approve agenda item 28 with the language stated.
Second.
Second. We got a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Was it
6-1. 6-0.
6-0. All right. Agenda item number 29. Council direction of staff to schedule joint meetings with boards, commissions to discuss visions, goals, expectations, and efforts of collaboration for the year as previously discussed at the May 4th, 2021 council meeting. Councilmember Ellison, this is your item.
All right, I'm gonna try to make this quick, y'all. I even provided the video as the backup material so y'all could be privy to the discussion. Obviously, we were all there except Councilmember Parsley, so wanted you to have that. Basically, on May 4th of last year, I requested of council to have joint meetings with our boards and commissions, at least one a year, to touch base with them, go over the expectations, go over what their authority is, go over how our interaction should be with them, and have any and every question answered and have that conversation, sharing one unified vision, goal, and expectations and efforts going forward. As you probably saw in the video, discussion on May 4th was to have, it initially was discussed to do it in September, October. City manager brought up the fact that that's typically where the turnover happens. So then it was punted again to January. Here we are, January. Wanted to get this back in front of council, see if this is something we were still interested in and hoping to do. I have a suggestion on when probably the best time to kick off the first one, but I think y'all pretty much get the idea of what this is and open it up to the council.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Ellison for continuing to share with us his thoughts on how important these meetings are. And I actually have attended a few meetings, try to make it more of a point to attend these meetings, and I think he's correct. So I think this is something that we should really ponder on and set a date to try to make this meeting possible, because I think it's a great idea.
To add to that as well, I know most of y'all heard me say the same thing. I also kind of wished we would have had them at the beginning of our workshop, but I understand that that's a council-driven workshop. But it is something that is important that we do meet with our boards and commissions to where we could see where they're at. And I think that it's very important that we visit with them, try to attend some of their meetings, even though with myself, I see it on the TV, but it's to be able to get with them and build some kind of bond with them and see what their vision is, and they can see what we are as well. And so I fully support this measure right here. Thank you.
Can we talk dates?
Yep.
Because I think we should do it before the vision workshop. But that's really kind of
propose after.
After,
and
okay.
I will tell you why I'm
Okay.
going to propose after, because that's our opportunity to get all our heads together and talk about our goals, what we want to do for the year. So I don't want to do that before we've had the opportunity to do that amongst ourselves. And once again, the reason why I really want to do this, not on a Saturday, I want to do it on the night that they typically meet. So, for example, P&Z, they meet twice a month, the second and fourth Tuesday of the month. I think the fourth Tuesday would be the best time to meet with them. Not only P&Z and Board of Adjustments meet in this dais, so they're the only ones that are on televised. Parks doesn't, Library doesn't, the train depot doesn't. So I think it would be best to meet on their time, and that way that entire agenda is afforded to them. Not, us trying to move through all of our boards and agendas on our weekend that we're trying to discuss the workshop. So that was the big reason why I didn't want to do it on the same workshop weekend, is because we need that time to kind of get our ducks in a row and figure out what our goals and visions are. I imagine we're going to take up the vast majority of that discussion. I have a laundry list of things that I want to talk about at that workshop, so I don't want us to be rushed on the 7 of us getting our ideas and goals out to each other. But I think the best time to do it is after the workshop, on the night that they meet. Parks meets once a month. It's typically, I think, the last Monday. P&Z meets for, second and fourth Tuesday. Library Board meets once a month. Board of Adjustments, and any of the others. But I think it's important to try to get, I cannot understate this. It's important for us to meet with these boards and commissions as early on in the process as possible at them getting on board. Every job I've ever had, onboarding happens immediately. I've never been told, go and do your job for a while and then I'll come back and tell you what that is. We need to touch these folks immediately. get in with them, give them that expectation. You know, we changed our policy to add an additional term to our boards and commissions because we had so many great people that we wanted to continue to work with them, but we had neglected having meetings with them for so long that they had termed out. And I didn't even really want to make that policy change, because if we just do this from the beginning and meet with our boards and commissions at the beginning of the year, immediately after our visioning workshop, I think that's going to give all the confidence in the world to that board or commission that what they're doing is important to us and important to the city. I think we will probably address some of these issues we're even having, you know, with attendance and different things. You know, I know we've had the different things about, you know, our awesome P&Z board is hanging on with their 5 members, but I attended all 4 of the meetings last week, and 2 of them didn't meet quorum. One of them has all 7 members of their body, and they only had 2 people. I'm not saying, you know, they didn't have legitimate reasons for not being there, but even a full body doesn't even get a quorum. So I think, but if we, you know, showed a lot of interest in our boards and commissions, showed our interest in them and wanted to meet with them, I think that would just have them buy in even more than what we're trying to do, and implore them to be at each and every meeting.
May I make a recommendation? We do this in March. We got the workshop in February. We can set up these meetings or this event in March throughout the month, whenever they have their meetings, because I think April is where I'd like to see our first budget workshop as well. The latest, not latest or the earliest, or to begin the process. So we would have the workshop in February, and in March, whenever when we all are done with our workshop, springtime, whatever, we have new ideas and they have something going on. By then, hopefully, all the boards will be full, including P&Z. All the applications, all the interviews, all that will be taken care of. Everybody will be fully staffed as much as possible, and we can shoot for at least March, beginning of March.
So it's council's will to give direction to staff to come up with dates for us in March to meet with these boards and commissions, keeping in mind that we have to post because we'll have a quorum, that council will be there as well.
Well, I will make one friendly suggestion to that, because we do got to get through all of them, and then we have the budget workshop on the heels of that. Like I said, Parks meets once a month, and at the end of the month, maybe we can see if we can get on the February agenda. It is the end of the month, and then the other ones we can try to incorporate into March. That way we're not trying to pack it all in, because I know y'all don't have the discretionary time that I have to go to these meetings, but so I just want to kind of be mindful of that, especially if we're going to try to hit the ground running with the budget workshop.
Maybe after the budget workshop, the weekend of the workshop, we can start from there. Whatever meetings are next for any of these groups, we can go from there. Is that would that work?
Yeah, I just my concern is, you know, I heard it last year. I guess that's what my concern is. Once we get into budget workshops, it seems to be that council's focus is there, and there's not much of a desire to spend much time at other meetings. Yep. So that's why I want to try to sandwich it in between the council visioning workshop and then the first budget workshop. I think that would be the sweet space there to try to get it in and have those meaningful meetings with them. That's my opinion. You know, I know we've done the doodle polls in the past. Maybe staff can send us a variety of options, starting maybe mid-February, and then go through March, and that way we can just plug in all the dates.
So is that enough direction, Scott? And one of the things I'm going to implore council members to try to attend, I know it's hard, we all have jobs, family, but the majority of council, after the visioning workshop, they can attend, it'd be much appreciated, and I know the boards and commission would appreciate it as well. Is that enough direction, Scott, to try to set these meetings up?
My suggestion is to do it when they meet. That way we're not taking them off. They're volunteers, right? And we have a little bit more skin in the game. I think it helps if we do it on the night that they typically would meet. So they don't have to do much scheduling, adjusting. It's already something that they are used to. It's really us, just one side have to do all the scheduling. So that way it lessens the amount of people that have to figure out all these dates. They know when their meetings are.
And just real quick, so that way I'm not speaking for anyone, is that the will of council? Good?
I mean, I'm a fan of meeting on a Saturday and hanging out, but I get what Dex is saying. I guess my only fear about doing it at a meeting is it's gonna seem really formal, and that's okay, but like, I'm okay with doing it Saturday, but Tuesday's fine. Well, it's more than Tuesdays.
I would just say, I think it's important to be mindful of what their agenda is, because I think it's going to be a robust discussion between the two of us. It's not going to just be 10, 15 minutes conversation, hey there, you know, there is going to be business done. And I would like us to have the sections of the charter that are applicable to those boards and commissions ready to go for both council and them to read and be in unison on that. And, you know, just like I said, that's why I think it's when I'm trying to help them out with scheduling and not take away a Saturday and you know what they're doing. I think it would probably flow a little bit better if we just went whatever night they typically meet on.
Can council direct staff on which boards and commissions you like to meet with? Is this every one of them? You've got the Rail Depot board, for example.
Right.
You know, so which?
Can we get a list?
Yeah, it's on the.
I've literally went through every one, but some of those are stagnant. Some of them haven't met since 2016. So if we can just get a list and we can maybe.
Yeah, I think at the very least, P&Z, Parks, Library, at the Economic Development, those would be the four main ones.
Wait, I want the
You,
depot.
Councilmember.
Can we add the depot?
We could do the depot too. Sure, I mean, but those are the main four. I mean, we can do the.
Scream.
Civil Service Commission, Ethics Commission, Housing Authority, Planning and Zoning, Parks and Rec, Economic Development, Tourism, Charter Review Commission, which is not active right now. And then there's like the Kyle Area Youth Advisory Council.
I actually do want to make it. But it's not the highest priority. The highest priority are those four, I think.
So if you could send, I guess, do y'all want to vote on it right now, who you want to meet with? Or do y'all want a list sent to y'all and we send back a list to staff and they'll see what the majority of council wants? It's up to y'all, whatever y'all want to do.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
Okay, all right, so let's.
Even doing four is going to be quite a bit.
Yeah, I think 4 is going to be the max. So let's start with those 4.
Yeah.
And then we'll reevaluate, see where we're at. Yeah. Okay. Got it? Is that enough direction, Scott? All right, thank you.
Good job.
We're done. Moving on. Agenda item number 30, discussion and possible action to adopt boards and commissions policies and procedures. Councilmember Flores-Cale, this is your item.
Thank you. Actually, it's all 3 of our items. And let me preface with, this is just a beginning. This is, we wanted to bring some ideas that we had. This is nothing set in stone. This is not one of us is like, hey, this is how it has to be. We were all amendable, and we wanted to seem fair. That's why we had 2 of them made, one for staff and one for council. They are identical in every way except for the interview process and the panels. And we didn't know what council wanted that to look like, so we were trying to stay open-minded. And I say that because I want a little bit of grace and understanding about how this was set up. It was very thoughtful and thought out, and with just 3 of us, this was the best we could do. And so with that said, you know, we look forward to everybody everybody's criticism, and hopefully it's in a way that's going to be beneficial and well taken. So with that said, Councilmember Tobias, would you like to go ahead and read the staff
Sure.
one?
Yes. Basically, what we did was we also made a mission and goals statement, which I don't think we've had. So I could just read real quick. The City of Kyle boards and commissions will perform invaluable volunteer service to the mayor, city council, city staff, and the community. The boards commissions will provide residential input to the city's planning, policies, regulations, and functions. The city's boards commissions shall assist with considering community-related proposals and projects brought forward by either city staff and/or city council to increase the quality of life. And of course, we also have the objectives of what they do. So when coming up with the two different documents here, we basically, what our whole objective was is to be more fair in a more balanced way to allow our residents to participate. So as you can see, section number 1, the document suspends or supersize procedures, but of course you got to vote on it. Number 1 is basically within 15 days of the vacancy, the city's communication department will post the position to all of the city's social media outlets to include the website and newspaper. Okay, hard copy applications will be timestamped and initiated by city staff who accepts the application, and a copy will be provided to the applicant. An electronic application will receive a timestamp initial will be a copy. Reason for that is not only just for the accountability purposes, but also to be transparent with the applicant to know that this was the time and this was the actual person that took their application, so that way they could have for their record keeping, okay? The first round evaluations are based on the city's charter and the boards and committees bylaws if applicable. If the requirements in the city's charter or boards committee bylaws are met, the applicant will automatically proceed to the second round evaluations. The second round evaluations consist of interviews given by the applicant interview panel, the AIP. The applicants received will be reviewed and evaluated by the AIP, which will be comprised of the assistant city manager, who oversees those boards and commissions, of course, by our chain of command here, okay? The department director, who supports the boards, and the current chair of the boards commissions. In the event there is no chair, a member of the board committee elected by the board will do the interview. Due to the specific AIP criteria referenced in Section 4, A, B, and C, candidates are required to attend individual separate interviews for each board and commissions they apply. So if they apply for Parks, they get interviewed by the Parks Department. If they apply for P&Z, it's the P&Z people that do it. It's not all in one, okay? Applicants will be accepted for 14 calendar days from the original posting, after which no new applicants will be accepted. All interviews will be completed within 30 days from the original posting. If there are not enough applicants or received, the posting process will then start over 30 days from the last interview. Final candidates selected from the interview process will be presented to the mayor and council for nomination and appointment during the regular scheduled meeting. Staff directors are required to inform the candidates of the time and the date of the nomination. All final candidates are required to be present at their nomination council meeting. Candidates not in attendance at their council meeting will not be considered. However, they have an opportunity to reapply no sooner than 6 months from the date of the nominations council meeting. Now, I know this was brought up by a public speaker, but once appointed, the member commissioner agrees to volunteer for at least one city event per year. And to be specific about the city event, it could be the Pie in the Sky event, it could be the Trick or Treat event, it could be the any events that we have downtown, the Christmas event, anything like that that we have that is a sponsored event that we at least require or request that they attend at least one per calendar year. Reappointments. All reappointments need to be submitted a complete application and require a recommendation letter with an explanation as why the reappointment should be considered. That's the staff. And Ms. Parsley will read the council.
All right, so the mission and goals and objectives remain the same. What really changes in here, do you want me to read it all? Okay, so in the applications received will be reviewed and evaluated by the AIP, which will be comprised of the following panel, which is the applicant interview panel. The council member who represents that district. If the council member is unable to attend the interview, they will recommend the mayor or another council member as an alternative. The department director who supports the board commission and the current chair of the board commission in the event, the current chair of the board commission. In the event there is no chair, a member of the board commission elected by that board commission. So that is basically the main difference between both of the two of them, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there any discussion on this issue? Any discussion for the changes? Anyone have any discussion? I do, but I'm gonna wait. Okay, so if you don't mind me going, then I'll go. So my first one is a question. It states during the evaluations that the council member of that district, would that be a single member district, or because right now every district has 3 at-large members represented as well. So you've got 3 single member districts and you've got 3 at-large districts. So how will we differentiate which members are there?
I think how I was looking at it, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you have District 2 and you have District 4 and you have District 6, it pretty much outlines the entire city, correct?
Yeah.
And so at-larges means that they're all around.
So at-large is the entire city?
In the entire city itself. So the idea is that if there was a applicant in District 4 or so forth on that end, that put in for it according to their address, the District 4 council member would be asked to do the interview on that process there. If the person is not available or is just says no, then they can recommend somebody else. It's just so that way we were looking at if there's somebody in your district and that is your area in the sense, you can be able to have that leeway there. Now I know it kind of supersedes the other one here as far as having no council member, but it was just basically instead of taking out council members altogether, we were able to have 2 on that end to decide. And the reason why we went with that one was just to be more fair balanced of what was going on in your district if that person was there.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. The district, the only problem with it is that you're excluding the at-large members. It's almost like you're punishing them not to be a part of it.
Yeah, I understand, and that's kind of how it would look, and I understand that. And that's kind of why we value each one of y'all's opinions on this.
And that's kind of where my question was leading, just to see if there was a process we could do where we could include all 6 council members in a process where it seems a little bit more fair, because it's kind of one-sided. And that's just my question there.
Because I think what it was on that is that when it was originally written from the beginning, Mayor Pro Tem, if I can go back here, it was pretty vague again, where it would say the his or her designee, the chairman board, be staffed. No, it'd be the city manager or his or her mayor and or elected council member, right? Okay, even in the original one, okay, well, who was that council member as well? Who was the one that was going to be able to be included in that interview?
Yeah.
So by doing the other one, we took all that equation out because the assistant city managers, according to our new chain of command here, is going to be over the commissions themselves. So you would be able to have those assistant managers assist with those interview process, because as we know, Scott's a very busy person. He's very busy. So by just respectfully removing him from this process allows him to do other functions, and then has the assistant managers, according to the tree that we have, be able to work and facilitate those interviews from there on that end.
Okay. I guess my recommendation would be to add maybe an at-large member in a rotation, so that way they would get a chance to sit in on the interviews as well. That would be my recommendation, just to add in a large council member to the rotation as well. So now you got 2 council members there, which is allowed by code, but you've got it in a rotation, so that way they can take turns participating this way. This way they feel like they're a part of the process as well and not being excluded. And that's just a recommendation. Something else that I've weighed on and I've talked about and I've pondered on is representation throughout the city. And I know this is a hard one, because I'd love to see our boards and commissions be represented by the entire city of Kyle in zones. But I know that's going to be tough, because trying to get the volunteers, when you limit it to that, are you going to get the volunteers that you need? But all honestly, I'd like to find a way we could get participation throughout the city and everybody represented throughout the city. I know right now on P&Z, we're pretty diverse. We've got people from all over the city, and it wasn't always like that. I think at one time there was like 3 people from Plum Creek on there, or from one neighborhood. I'm not trying to single a neighborhood out, but these are people that want to volunteer. You know what I mean? And that's awesome. That they want to volunteer. I'm just trying to see what we can do as a council to try to get more representation at large.
And to go off of that, that was exactly kind of what our mentality was coming into this, about how can we, with the mission goal itself, recruit more people to put in for these boards and commissions to volunteer. Again, it is a volunteer position. What can we do to invite them in? What can we do to encourage more applicants to come in for these boards? And it's simplifying the process and making it more fair and making it more easier, a simplified process would also encourage them. Because again, when we're trying to involve the community for different things, when we have low numbers on several items that we're trying to get passed through, that's the whole goal, was to get exactly what you're saying, as many people involved as much as possible on this end. So that's the whole reason why we went with this mission statement. This is the reason why we went with the accountability process with the timestamp and the signature, because that has been brought up before about, hey, I turned in my application and I haven't heard anything and we don't know where it's at. Okay, this helps simplify the process. What we're trying to do is make improvements. That's all we're doing, is trying to make improvements. And by taking, again, city manager out, the mayor out, and city council out, basically letting city staff facilitate, do the recommendations, do the interviews, and let them bring us back who they feel is the best of what we're looking at. And then we go from there with the nominations.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. Councilmember Ellison, you have the floor.
Here we go. I've got to be honest. This policy looks like it mirrors the exact same policy we already had, with pieces taken out and a few pieces added in. I'll admit, I was kind of hoping to see a completely original idea on the policy, but I do appreciate y'all's efforts in putting this together. So, with that being said, I'll go through what has been provided. Let's see here. So really the only difference, as you stated, Councilmember Parsley, is 5A from the other one with the council representative. I'll second Councilmember Rizzo's comments about that it completely takes out the at-large representatives. So I can't get behind Section 5A whatsoever. You know, the previous policy allowed for one position on this dais to, you know, appoint a proxy for them to do on any of the boards or commissions. They could appoint anybody they wanted to. One thing that I do kind of like about this is that there's council members involved. I heard a comment earlier about, you know, you double up, you have one district representative and then one at-large representative in each interview. That I could probably be amenable to on that particular section. I'll be clear, I think whatever option we go to, it should not be the staff option. You know, we are elected by the residents of this city, and being appointed is something that I think should be under the purview of the elected officials rather than staff. I could go into various reasons why that is, but I think that appointment should be left to us because ultimately we are the ones that are going to vote on it. So you're, in this one sense, you're you know, I already felt under the previous policy I had so little knowledge and control about who was being nominated and, you know, for my consideration of my vote before, you know, they even got here. And we had people, you know, they weren't even coming for their nomination. So by completely taking the council out of it and having staff do all the interactions and then nominating somebody to us, I still feel left out of that process and not knowing how they came about to that decision. Next, the other big issue I have with this, which is the same exact issue y'all hammered me on the 3 occasions that I brought this forward in 2021, was that y'all didn't want to see every person get an interview. And I had multiple times people say that's what you're asking for, Dex, and no, that's not what I was asking for. But under this policy, it's stating that every single person that applies within that time frame would get an interview. That's what that says. You still have to meet requirements. But the requirements, let's be once again clear, the requirements are something every resident of Kyle can meet as long as they've been here at least 6 months and don't owe the city money. That everybody meets that requirement. And, you know, we've heard qualifications and all these different things. The previous policy, the charter, nothing states anything about people being qualified for a board or commission outside of being a resident, not owing the city money. They have to be here for the length of time that it states for that board or commission. We found out P&Z 6 months and all the others are 12 months. That's the only qualification. In fact, in the charter, it says for P&Z that no more than 2 people should have a relation to city planning and development and things like that. So what does that say? The creators of the charter wanted regular Jane and Joe Schmoes on our boards and commissions. So there are no qualifications besides being a resident and somebody who's interested in serving their city. Because guess what? We are building this city and this community for regular Jane and Joe Schmoes that are out throughout our community, not the ones with a certain level of expertise or certain background or certain professional experience. That it says nothing about that. So one is that the objective of the task force to recommend to this body that every person that applies within that time frame, they all get that interview. So whether it's 5 or 25, all folks that meet all of those stipulations outlined in the charter, and y'all did codify this and say first round evaluations are based simply on the city charter and board committee's bylaws. That's the only thing. So everybody kind of gets in on that. So that's what I mean by everybody will get an interview and move to the second round. Once again, I'm not saying I'm opposed or against that, but when I brought this forward 3 times last year, that's what I completely got hammered on time and time again, even though I made it clear that wasn't my objective, was that you're just trying to get everybody an interview. That wasn't the objective. Secondly, I'm a little confused on the timeframes y'all have here. So you're saying within 15 days of a vacancy that the city needs to have a post, social media, website, all that good stuff. Fine. That's great. We're moving forward with that. As soon as there's a vacancy, we're not waiting around for things to happen. So I'm completely fine with that. Totally fine with the accountability, time stamping, everything. But where I'm a little confused on is, I think it is 7. Applications will be accepted for 14 days from the original posting, after which no new applications will be accepted. All interviews will be completed within 30 days from the original posting. So what you're saying there is you had the original posting happen on, just throwing out an arbitrary date, November 1st. That means you have 14 calendar days, which would take us to November 15th, to accept applications. And then all interviews will be completed within 30 days from the original posting. So you're saying you'd have not full 30 days, you only have 2 weeks essentially to get all those interviews done, if you're saying that all interviews must be completed within 30 days from the original posting, which in my kind of example was November 1st. So that's putting a lot of pressure on whomever is a part of the AIP to get all those interviews scheduled, or everybody's schedules coordinated to happen in 2 weeks. And I'm not sure, was that the intention of that? If not, we probably need to relook at those dates. So that's my next comment. If there are not enough applications received, the posting process will start over 30 days from the last interview. I just gave compliments on, the 15-day immediately getting it out there. But then say, let's play this out. You have November 1st, they post it. To November 15th, we accept applications. Then you have to the end of November to do all those interviews. If you didn't have enough applications received, which I guess would be however many positions you have to fill, that would be the enough. So that's a little ambiguous there. The posting will start over 30 days from the last interview. So that this Section 8 states that there were at least applications, there were at least interviews, but you didn't have enough applications, but you still did interviews. And then if you don't have enough of those applications received, then the posting starts over 30 days from the last interview. So that number 8 is very confusing, you all. I don't know where that begins and ends. And for me, it's putting 30 days from the last interview. So if we just play that out again, say you did your last interview on November 30th, you didn't have, according to the language here, if there are not enough applications, then this posting will start over 30 days from the last interview. So say that last interview was November 30th, then you wouldn't post again until December 30th. So now you've just gone through a whole month of no action, and yet this board is sitting there needing people, and there's inaction for 30 days. That's what I read and understand that. So 8 is extremely confusing to me. Number 9, certainly we could keep it to a regular scheduled meeting, but as we just had in December, we had a special meeting for December 16th to conduct all of our business that we would have done the week of Christmas, but we wanted to give staff that week off. So does that now mean we cannot conduct that business because it's not a regular meeting, it's called a special meeting? So do we want to hold ourselves to just regular meetings for making these appointments and accepting those nominations? Or could we do it on a special meeting if it's a circumstance that happened like last December? Just want to throw that out there. I love the candidates not in attendance at council meeting not being considered. I'm all on board for that. I'm not really sure the goal of number 10, to be quite honest. We're already trying to get people involved and volunteer to do the work of each board and commission, and now we're holding them accountable. Is there any repercussions if they don't make that volunteer at an event? Do they Do they automatically get voted off of that board or commission? What's the repercussions of that? Also, just what is the goal behind that? Because once again, we're already trying to get them to the meetings that they have. We have issues even with that. I just want people that are willing to work hard on those boards and commissions. We can get folks to volunteer all kinds of ways for other events, but I'm not really sure the purpose and the goal behind that. And then if there is something that would kind of, quote unquote, punish them for not doing that. So I'm real skeptical on number 10. And then finally with reappointments, all for people not just rolling back on and having to, somebody either vouch for them to be reappointed, whomever that may be. It's not clearly outlined here. In the previous policy, it said the chair had to do it, so this could be anybody. This could be a resident. This could be staff members. It could be another member on the body. Who is that? So that is my question on that part. So, like I said, with what you all brought, those are my comments on that particular thing. But certainly I understand the comments about getting people from all over our city. That is important to me. But what's most important to me is just people that are going to be on these boards and commissions and committed to come into the meetings and solid with that. That is actually what is extremely important to me, especially based on the things that we've had.
If I may respond.
Just making sure he's done.
He turned his mic off.
Okay, I didn't see. Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Kelly, you have the floor.
I'm just going to respond to Councilmember Ellison's comments, which I really appreciated. And again, this was just a starting point. We didn't think all this was going to pass. So, this will probably have to come back a couple times. So to address number 3, as far as first round evaluations, I think everybody should have an interview. I was not one of them that was against it. But in the event we want to go in there and limit that, we always have the options, because I don't know if every committee or board has bylaws, but that's why we put it in there, because in addition to the city's charter, we also included board and committee bylaws. And so if at any point we want to change the expectation, you could change the bylaws. And then as for number 7, dates, those were just dates, general dates. We weren't 100% sure. We were just trying to figure out certain dates. And it, totally amendable 100%. Number 8 is actually to deter people from using number 8, because we don't want to wait. So the idea is to push for people to get it done by step 7. However, the previous issues that I think we had were we have these applications. For example, I think the one we just had for planning and zoning, they came in like December or November, and they sat on those for a couple months. And then last meeting, people wanted to come in and rush to get the rest through when we've had 2 applications on file. And then it wasn't a rush then. So I guess I was kind of confused why they wanted to rush it last meeting. So, and so I can understand if we don't want to keep 8 in there, but it's more to deter people from not accepting applications and not doing the interviews than it is to push applications through. What we want is to get them done. And we can word that whatever way we want it to look like. For number 9, as far as being on a regular scheduled meeting, if it's an issue and if it has been an issue, we can move it to whatever meeting we want. I've been on council for, just a year, so I'm not sure, but I don't think in my time we've really had anybody nominated during a special meeting. And I think that's, one thing that I do think we need to add is consequences for missed meetings. And I'm not talking about COVID, because we all know COVID doesn't count. But anytime people miss a meeting, and which affects how the city runs at times. I think there needs to be some accountability there, so I would like to add something regarding missed meetings. So if anybody has an opinion on how they want that to look, it would be appreciated.
I think for us, for me, I'm sorry, not for us, for me, I'm real careful about repercussions. And one reason why is these are volunteers. They're not paid. But with that being said, we can't have a volunteer missing several meetings. So I would look at so many meetings per year that they're not allowed, they're allowed to miss only. So that's something we could look at. But I got to remind us, these are volunteers. They're not paid staff. They're not paid in any way. It's a volunteer position. So we got to be real careful on how we pick those, how many days it is, how many meetings.
No, I agree with that. I agree, but even though they're volunteers, it affects the city. And we learned that tonight when they had to have a special called meeting. So if we could vote on something afterwards. I'm not saying one or two, and I'm not saying you're sick, or even like your kid is sick. Life happens, but if it's been consistent, then I feel like we need to see a real want to be on these committees.
Go ahead.
Oh. Will you please give me the ordinance? Okay. Thank you.
You want to read that out loud into the record for us?
Sure. If a member of the board is absent for if a member of a board is absent for 3 regular consecutive meetings, the regular member office is considered vacant unless the member is sick or has first obtained a leave of absence from the majority of the board members present at a regular meeting.
Thank you. So that's what we would add.
That was 3 consecutive.
3
Three
consecutive.
consecutive.
Oh, yeah.
That's quite yeah.
Yes, 3 regular consecutive meetings, unless there's an excuse.
And if council's okay with that, then I guess we could put that, that's excessive for sure, but I don't,
Yeah, well, I don't think it's, I guess my opinion, it's not tough enough. Because that's probably rarely going to happen for somebody to miss 3 straight meetings. If you're on library board, that means you miss 3 straight months. They only meet once a month. If you're on P&Z, that means you miss two meetings, you miss a month and a half of meetings. I just don't see that as the problem. I think there is, I think there perhaps is some warrant to having an overall calendar year number of meetings you can miss, and I don't know what that number is. Obviously you gotta, I remember on council, this old man talking down here, before we changed the compensation and required you to be at the meeting to get your compensation, we had absence issues all the time. But then when that was tied to that, I don't see anybody missing meetings anymore. But obviously that's our board. We are paid a salary here, but I just think that perhaps, I think one thing that will help with absences, I'm really, all joking aside, when our boards and commissions see the commitment from us and how important they are. When we go and meet with them, when we have these conversations, when we loop them in with the goals and visions and what we're trying to accomplish for the year, I think that's going to address a lot of issues of people just maybe feeling like their role isn't that important on this board or commission. So that's one thing. But I think if we do make an accountability process, maybe it's, you can't miss more than 3 or 4 meetings in a calendar year. If you meet that threshold, then maybe, either the body that you're on or the council has to decide, look at that case and say, okay, well, these absences were for this reason, that reason. Do we want to move forward with continue to have this person on the body, or should we recuse them and open it up for somebody else. That would be my.
I actually like that idea. It's a great idea.
So Paige, do we need to change the ordinance? Okay, and so putting it in here is, we'll just have to do the ordinance. Can we make a motion to direct staff to take a look at that and then bring it back to us? Do we need to do that, or can we just request it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Just a request.
Okay,
You don't need to make a motion, we can.
thank you. So upon our conversation, is there anything that you guys want to see that I've addressed?
I mean, you kind of addressed everything. I don't think you sufficiently addressed everything, but the only other thing you didn't address was number 10.
Number 10, I was gonna leave for Tobias, because that was totally his idea.
Yeah, my thing is that, again, I was just trying to get some more community involvement in just basically maybe the word agree or request to volunteer. And to me, I didn't really see an issue with it. If somebody wanted to volunteer, it's like one of the stipulations. I know serving on a board is one thing, but, you know, just requesting or asking if they would, maybe not make them, but request them if they would be wanting to volunteer on that end.
So there's no repercussions for
No.
a board? Okay.
No,
So then that's fine?
It could be just, you know, I don't know, we have somebody that's here on this, on P and Z, but.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's just like any new person that came on board would be requested to, if they would like to volunteer, give them that opportunity in a way that they can volunteer for any city event. But again,
I think that's
not,
always
this
open.
this is not set in stone.
Yeah, no,
Okay?
I
And going back to
I know,
number
I
seven,
know.
going back to number 7, back to where you're saying, okay, well, you got 15 days, you got to get the application, then you got another 15 days to get them interviewed, because of course, that's what it is. We want to get them on as soon as possible. If we already know that the openings are there, and you know that the interviews need to come, you need to let them know the interviews are going to come quick. And that's what the whole thing is to get them done within a matter of a certain period of time. There's your time limit. Because again, there may have been some applications that came in September, October, and then now we're in a mad dash to get them done by January. Okay, this is basically trying to get a time limit done. Get them all interviewed, whether it's 25 or 4. We gotta allow them to be able to be interviewed. And if they fit the criteria, then yes, bring them forward for the nomination so we can get them on board. That's the main thing. Yes.
It's just a tight window. That's my only comments. You're in that section, you're essentially saying that all interviews have to be done within 16 days, essentially. And
We can change that date. So if there's something that is more amendable to you, instead of being 14 calendar days, we can do 21.
well, the accepting the applications is not the issue.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No, okay.
All interviews being completed within 30 days of the original posting is the language you all have here. So that's not even being completed within 30 days from the last, the ending of the 14 days.
So the
You're-
15
that
days,
language
so basically
states
get
that-
them done 30 days. Just get the whole, whether interviews, applications taken in within 15 days, interviews will be done within a 30-day period.
I mean, I guess let me just state what the language I think should be. All interviews will be completed within 30 days from the that's the problem, from the closing of the application period.
Okay.
That would be the language. So that way you have your 14-day window, and I mean, I'm indifferent about whatever that window is. You have that 14-day window, and then the clock starts from the end of that application acceptance period, and that's when the 30 days start. Because then that gives you a full 30 days, rather than if you do it that way. I'm just saying, I'm all for trying to get them filled too, but you're gonna put you've got, particularly with the people who are involved in the interview process, and especially if we're gonna get 2 council members and staff and the board chairman and all this stuff, that's a lot of people to get scheduled. And say we do have a good problem of 20 people apply. then you got 2 weeks to get all those people on that same schedule and get all those interviews done. That's what I'm just saying, we're setting ourselves up a little bit for,
So
in my opinion, failure.
what I heard was all interviews will be completed within 30 days from the closing of the application period. Is that better?
It's better.
Okay, well,
It gives some room for everybody to try to get those in.
Okay, so-
If it's 5 or 4 or 3 people applying, then yeah, that's not a big issue. But if we get 14 people apply again.
And we can take out 10.
Then that's tough to get all those people scheduled in 2 weeks.
okay.
And then, like I said, 8 just does not make sense to me at all.
We could just take 8 out.
And
The-
then I'd like to see if we could, it hasn't happened in the year you've been here, but it doesn't mean it won't happen. Once again, just last month, we had an issue of where we moved up a regular meeting to put a special meeting, and then that would preclude us from doing business if that were to be the case. I want to take out any ways that there are to delay the process. I think we're all on board of trying to get these
Yes.
positions filled as quickly as possible.
Yes,
And I think by narrowing it to regular meetings does that. How much it does it, I don't know, but I think it does it. And then, like I said, I'm all for people volunteering. I just don't know if we need it particularly in the policy. We can certainly encourage people all day to volunteer, but I just don't know about putting in the policy and setting an expectation for people and them being worried about, I didn't, this, that, or the other. And I certainly don't want to have any repercussions for our volunteers for not being able to volunteer beyond what they're already applying for.
That's a fair statement. So, Flores, Kale, should we go ahead and make the changes and bring
and then bring it
these
back?
items back?
I would like a little bit more opinion from number 9 regarding the regular scheduled meetings, only because I feel like when we have special meetings, it's for a reason. And if we have a special meeting, it's because the regular one didn't, maybe this is in addition to a regular one. So prolonging a special meeting is not something I want to do, but.
How are you prolonging it?
Well, because if we have say, for example, we have a special meeting because we need to take a vote on something, and then we're going to have a nominee come in, and then we're going to talk to them, because that's what we do. They come in and they talk, and we ask questions. Special meetings, I guess, for me, are focused on certain items, and so I guess I figure adding stuff to that may take away from what we're supposed to be focusing on, but I could be wrong.
I mean, we focus on a variety of different things each meeting. I think with that, what I'm saying here is obviously we meet first and third Tuesday. So, by holding it only to those 2 options, you're limiting yourself on when you can make a vote on those nominations. If you open it to any meeting that we have, which essentially are regular and special, you could be saving yourself a few days from getting them appointed. And maybe you can have them seated on a second meeting of the month that you would otherwise have to wait it to your first meeting of your next month. I'm not saying that's a huge game changer, but if the goal is to take out all roadblocks to prevent prolonging a position to be filled, then I want to remove it, even if it saves us 2 or 3 days. Why not?
Right. No, I understand that, but then that kind of conflicts with your comment about number 7 and being too fast.
No, so I think you're missing what I'm saying about number 7. My concern about number 7 is you're limiting yourself to do all these interviews, schedule all those people that are part of the AIP to get within just that title window. That's the concern there, is that you're going to put yourself in such a bind to get all those interviews done in that title window. So two different issues.
Okay, well, if
But at the end of the
everybody,
day, I
if
mean, it's not
everybody
that
wants it, do we want to add regular and special scheduled meetings?
I definitely would love to see the special as well, because sometimes we do move our meetings around. Since I've been on council, I think we've moved 4 meetings around, I think, maybe more. The election, around the holidays, spring break, so we've definitely moved meetings around, so.
Hey, we
wanna
can
make
call
sure-
a special meeting to simply for the nomination.
Right now, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid.
All right,
Like,
but I'm talking
I
about
get
the
it.
other ones, so yeah, definitely.
All I'm
so.
saying is, again, maybe if we go back and look and see how many times that's been applied, that might be relevant too, but.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's quite a few meetings, so yeah, definitely. We call quite
Right,
a
and,
few
and
special
in
meetings
none
throughout
of
the
those
year.
meetings have we made a nomination.
No, well, I can't say that from memory. I know our boards and commissions usually stay pretty full, but unfortunately lately, they haven't been that way. So, gotta make sure we don't limit ourselves.
I'm saying we have a recent example just last month.
Yeah.
Say we had a nominee that came forward in December. Because we moved that regular meeting to a special meeting on the 16th, we then stopped ourselves from taking up that vote on that nomination until January 4th. Just because of that one change from making our regular meeting on the week of Christmas to now a special meeting. So then you're just taking away your ability to do city business from that one move. I mean, at the end of the day, like I said, it's not that one's not as big a deal as all the others I mentioned.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what it is now, to see. But what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take it out, because that's not worth a battle. I'm not trying to hinder people getting elected by any means. I'm just trying to make it consistent. So I will put regular and schedule and special.
Thank you. Scott, I guess my question's for you. So earlier, somebody made mention that we didn't have a quorum at one of our boards. What board was that? Was it you, Councilman Ellison? Which?
Last week, we didn't have quorum for our Parks Board on Monday and then our Library Board on Thursday.
But the Parks Board is full, correct?
Parks Board has all 7 members.
All 7 members, okay, so COVID. Okay, I was just worried because I was thinking, maybe do we need to take action on something? But if that was a full board, then I don't think we need to. One of the things I will encourage council is let's not procrastinate on this. Let's continue to work hard on it. And I don't know if we can get it all emailed, the changes to us. But if I could get y'all to work on that together, the 3 committee members, and get those changes back.
Yes.
And to the next meeting, I'd really love for us to move on this pretty quickly. I know we might still have some more changes, but the faster we get this process done, the faster we fill our boards and commissions. And I think that's important, especially because as a city, we're not slowing down in growth. We're still gonna grow every day. And I wanna make sure that we don't put undue pressure on our boards and commissions and the people that serve on them. So the faster we get this done, and I hate to say that, but we are kind of in a crunch because we've got some boards, important boards that are not filled, and I'm worried about us slowing down as a city. Councilman Ellison.
I got to say this, and because this is the fact of the matter, and Councilmember Flores-Cale brought this up. The previous policy has been in place up until January 4th. That was the time it was finally done with. Some of these boards and commissions have been open since September, and there were applications in. Nothing prevented anybody from holding interviews and filling those boards and positions since September. I want to be clear on that.
Correct.
So it was no action on January 4th that stopped that. Any time between September 14th, when the chair resigned from P&Z, and then when Mr. Schreibmeyer termed out of P&Z on September 30th, at any time, that could have happened. I mean, you look back into the spring, we had resignations on March 31st. April 6th, we had 2 nominations on our next agenda. So nothing prevented it from happening. So I just want to push back against that narrative that this process is what's delayed these boards and commissions. Those could have been done anytime after September 30th, all the way up to December 16th when we voted to create a new policy. I want to be very clear about that.
Yeah, it's not
because
this
there
process
is a difference.
that's doing this, and I thank you for bringing that forward, mentioning that, but it's not the process, but unfortunately, we have put a burden on our boards and commissions that are not completely full and seated. So what I'm asking is that we do our due diligence on this and get it done in a timely manner. Let's not drag our feet on it.
I can have this done tomorrow. My other issue is there's 2 other people who aren't here, and they're gonna have an opinion, and so that's gonna slow things down too.
Wow.
So let it be known that we as 3 people worked really hard to make sure we get this here. I'm trying to make the changes as we sit here. And there's a good chance that next meeting, we're still not gonna have this finalized.
Yeah, I understand that. We're going to do our best, so, you know, first of all, I just want to thank the 3 committee members for your hard work. Thank you. I mean, I know it takes a lot of your time, and it's pressing because you're trying to guess at what the rest of the council wants. You know, what do you think Rizo would want? You know, something like that. But anyway, I just want to thank you for your time on this matter, and thank you for doing y'all's due diligence as well. So we really appreciate it.
No problem. Again, it was just bringing 2 proposals, getting council's recommendations, see what works. Dex, Councilman Nelson, we knew that you were going to dissect it thoroughly, which we needed.
Definitely.
So that way we can get this right. And we'll bring it back next council meeting, and we'll get it finalized, we'll get it done.
Great.
And I yield the floor.
All right. Anyone else? Any more discussion? All right, moving on. Agenda item number 31. A resolution of the City of Kyle, Texas, establishing rules and guidelines for the creation, duties, and dissolution of city council appointments, task forces, and providing for general powers and duties, providing for qualifications for appointments, providing for the appointments of the offices, and providing for other related matters. Councilmember Ellison, this is your item. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Okay. So this is something we discussed back on the 16th. On the January 4th meeting, we had our opportunities to meet with legal to get our questions answered for that, and now we're bringing it forward in the public meeting here. I'm sure all of you all had an opportunity to read through it, so I'm not going to go through that part of it. The biggest thing here I wanted to highlight, though, is just all the different things that I've heard from our discussions and concerns about task force, that those items are attempted to be addressed in here. Whether it's determining the scope, the parameters, the deliverables, status reports to council was a big one. That's establishing a timing of any periodic status reports to be provided by the council, by the task force. I know that was a big heartache with previous task force, that people felt like there wasn't much touching a base coming back to the council to let them know about what work has been done. You know, maybe several months had passed. So this allows the council to create a, whether they say, you know, we want a status report every month, you know, what have you on that. The dissolution date, we've talked about that. Who can be on a task force? I want to, Jerry did a really great job of this, and I don't want to steal his thunder on it. But identifying the difference between a task force and a committee, and when that is the proper time to do that. And I could make an attempt at trying to define that, Jerry, and if you want to correct me, or if you want to just go ahead and state how you, because you did it such a good job when me and Paige were meeting about. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I hear you. The mics run out of thunder too.
We've gone to 1 o'clock in the morning, so yeah, we're definitely ready. We've worn out the mics.
Track the mic.
And Paige helped with this too. For the record, Jerry Hendricks, Assistant City Manager. Task forces are work groups, typically comprising of experts in specified fields, areas of knowledge or practice. Committees are defined as organization with bylaws, charters, other formal documents. Task forces are created on as-needed basis, and committees are typically ongoing.
And very defined and specific scope. So my hope is with this resolution, kind of addressed each and every concern that the council members have had. This is all derived from listening to you all and hearing what your concerns were, your challenges. Because I think we do, obviously with this policy, is showing an example of how important it is to kind of have some of us work on something because we're trying to move this along. We all understand the urgency of where this is with that policy. That's the same thing with the task force, is to get a very defined scope and specific tasks that they're working on, and it's just that. And then there is a defined conclusion date, there's defined parameters on what they're doing, there's defined times on which they need to come back to the council. All of this stuff is addressed, hopefully, in this resolution, and certainly open to any feedback.
Any feedback? Councilmember Kell?
Thank you. My question would be, because I think everything that you guys bring up in here is relevant, but my question would be, is there like a form to fill out? Like, how would we know, like, what the statement is? How would we know, like, when the status reports are going to be due to council? These are great, but how do we apply these to the meeting and informing everybody else on council how these are going to, what this information is?
With the motion.
Okay,
So
so the
the-
motion is going to have all 5 of these in it? Okay. Okay.
This is, these
I
are all
love
the
it. Look,
concerns
I get
of the
it.
council. So every time a task force is created, those bullet points should be addressed in that creation of that task force.
Perfect. I think it's great.
Councilmember Tobias?
Actually, I don't have a question. I think this is a great job. I know this is something, when it came to task force, we had questions on the scope and who's appointed, who gets to go to meetings, who gets to travel, code of ethics. I don't have a problem with it the way it's written. So if anything, Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to go ahead and approve the resolution as written.
Second.
We got a motion. Councilmember Tobias has made a motion to approve agenda item number 31. And a second by Councilmember Ellison. Any discussion? So, yeah, I was gonna say, my discussion might take a while, so let's go and talk about it. So one of the things I want to remind everyone is how important the task force were. And early on, when we started the Public Safety Center, the task force took on the mission of bringing council's vision to the Public Safety Center. And I think we did a really, really good job of doing that. The task force did. And it really brought that Public Safety Center in a timely manner. And I think we, as a city, did great as a council as well. The task force did its due diligence, and they brought forward a great product. Same thing with La Verde. The task force members that were on that did their due diligence and did a great job. Heroes Memorial Park, another great example. The park downtown, the Mary Kyle Hartson Park as well, task force were right. Unfortunately, during the process, we started creating too many task force. We got a little too task force happy. And seeing this policy and seeing what the parameters are, I feel really confident that I think this is the direction we should be going in. I was one person that didn't want to see the task force dissolve, Councilmember Ellison as well. And I'm glad that we're bringing something forward that we can move forward as a city. When we're coming up with some of the road projects and the parks trails system as well, I think these task forces are going to be important when we address these issues and we're moving forward in development of these projects. So I think this is going to be a great policy to follow. I think it's going to move us forward with our task force. And I'm glad that you brought it forward, Councilmember Ellison. I applaud you for this, Jerry Hendricks and everyone that worked on this. Thank y'all, because I'm glad to see task force coming back. Just a reminder to council that a task force isn't made for every little mission. It's for those big projects that we need to get forward, moving forward in a timely manner. And with that being said, we've got a motion and we've got a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
I think we're going to pass on both.
Okay,
Yep.
so with that being said, I'll entertain a motion for the meeting being adjourned.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Ellison. We are now adjourned. I mean, Tobias, sorry, Tobias. It's getting late. Sorry, Michael.
We're adjourned. Thank you, city staff. Appreciate it.